The Project Gutenberg ebook of Infantry Training, 1905. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Infantry Training, 1905. Creator: Great Britain. War Office. Release date: February 7, 2024. Ebook number 72886. Language: English. Original publication: London, Home Stationery Office, 1905. Credits: Brian Coe, Tier Halliwell, who created the book cover, which is placed in the public domain, Karen Spence, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Infantry Training, 1905. All rights reserved. Infantry Training. 1905. London, printed for His Majesty's Stationery Office, by Harrison and Sons, St. Martin's Lane, printers in ordinary to His Majesty. And to be purchased, either directly or through any bookseller, from Wyman and Sons, Limited, Fetter Lane, EC, or Oliver and Boyd, Edinburgh, or E. Ponsonby, 116, Grafton Street, Dublin. Price: 1 shilling. WTW 27,691 150,205 H&S 5,749. This manual is issued by order of the Army Council, for the guidance of all concerned. E.W.D. Ward, Secretary, Army Council. War Office, February 1, 1905. Core Agenda. Part 4, S 163, 1, Line 2, for Defense. Read Attack. As A.F.B 214 need not in future be kept up. Part V, S 181, 6, returns is cancelled. Contents. Page. Key to Plates 15. Definition 16. Part I. Training of the recruit. Sect 1. Preliminary Remarks 21-2. Syllabus of Training 21. Squad Drill. 3. Method of Instruction of the Recruit 29-4. Words of Command 30. Squad Drill, with intervals. 5. Formation of Squads 31-6. Position of Attention 31-7. Standing at Ease 32-8. Dressing a Squad with intervals 32-9. Turnings 33-10. Saluting 34. Marching 11. Length of pace and time 35-12. The drum and pace stick 36-13. Position in marching 36-14. The quick march 37-15. The halt 37-16. Stepping out 37-17. Stepping short 38-18. Marking time 38-19. Stepping back 38-20. Changing step 39-21. The double march 39-22. The side step 40-23. Turning when on the march 40. Squad drill, in single rank. 24. Formation of the squad in single rank 41-25. Dressing when halted 42-26. Turnings 42-27. Marching in squad 42-28. The diagonal march 43-29. Changing direction 45-30. Marching as in file 46-31. Changing direction as in file 46-32. Men marching as in file, forming up into squad 47-33. Marching with arms 47. Squad drill, in 2 ranks. 34 Formation of a squad in 2 ranks 48-35. Dressing 48-36. Marching in squad and in file 49-37. Changing ranks 49-38. The diagonal march 49-39. Changing direction and forming up 50-40. The formation of fours 50-41. Fours changing direction, and forming squad 53-42. Passage of a defile 53-43. Obstacles 53-44. Dismissing, with or without arms 53 skirmishing. 45 General Rules 54-46. Course of Training 54-47. Preliminary Training 55-48. Method of Extending and Closing, and C 56-49. Signals and Whistle Blasts and War Calls 57-50. Practical Skirmishing 59-51. Cover 60-52. Blank Ammunition 62-53. Fire Effect 63-54. Reporting and Passing Orders 64-55. Intervals 64-56. Reinforcing 64-57. Assembly after dispersal 65-58. Inspection of Skirmisher 65 Part 2. The Training of the Company. 59 Preliminary Remarks 67 Drill. 60 General Rules 72-61. Inspection and Telling Off 75-62. The Formation of Fours 76-63. Changing Ranks 76-64. A Company Column forming Company 76-65. Marching in Line 77-66. A Company in line forming to the right or left 78-67. A Company in line, or moving to a flank in fours, forming Company Column 78-68. When marching, fours or file, forming up into line 80-69. A column changing direction 80-70. Movements in line, or lines, of sections 80-71. Drill in single rank 81-72. Fire action 82-73. When dispersed, reassembling 83-74. Dismissing 83-75. Inspection in close order drill 83 skirmishing. 76 General Remarks 84 Attack Practice. 77 General Rules 85-78. Position of the Commanders 88-79. Casualties 88-80. Instructions for Commanders 88-81. Duty of the Skirmisher 89-82. Defense Practice 90-83. Reconnaissance Practice 91-84. Retirements 91-85. Meeting and Attack by Cavalry 92-86. Scouting 93-87. Duties of Scouts 93-88. Training of Scouts 94-89. The Inspection in Skirmishing 95-90. Shelter Trench Exercise 95 Part 3. Battalion, Brigade, and Division Drill. Battalion Drill. 91 General Rules 98-92. Formations 193. A battalion in quarter column 101-94. Movements in quarter column 103-95. A quarter column wheeling 103-96. A battalion in quarter column opening to column 104-97. A battalion in column on the march closing to quarter column 106-98. A battalion in column or quarter column advancing in fours, or vice versa 106-99. A battalion in column changing direction 108-100. Movements in line or lines of company columns 108-101. When dispersed, reassembling 109-102. Inspection of a battalion 110, brigade and division drill. 103 General Rules 111 104. A brigade wheeling from mass into line of battalions and vice versa 112 105. A mass deploying into line of battalions and vice versa 112 106. Marching in line of battalions either in column or quarter column 113 formations applicable to savage warfare. 107 General Rules 113 108. A battalion in line 114 109. A quarter column or column deploying into line 114 110. Marching in line 115 111. A line changing position, from the halt, on a flank company 116 112. A battalion in line forming column or quarter column 116 113. A line passing obstacles, or moving over broken ground 117 114. A line forming column to the right or left 117 115. A line advancing in column 118 116. A quarter column on the march forming line to a flank 118 117. Echelon movements from line, column, or quarter column 118 118. Meeting an attack by cavalry or swordsmen 119 119. Formation of squares 120 brigade drill. 120 deployments 122 121. Marching in line 122 122. A brigade in line advancing in columns or quarter columns 122 123. A brigade forming square 122 Part 4. Infantry in attack and defense. 124 General Principles 123 125. Position and duties of leaders in action 125 126. Fire action 126 127. Fire discipline 127 128. Ranges 128 The attack. Nature of an offensive action. 129 Distribution of infantry in the attack 128 130. Preliminary measures 129 131. Issue of orders 130 132. Duties of the several bodies 131 133. Infantry formations in regard to fire 133 134. Fire 133 135. Cooperation between artillery and infantry in the attack 135 136. The decisive attack 136 137. The assault 137 138. Rallying and redistribution 138 139. Holding attacks 138 140. Feints 139 141. Flank attacks 139 142. Surprises 140 143. Local flanking fire 140 144. Formations 140 145. Frontage 141 146. Distances 142 147. Intervals 143 148. Direction and pace 143 149. Machine guns 144 The company in attack. 150 General Rules 145 The battalion in attack. 151 General Rules 148 152. Orders 149-153. Distribution of the companies in the decisive attack 150-154. The firing line and supports 151-155. The reserve 151-156. Holding attack 152-157. Instruction 153. The brigade in attack. 158. General Rules 153. The division in attack. 159. General Rules 154. The defense. 160. Distribution of infantry for defense 155. 161. Occupation of the position 156. 162. Entrenching a position 157. 163. Fire 158. 164. Machine guns 158. 165. Position of the reserves 159. 166. Duties of officers commanding reserves 159. 167. Local counter-attacks 160. 168. Decisive counter-attacks 160. The company in defense. 169. General Rules 162. 170. Duties of the subalterns, section, and squad leaders 162. 171. Duties of the company leader 163. The battalion in defense. 172. General Rules 163. 173. Duties of the commanding officer 164. The brigade and division in defense. 174. General Rules 164. Ammunition and entrenching tools. 175. Supply and transport of ammunition in the field 165. 176. Entrenching tools 169. Part V. Annual course of training. 177. Description of course 171. 178. Detail of the course 172. 179. Annual course of training of auxiliary forces 173. 180. General Rules 174. 181. Company training 174. 182. Battalion training 179. Special training of non-commissioned officers. 183. Method of instruction 179. Part 6. Ceremonial. 184. General Rules 181. 185. Sizing a company 183. 186. A company in line saluting 185. 187. A company marching past 185. Reviews. 188. Formations to be practiced 188. 189. The colors 188. 190. Review of a battalion 189. 191. A battalion marching past 192. 192. A battalion advancing in review order 196. 193. Review of a brigade 196. 194. A brigade marching past 199. 195. A brigade advancing in review order 202. 196. Review of a division 202. 197. A division marching past 204. 198. Review of any larger body of troops than a division 205. 199. A larger body of troops than a division marching past 207. 200. Royal Review 208. Guards. 201. General Rules 209. 202. Relieving or posting a guard 210-203. Relieving and posting sentries, and marching reliefs 210-204. Sentries challenging 211-205. Guards turning out at night 212-206. Guards of honor 213-207. Trooping the color 213-208. Presentation of colors 220-209. Firing a footage 221-210. Funerals 223. Key to plates. Officers, warrant officers, non-commissioned officers, and C. Commanding Officer Second in Command Adjutant Company Commander Senior Subaltern Junior Subaltern Quartermaster The King's Color The Regimental Color Sergeant Major Staff Sergeant Section Commander Squad Commander Private, Front Rank Private, Rear Rank Pioneer Sergeant Pioneer Band Master Band Sergeant Bandsman Sergeant Drummer Drummer Signaller Original Formation Front Rank Rear Rank Final Formation Front Rank Rear Rank. Definitions. General definitions. Alignment. Any straight line on which a body of troops is formed, or is to form. Battalion. The administrative unit of infantry, consisting generally of 8 companies. Brigade. 4 battalions, normally, with certain additional administrative units. Column. Bodies of troops on parallel and successive alignment, at a distance from one another equal to their own frontage. Company column. A company in column of sections. Quarter column. Companies on parallel and successive alignments, at a distance from one another of 6 paces. Company. The tactical unit of infantry. It is divided into 2 half companies, each of which is again divided into 2 sections. A squad is the half of a section, formed under a selected leader, for purposes of discipline and maneuver. Covering. The act of one or more men placing themselves correctly in rear of one another. Defile. A portion of the route which troops can only traverse on a narrow front, example a mountain pass, a bridge, an embankment. To deploy. To change formation from column or quarter column into line on the same alignment. Depth. The space occupied by a body of troops from front to rear. Distance. The space between men or bodies of troops, from front to rear. Division. 2 brigades with certain divisional troops. Direction, battalion, company, section, or file, of. The battalion, company, section, or file, responsible for keeping the direction of the line of march. To dress. To take up the alignment correctly. Drill. The execution of movements in unison. Drill is of 2 kinds. Close order drill teaches the formations and movements suitable to the assembly, the march, to many phases of savage warfare, and to ceremonial parades. In close order the troops are formed and move in accordance with the instructions laid down in this manual, the words of command are prescribed, and the rank and file have only to obey orders. Skirmishing drill is the foundation of the formations and movements suitable to battle and reconnaissance. Very few rules can be prescribed, and all ranks must act to a large extent independently in carrying out orders. Echelon. A formation of successive and parallel units facing in the same direction, each on a flank and to the rear of the unit in front of it. File. A front rank man and his rear rank man. Fire unit. Any number of men firing by the executive command of one man. Flank, directing. That by which units march or dress. Flank, inner. That nearer to the point of formation or direction. Flank, outer. That opposite to the inner or directing flank. Frontage. The extent of ground covered laterally by troops. Interval. The lateral space between men, units, or corps, measured from flank to flank. Interval, deploying. The lateral space between units in quarter column or in column, on the same alignment, the space being equal to the frontage of a unit in line. Line. Troops formed on the same alignment. Massachusetts battalions in quarter column, on parallel and successive alignments with any named distance between battalions. Patrol. A body of men sent out to reconnoitre or to guard against surprise. Point of formation. The point on which a formation is based. Position, change of. A movement by which a body of troops takes up a new alignment. Rank. A line of men, side by side. Reconnaissance. Searching for information of the enemy, or as to the nature of the ground. Section. The quarter of a company. Section of defense. A portion of a defensive position which is allotted to a distinct body of troops. Squad. The half of a section, or a small number of men, formed for drill, or for work. Supernumeraries. The non-commissioned officers, NC, forming the third rank. Wheeling. A movement by which a body of troops brings forward a flank on a fixed or moving pivot. Infantry training. Part I. Training of the recruit. 1. Preliminary remarks. 1. The object of the recruit's course of training at the depot is to fit the soldier to take his place in the ranks of his company on joining his battalion. For this purpose the recruit must be developed by physical exercises, and be trained in squad drill, rifle and firing exercises, in the estimation of ranges, and in skirmishing. 2. Syllabus of training. The following syllabus for the training of the recruit at the depot is given as a guide, but it need not be rigidly adhered to. Syllabus of training. 60 days of 4 hours each. Employment. Hours. Remarks. First fortnight. Equipment to be issued on joining. Physical training. 10 Physical training, sections 1 to 11 inclusive under Sergeant Instructor. Physical training. 10 Physical training, sections 1 to 11 under Squad Instructor. Squad drill. 16 sections 5 to 23. Lectures and catechism for second fortnight. Rifle to be issued. Physical training. 8 Physical training with apparatus under Sergeant Instructor. Physical training. 8 Physical training, sections 1 to 11 under Squad Instructor. Squad drill. 7 to section 39. Rifle exercises. 5 Musketry exercises. 7 Musketry exercises, sections 1 to 3. Lectures for marching order. 1/3 fortnight. Physical training. 8 Physical training with apparatus under Sergeant Instructor. Physical training. 6 Physical training, sections 1 to 11, dummy rifles to be used, under Squad Instructor. Squad drill. 6 to section 44. Rifle exercises. 5 Musketry exercises. 5 Musketry exercises to section 9. Skirmishing. 7 sections 45 to 49. Lectures. 2 Marching order. 1/4 fortnight. Physical training. 7 Commence dumbbell exercises, physical training, sections 27 to 33, under Sergeant Instructor. Physical training. 6 Physical training, sections 1 to 11, rifles to be used, under Squad Instructor. Squad drill. 5 to section 44. Rifle exercises for skirmishing. 9 sections 45 to 57. Musketry exercises. 5 Musketry exercises to section 14. Lectures. 2 Marching order. 1/5 fortnight. Physical training. 7 Physical training with apparatus and bayonet fighting under Sergeant Instructor. Physical training. 6 Physical training to section 19 under Squad Instructor. Squad drill. 6 to section 44. Rifle exercises. 2 Skirmishing. 7 sections 45 to 57. Guards and sentries 2 musketry exercises 7 musketry exercises to section 14 and 18 to 21. Lectures 2 marching order 1 6th fortnight. Physical training 7 physical training with apparatus and bayonet fighting under sergeant instructor. Physical training 6 physical training to section 19 under squad instructor. Squad drill 4 to section 44. Rifle exercises 2 skirmishing 10 sections 45 to 57. Guards and sentries 2 musketry exercises 6 musketry exercises to section 14 and 18 to 21. Lectures 2 marching order 1 note the course of instruction of the recruit in musketry training, rifle exercises, bayonet fighting, and physical training will be found in the appendix to training manuals. 2 instructions. 1 recruits will be formed for instructional purposes in squads. The maximum number of men in each squad should not exceed 20. 2 The squad instructors will be most carefully selected. They must be energetic, thoroughly well trained in the art of instruction, and intelligent. They will remain with the same squad throughout the period of training, and will carry out the whole of the instruction, in physical training, drill, rifle and firing exercises, and skirmishing, except as noted in above table. 3 Training in drill, physical exercises, rifle and firing exercises, and skirmishing, is to be as varied as possible. The work for each morning or afternoon should include more than one of these subjects. 4 Equipment will be issued on joining, but will not be worn on parade for the first month. Rifles will be issued as soon as the commanding officer directs, certainly not later than the first fortnight. 5 Marching will be carried out at the discretion of the commanding officer, and, as a rule, in connection with skirmishing practices. 6 At the conclusion of a recruit's course, the officer commanding the regimental district will inspect the recruits in all the branches of instruction. In conjunction with a medical officer, he will examine all men considered too weak or awkward to join battalions, and submit a detailed report to the general officer commanding, with a recommendation as to whether such men be retained at the depot for further instruction, or discharged. 7 The system of the training of the recruit is intended to develop gradually his mental and physical powers. Officers commanding will, therefore, be held responsible that the principles of training herein laid down are complied with, and that instruction in musketry and skirmishing is not curtailed in favor of less essential practices. 8 The following directions in connection with the progress of the recruit are given for guidance of instructors and supervising officers. Doubling, this should not exceed up to the end of the first month, 600 yards. Second 1,200, third 1,760 at the end of the first month. Horizontal bar he should be able to pull to the chest twice, hands reversed, without assistance. Parallel bars he should be able to press up 6 times running. At the end of the second month. Horizontal bar he should be able to pull to the chest at least 6 times, hands reversed. Parallel bars he should be able to press up at least 10 times. Jumping correct style of taking off, with either foot, and alighting is required. This is of more importance, up to this time, than great height or width of jump. At the end of the third month. Horizontal bar he should be able to pull to the chest at least 10 times, hands reversed. Parallel bars he should be able to press up at least 14 times. Jumping he should be able to jump a height of at least 3 feet. 3 Lectures by squad instructors. To be invariably attended by an officer. First fortnight. 1 Barrack room duties. Cleanliness and smartness expected from the soldier. Dress and clothing. Local orders. Good name of the regiment. 2 Fitting equipment. Laying down kits. Conduct in town. Position of provost, duty to obey and support him. 3 Names, rank, and position of officers. Saluting. Manner of making a complaint. Reporting sick and hospital rules. Church parade and behavior in church. 4 lectures are to be given to recruits on the fact that their prospects of civil employment in afterlife depends entirely on their conduct whilst in the army, and that no man can be registered for employment who is not discharged with a good character, and that preference will be given to such as have exemplary or very good ones, while for police or post office employment an additional certificate of absolute sobriety is necessary. Second fortnight. 1. The rifle. Names and use of its different parts. Cleaning and care of rifle. 2. Marching order, and C3. Hints on marching, boots, socks, clean feet, treatment of blisters. Drinking on the march. Falling out. Instances of long marching and endurance on part of the regiment. Third fortnight. Skirmishing and marching. Fourth fortnight. Skirmishing and use of the rifle. Fifth fortnight. Skirmishing, and duties on guard. Sixth fortnight. Recapitulation of previous instruction. During the lecture hour, some time should be allowed for catechism on preceding week's instruction. The lectures on the principles of skirmishing and marching should always, if possible, be illustrated by incidents taken from actual warfare. The recruit on joining his company. A recruit after a course of 3 months training at the depot should be sufficiently trained to be able to take his place in the ranks of his company, but until he has acquired a thorough knowledge of musketry, and can handle his rifle with skill and confidence under all conditions and in all positions, his daily instruction in musketry will be continued. The following will be the course: A. Care of arms. B. Instruction in aiming. C. The firing exercises. D. Instruction and practice in judging distance and in improvement of eyesight. A short exercise daily. E. Instruction in firing from behind cover, and in snap shooting. F. Instruction in the theory, powers, and mechanism of the rifle and its ammunition. G. Course of lectures and examinations on the whole of the above subjects. Squad drill. 3. Method of instruction of the recruit. 1. When once the various motions have been learnt, it will be the exception and not the rule, especially with auxiliary forces, to instruct recruits by numbers. 2. The instructor must be clear, firm, and concise in giving his directions. He must be patient, making allowance for the different capacity of the men whom he is training, and always bearing in mind that careful individual instruction is the best means of developing the intelligence, and therefore the foundation of military efficiency. 3. The instructor, who will invariably carry a whistle and, if the squad is receiving rifle instruction, a rifle, will teach as much as possible by illustration, either performing the movements himself, or causing them to be performed by a smart recruit, placed facing the squad. He will be careful, in order to stimulate the intelligence and interest of the recruits, to explain clearly, in simple terms, the reason of every movement and formation, and its application in the field. 4. Instructors should be encouraged, in giving the details of the different movements, to use their own words. So long as the instruction is clearly understood by the men, it is quite immaterial whether the phrasing of this manual is adhered to. 5. When first taught his positions, the recruit should be properly placed by the instructor. When more advanced, he should not be touched, but made to correct himself when admonished. He should not be kept too long at any one exercise. Squad drill should be intermixed with instruction in the handling of the rifle and with physical training, and close order drill with skirmishing. 6. Short and frequent drills are preferable to long lessons, which exhaust the attention both of the instructor and recruit. Recruits should be advanced progressively from one exercise to another, and should not be kept back by men of inferior capacity, who should be moved into a less advanced squad. 4 words of command. 1. Every command must be distinctly pronounced and sufficiently loud to be heard by all concerned. 2. Every command that consists of one word must be preceded by a caution. The caution, or cautionary part of a command, must be given deliberately and distinctly. The last or executive part, which, in general, should consist of only one word or syllable, must be given sharply, as a pause will invariably be made between the caution and the executive word. 3. When the last word of a caution is the signal for any preparatory movement, it will be given as an executive word, and separated from the rest of the command by a pause, thus, as though there were 2 separate commands, each with its caution and executive word. 4. When the men are in motion, executive words must be completed as they are commencing the pace which will bring them to the spot on which the command has to be executed. The caution, therefore, must be commenced accordingly. 5. Young officers and non-commissioned officers will be frequently practiced in giving words of command. They should always, even when on fatigue duty, bear in mind the obligation of setting an example of soldierly smartness to those beneath them. Slovenly and indistinct words of command result in slackness and hesitation on the part of the men. 6. The cautions and commands in this manual are, as a rule, given with regard to one flank only, but the same principle applies equally to movements to the other flank, which should also be practiced. In squad drill, the words printed in italics in the margin are the commands to be given by the instructor. Squad drill, with intervals. 5. Formation of squads. 1. A few men will be placed in single rank at arm's length apart. While so formed, they will be termed a squad with intervals. 2. If necessary, the squad may consist of 2 ranks, in which case the men in the rear rank will cover the intervals between the men in the front rank, so that in marching they may take their own points, as directed in S13. 3. Recruits will, in the first instance, be placed by the instructor without any dressing. When they have learned to dress, as directed in S8, they will be taught to fall in, as above described, and then to dress and to correct their intervals. After they have been instructed as far as S23, they may fall in as directed in S24. 4. Recruits formed into a squad will be directed to observe the relative places they hold with each other. While resting between the exercises, they will be permitted to fall out and move about. They will be instructed on the words fall in to fall in as they stood at first. This should be constantly practiced. Recruits will be instructed singly as well as together in all exercises as far as S23. 6. Position of attention. The exact squareness of the shoulders and body to the front is the first principle of the position of attention. The arms should hang easily from the shoulder, elbows to the rear, the fingers together, slightly bent, and their tips touching the thigh lightly, behind the seam of the trousers, the hips drawn back, and the chest advanced, but without constraint. The heels must be in line and closed, the knees well braced back, the toes turned out so that the feet may form an angle of 45 degrees, the weight of the body on the forepart of the feet. The head is to be held erect, but not thrown back, the chin to be slightly drawn in, and the eyes looking straight to the front. 7. Standing at ease. Stand at ease. 1. Carry the left foot about 10 inches to the left, at the same time grasp the right hand with the left behind the back, allowing the arms to hang to their full extent, both legs to be straight. When the recruit falls in for instruction, he will be taught to place himself in the position above described. Squad, attention. On the word attention, spring up to the position described in S6. No deviation from the position of stand at ease will be permitted unless the command stand easy is given, when the men will be permitted to move their limbs, but without quitting their ground, so that on coming to attention there will be no loss of dressing. When there is no special reason for ordering stand at ease before stand easy, the order to stand easy will be given without it. On the caution squad being given to men standing easy, every soldier will at once assume the position of standing at ease. 8. Dressing a squad with intervals. Right dress. On the word dress, each recruit, except the right-hand man, will turn his head and eyes to the right and will then extend his right arm, back of the hand upwards, fingertips touching the shoulder of the man on his right. At the same time he will take up his dressing in line by moving, with short quick steps, till he is just able to distinguish the lower part of the face of the second man beyond him. Care must be taken that he carries his body backward or forward with the feet, keeping his shoulders perfectly square in their original position. Eyes front. On the word front, the head and eyes will be turned smartly to the front, the arm dropped, and the position of attention, as described in S6, resumed. A line will similarly be dressed by the left. 9 turnings. Right turn. On the word turn, keeping both knees well braced back and the body erect, turn to the right on the right heel and left toe, raising the left heel and right toe in doing so. On the completion of the preliminary movement, the right foot must be flat on the ground and the body raised on the left toe, both legs braced up. 2. On the word 2, bring the left heel smartly up to the right. Left turn. On the word turn, keeping both knees well braced back and the body erect, turn to the left on the left heel and right toe, raising the right heel and left toe in doing so. On the completion of the preliminary movement, the left foot must be flat on the ground and the body raised on the right toe, both legs braced up. 2. On the word 2, bring the right foot smartly up to left. About turn as detailed in the right turn, except that the body will be turned about to the right. 2. As before detailed. Right, or left, incline. As before detailed, turning half right. 2. As before detailed. 10. Saluting. A. Saluting to the front. Caution salute, by numbers. 1. On the word 1, bring the right hand smartly, with a circular motion, to the head, palm to the front, fingers extended, point of the forefinger 1 inch above the right eye, thumb close to the forefinger, elbow in line, and nearly square, with the shoulder. 2. On the word 2, cut away the arm smartly to the side. Caution salute, judging the time. Salute. On the word salute, go through the motions as in 1, and after a pause, equal to 2 paces in quick time, cut away the arm as in 2. B. Saluting to the side. Cautions right, or left, hand salute. The salute will always be with the hand further from the person saluted. The procedure will be as described in A, except that as the hand is brought to the salute, the head will be turned towards the person saluted. Recruits should be practiced in marching 2 or 3 together, saluting points being placed on either side. When several men are together, the man nearest to the point will give the time. When a soldier passes an officer he will salute on the 3rd pace before reaching him, and will lower the hand on the 3rd pace after passing him. If carrying a cane he will place it smartly under the disengaged arm, cutting away the hand before saluting. A soldier, if sitting when an officer approaches, will rise, stand at attention, and salute. If 2 or more men are sitting or standing about, the senior non-commissioned officer or oldest soldier will call the whole to attention and alone will salute. When a soldier addresses an officer, he will halt 2 paces from him, and salute as in A. He will also salute before withdrawing. When appearing before an officer in a room, he will salute without removing his cap. A soldier, without his cap, or when carrying anything that prevents him from saluting, will, if standing still, come to attention as an officer passes. If walking, he will turn his head smartly towards the officer in passing him. A soldier, when riding a bicycle, will turn his head smartly towards an officer in passing him. Warrant and non-commissioned officers who wear the sword will always salute with the right hand. Marching. 11. Length of pace, and time. 1. Length of pace in slow and quick time. The length of a pace is 30 inches. In stepping out, it is 33 inches, in double time, 40, in stepping short, 21, and in the side step, 15 inches. When a soldier takes a side pace to clear or cover another, as in forming fours, S40, the pace will be 30 inches. 2. Time in slow time, 75 paces are taken in a minute. In quick time, 120 paces, equal to 100 yards in a minute, or 3 miles 720 yards in an hour. In double time, 180 paces, equal to 200 yards a minute. The time of the side step is the same as for the quick step. Distances of 100 and 200 yards will be marked on the drill ground, and non-commissioned officers and men practiced in keeping correct time and length of pace. Marching in slow time will be practiced only when required for ceremonial purposes. 12. The drum and pace stick. No recruit, or squad of recruits, is to be taught to march without the constant use of the drum and pace stick. The drum will first beat the time in which the men are to march, when the squad is halted, then, from time to time, when it is in motion. While the drum is beating, at the halt, the men will give their attention to the time. When it ceases, the instructor will put the squad in motion. In order to ascertain whether the time is beaten correctly, a pendulum should be used. The length of the pace in marching will be corrected with the pace stick, the accuracy of which should occasionally be tested by measurement. 13. Position in marching. In marching, the soldier must maintain the position of the head and body, as directed in S6, with the weight on the forepart of the feet. He must be well balanced on his limbs. In slow time his arms and hands must be kept steady by his sides, care being taken that the hand does not partake of the movement of the leg, and the toes must be pointed downwards. In quick time his arms will swing naturally from the shoulder, the right arm swinging forward with the left leg, and the left arm with the right leg. The hand must not be swung in advance of the leading foot, across the body, nor be raised higher than the waist belt. The movement of the leg must spring from the haunch, and be free and natural. Both knees must be kept straight, except while the leg is being carried from the rear to the front, when the knee must necessarily be a little bent, to enable the foot to clear the ground. The foot must be carried straight to the front, and, without being drawn back, placed firmly on the ground, but so as not to jerk or shake the body. Although several recruits may be drilled together in a squad with intervals, they must act independently, precisely as if they were being instructed singly. They will thus learn to march in a straight line, and to take a correct pace, both as regards length and time, without reference to the other men of the squad. Before the squad is put in motion, the instructor will take care that the men are square individually and in correct line with each other. Each recruit must be taught to take a point straight to his front, by fixing his eyes upon some distant object, and then observing some nearer point in the same straight line, such as a stone, tuft of grass, or other object. 14. The quick march. Quick march. The time having been given on the drum, on the word march the squad will step off together with the left foot, in quick time, observing the rules in S13. 15. The halt. Squad halt. On the word halt, the moving foot will complete its pace, and the other will be brought smartly up in line with it. 16. Stepping out. Step out. When marching, on the word out, the moving foot will complete its pace, and the soldier will lengthen the pace by 3 inches, leaning forward a little, but without altering the cadence. This step is used when a slight increase of speed, without an alteration of cadence, is required. On the command quick march the usual pace will be resumed. 17. Stepping short. Step short. On the word short, the foot advancing will complete its pace, after which each soldier will shorten the pace by 9 inches until the command quick march is given, when the quick step will be resumed. 18. Marking time. Mark time. On the word time, the foot then advancing will complete its pace, after which the time will be continued, without advancing, by raising each foot alternately about 6 inches, keeping the feet almost parallel with the ground, the knees raised to the front, the arms steady at the sides, and the body steady. On the word forward, the pace at which the men were moving will be resumed. At the halt, the word of command will be quick, mark time. 19. Stepping back. Paces, step back march. In stepping back, soldiers must be taught to take a quick pace of 30 inches straight to the rear, preserving their shoulders square to the front and their bodies erect. In halting, the foot in front will be brought back square with the other. The step back should not exceed 4 paces. 20. Changing step. Change step. To change step in marching, the advancing foot will complete its pace, and the ball of the rear foot will be brought up to the heel of the advanced one, which will make another step forward, so that the time will not be lost, 2 successive steps being taken with the same foot. This may be required when any part of a squad, or a single soldier, is stepping with a different foot from the rest. To change step when marking time, 2 successive beats will be made with the same foot. 21. The double march. Double march. The time having been given on the drum, on the word march, the men will step off together with the left foot, doubling on the forepart of the foot, care being taken that the heels do not touch the ground. At the same time they will raise their hands as high as the waist, fists clenched, the flat part of the wrist inwards. The arms must move with freedom at the shoulder with the action of the legs and be kept close to the sides. The head must be kept erect and the shoulders square to the front. There must be no stiffness in the movement of the legs, thigh, knee, and ankle joints all working freely. The feet must be picked up cleanly from the ground at each pace, and the body inclined slightly forward. As the foot leaves the ground it should be carried straight to the front, care being taken that the heels are not raised towards the seat. Squad halt. As in S15, at the same time dropping and partly opening the hands. The recruit will be taught to mark time in double time, the hands being raised and the fists clenched as when marching in double time, but the arms kept steady. From the halt, the word of command will be double, mark time. 22. The side step. Caution right, or left, close. Right, or left, close, march. Or paces, right, or left, close march. On the word march, each man will carry his right foot 15 inches direct to the right, and instantly close his left foot to it, thus completing the pace. He will proceed to take the next pace in the same manner. Shoulders to be kept square, knees not bent, unless on rough or broken ground. The direction must be kept in a straight line to the flank. Squad halt. On the word halt, which will be given when the number of paces has not been specified, the men will complete the pace they are taking, and remain steady. Soldiers should not usually be moved to a flank by the side step more than 12 paces. 23. Turning when on the march. Right turn. 1. Turning to the right, and back into squad on the word turn, which should be given as the left foot is coming to the ground. Each soldier will turn in the named direction, and move on at once, without checking his pace. Left turn. On the word turn, which should be given as the right foot is coming to the ground, each soldier will turn again to the left, and move on without checking his pace. 2. A soldier will always turn to the right on the left foot, and to the left on the right foot. If the word turn is not given as the proper foot is coming to the ground, the soldier will move on one pace and then turn. 3. Making a half turn to the right or left. Recruits will also be practiced in making a half turn to the right or left on the words right or left incline, and then moving on, without checking their pace, in a diagonal direction, taking up fresh points, at once, to march on, and turning in the original direction on the word left or right incline. 4. Turning about. On the command about turn, recruits will also be taught to turn about, which must be done by each man on his own ground, in 3 paces, without losing the time. Having completed the turnabout, the soldier will at once move forward, the 4th pace being a full pace of 30 inches. Squad drill, in single rank. 24. Formation of the squad in single rank. At this stage of the instruction, a few recruits will be formed in single rank, each man being allowed a space of 30 inches. The accuracy of the spacing should be frequently tested by the instructor. Number. The squad will then be ordered to number from the right. Odd numbers, 2 paces forward march. When a squad in single rank is required to drill with intervals, the instructor will direct the odd numbers to take 2 paces forward. Reform single rank march. To reform single rank, the odd numbers will step back 2 paces, when the squad will correct the dressing from the right or left. 25. Dressing when halted. When soldiers are on the alignment they have to occupy, and it is necessary to correct their dressing, the command right, or left, dress will be given, on which each man will look towards the flank by which he is ordered to dress with a smart turn of the head, as described in S8. Each man will then move up or back to his place successively, commencing with the man nearest the named flank, carrying his body backward or forward with the feet, moving to his dressing with short quick steps, without bending backward or forward. His shoulders must be kept perfectly square, and the position of attention retained throughout. The instructor should invariably fix upon some object on which to dress his line. It will be found useful to accustom men to dress on an alignment oblique to any well-defined adjacent line. 26. Turnings. The recruit will next practice in single rank, judging the time, without any pause between the motions, the turnings he has been taught by numbers. 27. Marching in squad. Before a squad is ordered to march, the directing flank or man must be indicated by the caution, by the right, by the left, or by no dash. During the march, the shoulders must be kept perfectly square to the front, the body steady, eyes off the ground. Each man will preserve his position in the general alignment by an occasional glance towards the directing man. The squad will first be taught to march straight to the front, by the right, by the left, or by any man. It will then be practiced in all the varieties of step in quick time, and in marking time, after which it will be exercised in double time. The recruit will be practiced in changing the pace, without halting, from quick to double, on the command double march, and from double to quick. In breaking from double into quick time, on the command quick march, the arms will be dropped to their usual position. The instructor will ensure that the recruit on the flank, or the named number, according to the caution, selects 2 distant points to march on, and before approaching the first takes another in advance on the same line, and so on. By occasionally remaining halted in rear of the directing man, and fixing his eyes on the distant objects, the instructor can ascertain if the squad is marching in the original direction. When a soldier finds himself a little behind, or before, the other men of his squad, he must be taught to recover his place in the rank gradually, and not to rush to it. 28. The diagonal march. Plate I, Fig 1. Right incline. When the squad is on the march in line, and is required to move in a diagonal direction to the right, the command right incline will be given, upon which the men will turn half right, and move diagonally in that direction, each regulating his pace so that his own shoulders are parallel with the shoulders of the man on his right. This man's head should conceal the heads of the other men towards the right. The right-hand man will direct, and must therefore pay particular attention to the direction and pace. Left incline. When it is intended to resume the original direction, the word left incline will be given, on which every man will move forward in the original direction without checking his pace. The diagonal march. The diagonal march may, if necessary, be taught from the halt. If the diagonal march has been properly performed, the squad when halted, or after the words left incline, will be found to be in a line parallel to its original position. The diagonal march will also be practiced in double time. 29. Changing direction. Plate I, Fig 2. At the halt. Right form, or half right form. 1. From the halt on the word form, the right-hand man will make a full turn, and the remainder a partial turn in the required direction. Quick march. On the word march, all except the right-hand man will step off, and, glancing to the right, will move by the shortest line to their places on the new alignment, halt, and take up their dressing independently. 2. The squad will also practice forming at any angle. 3. When it is intended to move forward in the new direction after forming, the words at the halt will be omitted, the men will mark time when formed, and the word forward will follow. 4. On the march on the command right form, the right-hand man will turn in the required direction, and mark time, while the remainder will make a partial turn, and move by the shortest line to their places on the new alignment. As each man arrives in his place he will mark time and take up his dressing independently. As soon as the squad is formed, the command forward will be given. 5. If it is desired to form at the halt when on the march, on the command at the halt right form, the right-hand man will turn in the required direction and then halt, the remainder will act as in 1. 30. Marching as in file. Right turn. 1. From the halt soldiers, when standing as in file, must be instructed to cover each other exactly. The head of the man immediately in front of each soldier, when he is correctly covered, will conceal the heads of all the others before him. Quick march. On the word march, the whole will step off together, and will continue to step a full pace, without increasing or diminishing the distance between each other. No looking down, nor leaning back is to be allowed. The leader is to be directed to march straight forward on some distant object, the remainder of the men covering correctly during the march. Squad, halt, left turn. On the words halt, left, or right, turn, the soldiers will halt, and turn in the required direction. If the marching has been properly performed, their dressing will be found correct. Right turn. 2. On the march on the word turn, the soldier will turn to the right, and move on as in file. Left turn. On the word left, or right, turn, the soldier will turn in the required direction, and then move on in line. 31. Changing direction as in file. Right wheel. The squad, when marching as in file, will be taught to change direction. The leading man will move round a quarter of the circumference of a circle having a radius of 4 feet. The other men, in succession, will follow on his footsteps without increasing or diminishing their distances from each other or altering the time, but shortening the pace a little with the inner foot. If a squad is ordered to halt, mark time, or step short, when a part of the men only have wheeled into the new direction, the remainder should be instructed to cover off, if required, by the diagonal march, on the command, rear files cover. 32 men marching as in file forming up into squad. Plate I, Fig 3. On the right, or left, form squad. 1 forming up into squad. When the squad, marching as in file to the left or right, is ordered to form up either to the right or left, the leading man will mark time, the remainder will make a partial turn in the named direction and form upon him, marking time as they come into the alignment, and taking up their dressing. Squad forward, by the left, or right. As soon as the squad is formed, the command forward will be given. 2. If it is intended to halt at the place where the movement is commenced, the caution at the halt will be given, and the leading man will halt instead of marking time, the remainder doing the same as they reach their places, and taking up their dressing. 33. Marching with arms. Squads with arms will be practiced in the different marches, and variations of step, described in the foregoing sections. During these practices, the closest attention must be paid to the position of each individual recruit. The disengaged arm will be allowed to swing naturally, except when doubling with arms at the slope, when it will be bent as in the double march S21. When men parade with arms, they will invariably fall in at the order, each man occupying 30 inches, and stand at ease. Coming to attention, the squad, when standing easy, will stand at ease on the caution squad, and will come to attention and slope arms on the command slope arms. It will order arms from the slope, stand at ease, and stand easy, on the command stand easy. Squad drill, in 2 ranks. 34. Formation of a squad in 2 ranks. The squad will now be formed for drill in 2 ranks. The men will take their places in succession, commencing from the flank on which they are ordered to form, and each occupying a space of 30 inches. Each man of the rear rank will be placed 60 inches from the man in front of him, measuring from heel to heel, and will cover him correctly, the 2 men thus placed forming a file. The squad will be numbered from right to left. When it consists of an uneven number of men, the 3rd man from the left of the front rank will be a blank, or incomplete, file, that is, he will have no rear rank man. If the squad is required to drill with intervals, it will be numbered from the right, and will then receive the command odd numbers of the front rank 2 paces forward, even numbers of the rear rank 2 paces step back march. To reform the squad, on the command reform ranks march, the odd numbers of the front rank will step back 2 paces, and the even numbers of the rear rank step forward 2 paces. 35. Dressing. The front rank will dress as described in S25. The rear rank men will continue looking to their front, and will cover and correct their distances, as the men of the front rank take up their dressing. 36. Marching in squad, and in file. A squad in 2 ranks will be practiced in the marches and variations of step taught in single rank. Blank file. A blank file will always be with the leading rank. He will move up into his place on the words about turn at the halt, or will step out to take his place in the leading rank when the squad is turned about on the march. Covering and distance. While marching in line, the men of the rear rank must accurately preserve their covering and distance. Marching in file. Marching and changing direction in file will be practiced as laid down in S30 and S31, care being taken that the men in the rear rank dress correctly by the men of the front rank. 37. Changing ranks. When a squad turns about, the ranks are thereby changed, i.e., the former rear rank becomes the front rank, the former front rank the rear rank. The exception is when it is required to fall back for a short distance only, with a view of again turning in the original direction. The command about turn is then preceded by the caution the squad will retire. The squad will turn in the original direction on the command the squad will advance, about turn. 38. The diagonal march. The diagonal march will be practiced in 2 ranks, in the manner described in S28. In addition to the instructions there given, the men in the rear rank must be cautioned to preserve their relative positions with the men of the front rank, in order that they may cover correctly when they are halted in line. 39. Changing direction, and forming up. A squad will change direction or form up according to the instructions laid down in S29 and S32. The rear rank will not turn on the caution, but in forming will conform to the movements of the front rank. 40. The formation of fours. Play 2. Fours are the ordinary marching formation of infantry, and the greatest attention should be paid to training the recruit to keep the prescribed distance from the man in front. Order, comfort, and the reduction of fatigue depend on the maintenance of exact distance by the sections of fours. Test of marching. The test of marching in fours is the position of the men when they turn into line. If there are no gaps or irregularities in the line, and the squad occupies the same frontage as before it formed fours, the marching is good. This test should be frequently applied during the instruction of recruits, and the slightest carelessness as regards the maintenance of the exact distance should be checked at once. It must be explained to the men that odd numbers are right files, and even numbers left files. In order that the left four may always be complete, the file on the left of a squad will invariably move back, and the second file from the left always stand fast in forming fours. Form fours. 1. When in line at the halt on the word fours, the left files will take a pace of 30 inches back, and then a side pace of 30 inches so as to cover their right files, the first pace being taken with the foot furthest from the right files. In this formation the squad will stand in fours. Form 2 deep. On the word 2 deep the left files will move to their original position in line by taking a side pace of 30 inches, and a pace forward of 30 inches, or if the squad has been turned about while in fours, a side pace and a pace back. Formation of fours. 2. Forming fours to the right, or left. Form fours. As already described. Right, or left. The squad will turn as ordered. Left, or right, turn. The squad will turn as ordered, and then form 2 deep, as already described. If it is required to remain in fours, the word of command will be in fours. Left, or right, turn. A squad moving to a flank in fours, on receiving the command right, or left, turn, will turn in the required direction and form 2 deep without any further word of command. On receiving an order to incline to the right or left, the squad will remain in fours. 3. On the march a squad marching in line, or by the diagonal march, will be taught to form fours precisely as when forming from the halt, the right files marking time 2 paces whilst the left files are moving to their places. Should the word right or left incline follow, the squad will turn in the direction ordered. 4. When in file fours will be formed by the left files, moving forward or back into their position in fours, right files if on the move marking time 2 paces. 5. When moving in fours, the squad may be turned in any direction, diagonal or otherwise. 6. When moving in fours, the squad may be ordered to form 2 deep, on the command, form 2 deep, the left files will step up or fall back into their places in 2 deep formation, the right files marking time 2 paces. 7. When from line a squad is turned to the right or left in fours, if to the right the left will direct, and if to the left the right will direct without any further word of command, and each section of fours will dress by that flank. 8. A squad moving to a flank in fours by the diagonal march, will form 2 deep on being turned into line. 41. Fours changing direction, and forming squad. 1. Changing direction. A squad moving in fours, will change direction to the right, in the same manner as in file, each four wheeling successively round the same point as described in S31. If the squad be ordered to halt, or mark time, when a part of the fours only have wheeled, the remainder will be instructed to cover off, if required, by the diagonal march, on the command rear fours cover. 2. Forming squad. When a squad moving in fours is ordered to form squad either on the right or left, it will reform 2 deep, and then proceed as in S32, the men taking up their proper places as they come up to the alignment. 42. Passage of a defile. If a squad in line has to pass a defile, it will be formed into fours, or turned into file, either to a flank or inwards, and pass the defile in this formation, line being reformed as soon as the defile is passed. 43. Obstacles. When a stream, ditch, or bank is to be crossed, it will be generally found best to increase rather than diminish the front, by causing the men to gradually open out before they arrive at the obstacle. If an obstacle such as a tree or a bush has to be passed, the men concerned will drop back, clear the obstacle, and then resume their original formation. 44. Dismissing with or without arms. Dismiss. The squad will turn to the right, and after a pause, break off quietly, and leave the parade ground with sloped arms. Skirmishing. 45. General rules. 1. Skirmishing implies extended order, in which each individual acts and thinks for himself, and makes use of all his powers, mental and physical, to attain a common object. It is absolutely essential, then, that in this part of his training, the intelligence of each recruit should be developed by every possible means, and that a spirit of independent action, subject to the control and general directions of the section and squad commanders, should be sedulously encouraged. 2. Even after the soldier has acquired the habit of prompt obedience to the word of command, and of concentrating his whole attention on the work in hand, and has learned to march and shoot, he will, notwithstanding, be insufficiently trained for service unless he can use his wits as well as his physical strength, and is a skillful, active, and resourceful skirmisher. 3. Skirmishing is the all-important formation in warfare against a well-armed enemy. The instruction of the recruit in such exercises must therefore, be considered as one of the most important portions of his training, and should receive very careful attention. It should commence as soon as he is sufficiently advanced to be able to carry out movements in 2 ranks and to perform correctly the various motions required to fire the rifle, and should be continued throughout his training. 46. Course of training. The course of instruction of the recruit in skirmishing will be divided into 2 parts, I. Preliminary training. This, which should be as brief as possible, may be carried out on level ground. It will include instruction in the methods of extending and closing, advancing and retiring, wheeling and changing direction, and in the use of signals. 2. Practical skirmishing. This will take the form of simple exercises, such as advancing or retiring, and over broken ground. During this period the recruit should be individually instructed in the use of cover, the elementary lessons in the application of fire, and the practical methods of carrying out the principles learned during preliminary training. 47. Preliminary training. 1. In order that the recruit may be accustomed to use his intelligence and initiative from the commencement of his training as a skirmisher, it will be explained to him that skirmishing is a tactical exercise and not a drill, that the object of it is to teach him the practical methods of advancing and retiring, the use of cover, and the application of fire, and that mechanical precision in performing the various movements is not to be aimed at. 2. A squad of recruits with arms will be formed up under a capable instructor, who should be a skillful skirmisher. He will train the individual recruit in the method of extending, and S46, I. 3. Skirmishers will move in single rank at the trail. Correct dressing and keeping step are to be dispensed with. When halted, each man will turn towards the direction of the supposed enemy, and will either lie down or will take up such a position behind natural cover as will afford him sufficient protection, and enable him to use his rifle with effect. At preliminary training on the parade ground, recruits may stand easy instead of lying down when the squad halts. For in all skirmishing exercises the instructor will point out the position of the enemy, and he will see that the squad acts throughout with reference to that position. 5. Although words of command are given for preliminary drill purposes, it is to be distinctly understood that in skirmishing all orders, as far as is possible, are to be conveyed by signal. During the preliminary training the words of command may be used, but they are invariably to be preceded by the whistle sound, and to be accompanied by the corresponding signal, S49. The instructor will ensure that every man looks to him on the sound of the whistle. He will give neither command nor signal until they do so, as it is of great importance that in the field all should at once look to the commander on the whistle sounding. 48. Method of extending and closing, and C1. Extending from line on the command to paces. Extend, if on the move, the front rank man of the center file will continue to advance, the remaining files will turn outwards and will extend at the double, each man breaking into quick time and advancing in the original direction on reaching his position. The rear rank men will form on the left of their front rank men. Arms will be carried at the short trail until there is sufficient room to trail. If it is desired to extend to one flank, the command to the right, or left, will precede the above command, when the extension will be performed on the same principle as from the center. If the squad is halted, the extension will be carried out by the front rank man of the center or flank file lying down, whilst the remainder will turn in the required direction and extend as above in double time, each man halting and lying down as soon as he has got his extension. When on the barrack square, recruits may be permitted to stand at ease instead of lying down. Note the center file of the squad should be indicated by the instructor. 2. Extending from column of fours on the command to the right, or left, to paces. Extend, the whole will form 2 deep. If the extension is to the right, the left man of the leading file will continue to advance, the other man of the file extending, whilst the remainder will make a partial turn in the required direction, and will double into their position, breaking into quick time, and continuing the advance in the original direction as soon as they have done so. If the extension is to the right, the left man of each file will form on the left of the other man of the same file, and vice versa. If, when working with 2 squads, it is desired to extend outwards, one squad should be ordered to extend to the right and the other to the left. 3. Should it be required to form in a direction obliquely to the line of advance, the command half, or quarter, right or left, will precede the command in 1 or 2. 4. If it is desired to increase or decrease the extension, the command will be to paces. Extend, or close, when the men will extend or close on the center, unless one flank is named. 5. Skirmishers will be practiced in inclining and in changing direction. The change of direction should be carried out without checking the pace, skirmishers gaining their position at the double. 6. In all movements in extended order the center will direct unless otherwise ordered, the point on which the center man is to move should be clearly pointed out. 7. On the command, or signal, close, squads will close in quick time on their center file, which will halt, if the squad is not already halted. The men of the original rear rank forming up in rear of their original front rank men, each man halting and standing at ease as he resumes his position in line. 49. Signals and whistle blasts and war calls. 1. All movements of skirmishers will be controlled by the whistle and signal, for which purpose the following whistle blasts and signals have been adopted too. The whistle will be used, a. to draw attention to a signal about to be made, a short blast. b. to denote ceasefire, a long drawn-out blast. c. to denote rally, in wood, bush, fog, or darkness, when the signal cannot be seen, a succession of short blasts. d. to denote alarm, a succession of alternate long and short blasts. 3. On a short blast being blown on the whistle, skirmishers will turn towards their commander and will remain looking at him until he gives the executive signal. Signal. To indicate, a. Arm swung from rear to front below the shoulder, advance or forward. b. Arm circled above the head, retire. c. Hand raised in line with the shoulder, elbow bent, quick time. d. Clenched hand moved up and down between thigh and shoulder, double. e. Arm raised at full extent above the head, halt. f. Body or horse turned in the required direction and arm extended in line with the shoulder, incline. g. Circular movement of the extended arm in line with the shoulder in the required direction, wheel. h. 2 or 3 slight movements of the open hand towards the ground, lie down. I. Arm at full extent overhead and waved a few times slowly from side to side, the hand to be open and to come down as low as the hips on both sides of the body. 3. Extend. 2. K. Hand placed on the top of the head, the elbow to be square to the right or left, according to which hand is used. 4. Close. L. Arm swung from rear to front above the shoulder, reinforce. M. Weapon held up above, and as if guarding the head, enemy in sight in small numbers. N. As in, M, but weapon raised and lowered frequently, enemy in sight in large numbers. O. Weapon held up at full extent of arm, point, or muzzle, uppermost, no enemy in sight. 4. War bugle calls charge. Alarm. No other calls are to be used. For the ceasefire, the whistle only is to be used. 50. Practical skirmishing. 1. As soon as the preliminary training is completed, the practical application of the principles inculcated will be taught on broken ground. Without constant practice over undulating, wooded, hilly, mountainous, or rocky country, men can never become efficient skirmishers. 2. Skirmishers must always be on the alert for the appearance of the enemy, as well as for orders, whistle, or signal. To this end, therefore, silence and attention must be as strictly maintained as in close order, and although uniformity of action is not to be demanded, each man should move with the utmost smartness and alacrity. 3. Neither on the move nor at the halt need a regular line be preserved, nor should too much attention be paid to exact maintenance of intervals between men. 4. Frequent opportunities will be taken of impressing on the recruit that troops are formed as skirmishers in order that they may not present a favorable target to the enemy's fire, and may be enabled to take full advantage of cover. 5. Advances may be made by rushes, at the double, in quick time, or even by crawling, but the pace and method will depend on whether the skirmishing line is under cover or not, on the volume of the fire to which they are supposed to be exposed, and on the distance from the enemy. 6. Orders are to be conveyed either by signal, S49, or else passed along the line of skirmishers, S54. 51. Cover. 1. The paramount importance of concealment must be impressed on all ranks. Anyone showing himself may betray the fact that a position is occupied, or that an outflanking movement is in progress. Officers and non-commissioned officers must be careful to set an example in this respect, and see that it is followed by the men. 2. The recruit should be trained to look for a covered line of advance, and to select such halting places as will shelter him from the view and fire of the enemy. He should move as nearly as possible in a direct line forward, so as not to mask the fire of his comrades. 3. Cover to be efficient must fulfill the following conditions: I. Afford a good view of the ground to the front. If the soldier is to shoot with effect, he must never lose sight of the target. 2. Permit the free use of the rifle. 3. Give concealment to the firer. 4. Provide protection against the enemy's fire. 4. It is more advantageous to fire from the side of cover than over it, for though the exposure is in both cases practically identical, a soldier when firing over cover is more visible than when firing round it, and therefore offers a better mark for the enemy's aim. In addition, his movements when preparing to do so are more likely to catch the eye. On the other hand, better view and command of ground are obtained when firing over cover. 5. Cover gives protection in proportion to the closeness with which the soldier's body is brought to it. Bullets which just pass over the top of cover, particularly if their angle of descent is abrupt, search ground within a very few feet. 6. Whenever possible, fire should be delivered from the lowest part of the right side of any obstacle. For example, the soldier should lie down at the foot of a tree and fire to the right of it, or when behind a boulder, he should fire round the lower edge of it, and not over the top. Men must necessarily fire over a continuous wall, bank, ditch, high grass, crops, or similar features. In this case, until the rifle is brought to the firing position, only the portion of the head from the eyes upwards should be visible above the cover. 7. When teaching the use of cover, the instructor will explain that the first principle is so to adapt the position to it that the rifle can be fired with the minimum of exposure. He will then state the advantages and disadvantages of various kinds of cover, and will point out that a firer behind a rock or stone wall may be wounded by splinters, that a certain thickness of earth or brick is necessary to resist a bullet, that a tree affords only moderate protection, that an isolated tree, bush, or hedgerow should be avoided as it will probably draw fire, that even the smallest fold of ground gives cover from view and protection from fire, and c. Finally, he will, so far as cover is available, practically show how each can best be utilized. The men will observe his position both from behind and from the front, and the instructor will emphasize the danger of undue exposure. Each man will then be directed to take cover, and his actions and position criticized by the instructor from the enemy's point of view as well as from behind. 8. If a skirmisher finds that there is no cover near his line of advance, or that the cover which exists is already occupied, he must throw himself down in the open, and lie as flat as possible. 9. Skirmishers must never expose themselves on the skyline, or against a background which would show them up. They must never in any circumstances crowd together. 10. It will be found of great value during instruction to make each individual man skirmish independently over a piece of unknown ground against the rest of the squad, and to invite their criticism on his action. 11. In training skirmishers it is by no means sufficient to point out mistakes, but, in every case, the correct method of action, and the reasons for it, should be carefully and patiently explained, and the exercise repeated. 52. Blank ammunition. Blank ammunition should occasionally be used, and the enemy should be represented by either another squad, or a few men, light canvas, paper, or wooden targets, in the form of men kneeling, cavalry, a gun, and C, or a line of old helmets or cocky hats. 53. Fire effect. 1. In skirmishing, the unit of fire will usually be the section or squad. 2. The squad leader will be careful that no man who cannot see the mark fires. 3. The instructor should constantly inspect the recruits when firing from behind cover, direct them to correct their positions, and make certain that they recognize the target at which they have been ordered to aim. It will be explained to the recruits that, fire is only effective when the mark can be seen, and when it is steadily delivered. 2. It is useless to fire merely for the sake of firing, when no enemy is visible, and his position is unknown. 3. Battles are won mainly by the accurate fire of individuals at decisive range. Long-range fire should rarely be opened without special directions from a superior. In the absence of orders, however, it may be directed against large bodies, such as half a battalion in close order. 4. In crises, and against large and conspicuous targets, fire should be as rapid as is compatible with accuracy, in order that as great loss may be inflicted as possible. In ordinary circumstances fire should be slow. The The moral and material effect of concentrated fire, when every rifle is directed against one portion of the enemy's line, is far greater than when each man fires at a mark of his own selection. 6. Oblique fire, that is fire delivered at an angle to the hostile line, will give better results than frontal, because the surface exposed by the enemy will be greater. 7. Enfilade fire, that is, fire directed along the enemy's line, will be more effective than frontal, because errors in estimation of range should be of less importance, and its moral effect is greater. 8. The surest way of checking the enemy's advance, or bringing about his retirement, is to shoot down his leaders. 9. Great results may be obtained from fire delivered unexpectedly at short range, and men should always be on the watch for opportunities of this nature. X. Well concealed, a few bold men, extended at wide intervals, can, by rapid fire, deceive the enemy as to the strength of the force by which he is opposed, may delay him for a considerable time, and before withdrawing inflict serious loss. 54. Reporting and passing orders. Skirmishers should be taught to report to their leaders anything they may observe of the dispositions of their enemy, to call their attention to all signals and to the movements of other units, and to pass orders, messages, or information along the line in a clear and intelligible manner, without shouting. 55. Intervals. The intervals between skirmishers depend on the nature of the ground, and on the character of the operation, and on the volume of fire it is sought to bring to bear on the enemy. They may vary considerably, but it should be clearly recognized that overextension results in loss of control, and in diminishing the volume of fire. In close country and woods, and whenever counterattack is probable, overextension is very dangerous. It is essential, therefore, before extending, that the length of front to be occupied should be carefully considered, and the commander of a party of skirmishers must always be able to give a reason for the interval at which his men are extended. 56. Reinforcing. It is inevitable in the heat of battle that battalions, companies, sections, and even squads will become mixed up. It is of very great importance to accustom the men to such conditions, and to make them understand that if they use their intelligence and their eyes, confusion may be readily reduced to order. The squad should be practiced in reinforcing to the front. For this purpose 2 squads may be extended in 2 lines. On the word or signal reinforce, the rear squad will advance as directed by the commander, and will carry forward the leading line of skirmishers, the intervals of which it will occupy, no regard being paid to the order in which the men may place themselves. But great attention should be paid to the following: the men, whether they receive orders or not, should at once look for the nearest squad commander, and place themselves under his control. 2. Skirmishers should be ordered to reorganize when the cover is so good as to afford a favorable opportunity, and the men should always be on the lookout for such chances to rejoin their squads. 3. Troops who are being reinforced should be careful to cover the advance of the reinforcements by directing a rapid fire on the enemy's position. Squads should also be practiced in reinforcing on either flank. On the word or signal reinforce, the squad in rear will advance as directed by its commander, and prolong the leading line to the right or left. 57. Assembly after dispersal. The squad will be dispersed, and the men taught to assemble on their commander on the command assemble, forming at the double in 2 ranks in their original position on his right. 58. Inspection of skirmishers. In testing the efficiency of a section of skirmishers, officers will carefully avoid a stereotyped catechism. Question and answer in the exact words of the manual result in a mere parrot-like knowledge, of no value in the field. Skirmishers should be questioned during a series of exercises on broken ground, and their replies should either be in the form of practical illustrations, for example, occupation of cover, approach of a position, crossing a skyline, and see, or of explanations as to how they would act, or what they would report, in circumstances that might arise out of the exercise in progress. Furthermore, in attack and defense, in order to prevent the inspection becoming a repetition of operations already rehearsed, the officer will direct where the targets are to be placed, or give instructions to the men representing the enemy, and in all exercises attack, reconnaissance, retirement, or defense he will set the task for the squad to carry out. Part 2: The Training of the Company. 59 Preliminary Remarks. 1. When the recruit has been thoroughly instructed in the elements of drill and skirmishing, he will take his place in the ranks of his company. 2. The company as the school of instruction. The company, from its size and organization, is the best school of instruction in all field duties, and in it both officers and non-commissioned officers will be trained to accept responsibility, and to use initiative with judgment. It is the largest unit that can be directly controlled under fire by one man, and is the most important link in the chain of cooperation in battle. The training of the company exerts an influence on the efficiency of infantry on service which it is impossible to overrate. It is to be carried out by its own officers and non-commissioned officers, without undue interference on the part of their superiors. The battalion commander is responsible that the company commanders are thoroughly instructed, and he supervises, but should not lay down, the methods which they employ to train their companies. The company commanders, assisted by their subalterns and non-commissioned officers, are directly responsible for the efficiency of the rank and file, and their advancement in the service will depend on their success. 3. Organization of the company. A company is permanently divided into two half-companies, the right and left, each under a subaltern, when available. Each half-company is permanently divided into two sections, each under a non-commissioned officer. They will be numbered from 1 to 4. A section is permanently divided into two squads, each under a non-commissioned officer or selected private. They will be numbered from 1 to 8. This organization will be maintained both in barracks and in the field. The men will thus acquire the spirit of true comradeship, and learn to repose confidence in each other, while the non-commissioned officers will be accustomed to command, and to act when necessary on their own judgment. By such means the fighting value of the company will be fully developed, and its proper direction and command under hostile fire, when superior control becomes impossible, be maintained. 4. Duty of officer commanding a battalion. It is the duty of the commanding officer to see that all ranks are thoroughly trained in field duties, that cooperation in action is ensured, and that the self-reliance and goodwill of officers and non-commissioned officers is so carefully cultivated as to render them zealous and intelligent assistants, in peace as well as on service, and not mere passive executants of definite orders. This can only be accomplished by giving the company commanders a free hand, and ample opportunities of exercising their men. In other words, the battalion commander does not lead in the field one unit. His duty is to direct and supervise the action of 8 independent tactical units. 5. Object of company drill. The object of company drill is first, to enable the company, when it takes its place in the battalion, to carry out any movement or formation the commanding officer may prescribe, whether laid down in this manual, or improvised to meet the circumstances of the moment, without hesitation or confusion. Second, to render the company capable of independent action when detached from the battalion. Positions of commanders, etc. in a company. Positions of commanders, etc., in company column. A company fallen in for inspection by its commander. Drill. 60 General Rules. 1. The company may be formed as follows: I, in line, Plate 3, Fig. 1. 2. In company column, i.e., column of sections, Plate 4. 3. In column of half companies, Plate 3, Fig. 2. 4. In column of fours. Company column is the normal formation for a company when acting alone or at an interval from other companies. Formation into and from column of half companies is carried out in the same manner as into and from company column, the words column of half companies being substituted for company column. In line, the left squad commander of the half company on the right is the center of the company. 2. Position and duties of the leaders. I. The company commander. When the company is acting alone or at an interval from other companies, the company commander will place himself where he can best exercise supervision. In the absence of the company commander, his place will be taken by the next in rank. A similar rule will be followed within the half company, section, and squad. 2. The subalterns. When the company is in line, each half company commander will, as a rule, be 3 paces in rear of the center of his half company. Plate 3, Fig 1. When in column of half companies, he will be 3 paces in front of the center of his half company. Plate 3, Fig 2. When in column of fours, he will retain his position as in line. When in company column, he will, as a rule, be 2 paces from the center of his half company on the directing flank. Plate 4. 3. Section commanders will be 2 paces in front of the center of their sections in company column. In all other formations, they will retain the positions shown in Plate 3, Fig 1. Squad commanders will be on the flanks of their squads as shown in Plate 3, Fig 1. The drummers will be 2 paces in rear of the 1st and 7th squads respectively unless the company is acting independently. When one drummer always goes with the company commander, the pioneer will be 2 paces in rear of the 5th squad. The signalers will be 2 paces in rear of the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th squads. In fours or file, the squad commanders will be on the directing flank of the leading and rear fours or files of their section. The remaining supernumeraries will retain their places. Supernumeraries will conform to all orders given to the company as regards the carrying of their arms, with the exception that they fix bayonets only when escorting the colors, or when the men fix bayonets for attack or defense, and order arms when the men fire in close order. Squad commanders will conform to the movements of the men. No change in the command of sections or squads will take place except by the direct order of the captain. 3 changes of formation can usually be carried out. I. From the halt, halting on completion of the movement. 2. On the move, halting on completion of the movement. 3. From the halt, moving forward on completion of the movement. 4. On the move, moving forward on completion of the movement. The principle is the same in all cases, but the words of command differ slightly. When movements are to be performed as in I and 2, the command will be preceded by the caution at the halt, unless the section of formation stands fast as in section 64, I. As soon as movements as in 3 and 4 are completed, the command forward will be given. In the following detail, the cautions and commands are given only for the movements in the form in which they are generally used, but this does not preclude the use of the other forms detailed in I, 2, 3, and 4, when applicable. 4 movements will be carried out in quick time unless ordered at the double, in which case the command double march will be used instead of quick march. 5. The commander of the company gives the executive command when the whole company, or the whole company except the section of formation, is required to act. When sections act independently, they receive the executive commands from their own commanders. 6. All movements and formations in fours can also be performed in file. 7. A company should be frequently exercised in close order over hilly, wooded, and broken ground, and should be constantly turned about, in order that every man may be equally competent to act in either rank. 8. Before any movement in close order is carried out, arms will be sloped by word of command. 5. Arms will be retained at the slope until the command order arms, stand at ease, or stand easy is given. 9. Great pains must be taken to accustom the men to remedy quickly, of their own accord, any derangement in the order in which they fell in on parade. Sections will not be renumbered when a change of formation alters their relative position. 10. Squad commanders, marching on the directing flanks of half companies, or sections, must always cover each other. They are responsible that the correct distance is maintained. When the column is formed at the halt, they should take up their covering immediately the word halt is given. 11. Except at ceremonial drill, the men will take up their own dressing in all formations. 12. Unless otherwise ordered, men moving to the right in fours or file will march by the left, and when moving to the left, by the right. A company column or column of half companies will dress and march by the left unless otherwise ordered. In all other formations the flank by which men are to dress and march will be named. 13. The cautions and words of command printed in capitals are given by the company commander, those in italics by the subordinate leaders. 61. Inspection and telling off. The company will fall in by the left for inspection on its private parade ground as in Plate V. The company commander will give the order tell off by sections, when the section commanders will number off their commands from the leading section. On the command tell off by squads, the squad commanders will number off their squads consecutively from number 1, the right squad of the leading section, to number 8, the left squad of the rear section. Fix bayonets. The inspecting officer will pass down the ranks to see that the appointments, clothing, and are clean, and in good order. Unfix bayonets. For inspection. Port arms. The officer will inspect the breech action, and here and there examine a barrel by looking down it, the men acting as laid down in the rifle exercises 6s12. On the completion of the inspection the right squad commanders will close their squads onto the left squads. The company will then be proved as follows by sections number. Form 4s. Form 2 deep. The company will be turned about and proved as above. When proved, it will be again turned about. If the company is to drill in battalion it will then be marched to the battalion place of assembly. 62. The formation of fours. In forming fours, the men will move as in squad drill, S40. On the word right, or left, the subalterns and supernumeraries will turn in the required direction, and the squad commanders will place themselves on the directing flank on the leading and rear sections of fours of their sections. 63. Changing ranks. When the company turns about the ranks are thereby changed, as in squad drill, S37, but sections are not to be retold off. The commander will gain his position by moving round the outer flank. Supernumeraries will conform, passing through the ranks by the outer flanks of their sections, the squad commanders making way by placing themselves between the men of the files on their right and left. At the halt this will be done by taking a pace to the rear and a pace outwards, if on the march by checking the pace slightly and taking a pace outwards. Ranks will not be changed, when it is required to fall back for a short distance only, with a view of turning again in the original direction. In this case the order about turn will be preceded by the caution, the company will retire, and the commanders and supernumeraries retain their positions. To turn in the original direction the command will be, the company will advance, about turn. 64. A company column forming into line. 1. When it is required to increase the frontage from company column to company in line, the caution, if the column is halted, will be on the left, or right, form company, on the command remainder left, or right, incline, quick march, the leading section will stand fast, the sections in rear will move into line with the leading section in quick time, being inclined to the right, or left, and halted by their section commanders when in line with the leading section. If on the march, Unless the caution at the halt is given, the sections in rear will be ordered by the company commander to move up in double time, and will be successively ordered to incline to the right, or left, and to quick march by their section commanders on reaching their position in company. 2. A company column may form line to a flank on the company commander's command section's right, or left, form, quick march, when the men will act as in squad drill, S29, 3, this will be followed by the command forward, by the right, or left, as soon as the formation is complete. 3. A company column moving in fours may form column of fours on the right or left section. On the company commander's command right, or left, section to the front, remainder right, or left, the named section will continue to move forward, the remaining sections will to the right, or left, and, on reaching the line of advance of the leading section, will to the left, or right, and follow it in column of fours. 4. A company column moving in fours may form line facing the same direction on the command on the right, or left, form sections, followed by the command forward, by the right, or left, as soon as the formation is complete, sections acting as in squad drill, S32. 5. In forming line from company column, section commanders will take post in rear of their sections as soon as the movement is commenced, moving by the outer flank, or in rear, of their sections. 65. Marching in line. By the right, or left. Quick march. 1. On the caution by the right, or left, the commander of the right, or left, squad will select points to march on. 2. When the company is turned about, the squad commanders, on the command about turn, will turn about and take 2 paces forward, and align themselves with the leading rank. 66. A company in line forming to the right or left. Right, or left, form, quick march, forward, by the right, or left. 1. From the halt as in squad drill, S29, 3. The commander of the inner squad will act as the right, or left, hand man. 67. A company in line, or moving in fours, forming company column. Advance in company column, on the right, or left, remainder right, or left, turn quick march. 1. From company in line at the halt on the command right, or left, turn, the whole company, except the section of formation, will turn in the required direction. On the command quick march the right, or left, section will advance, the remainder will mark time 2 paces, and then lead on. When the leading file of each successive section is in rear of the center of the section in front of it, the section commander will order it to incline to the left, or right, and when its rear file, in the case of a formation on the right, or leading file, in the case of a formation on the left, is in rear of the left file of the section in front of it, he will order it to advance by the command left, or right, incline. 2. From company in line on the march. If when on the march it is desired to form company column from company in line, the command will be company column on the right, or left, remainder right, or left, turn, when the sections will act as in para. 1. When a company in line on the march is required to form company column at the halt, the caution at the halt will precede the caution in para. 2. The section on which the formation is to be made will advance 2 paces and then halt, the remaining sections will mark time 2 paces and then be led by the squad commanders nearest the section of formation into their positions in column, and will then be halted, and turn to the left or right, by order of their commanders. 3. A company in line forming company column to a flank. A company in line may move to a flank in company column, on the principles laid down in squad drill, S29, 3. The command is, sections right, or left, form, quick march, followed by forward, as soon as the formation is complete. For a company in fours forming company column, a company moving in fours may form company column in fours on the right or left of the leading section. On the command of the company commander, company column on the leading section, remainder right or left, incline, double march, the leading section will continue to advance, the remaining sections will incline to the right or left, and will double to their positions in company column, each section, as soon as its leading file is at section interval from, and in line with, the leading file of the section on its left or right, being successively ordered to left, or right incline, and quick march by its commander. The section on which the formation is made will direct, unless otherwise ordered. A company moving in fours will form forward into company column, on the company commander's order, on the right, or left, form sections, followed by the command forward. When the formation is complete, sections will act as in squad drill, S41, 2. 5. In forming company column from company in line, section commanders will take post in front of their sections as soon as the movement is commenced, moving by the outer flank, or in rear, of their sections. 68. When marching in fours or file, forming up into line. These formations will be made as described in squad drill, S41, 2, on the command on the right, or left, form company, followed by forward by the left, or right, as soon as the formation is completed. Should a company, marching to the right in fours, be ordered to form company on the right, or vice versa, thereby changing ranks, the officers and section commanders will at once gain their positions as in S63. 69. A column changing direction. A company column will change direction by successive formation of sections, round the same point on the principles laid down in squad drill, S29, 4, the caution, change direction right, or left, being given by the company commander, and the command right, or left, form forward by the left being given successively by each section commander. 70. Movements in line, or lines, of sections. This formation affords many advantages when moving through a wooded or broken country, when exposed to distant artillery fire, or preparatory to extension into a line or lines of skirmishers. The advance may be made in line of half companies or in one or more lines of sections. These bodies may move in line, in column, in fours, or in file. The intervals and distance may vary according to circumstances. The line may be formed as follows: the company commander, having assembled the half company and section commanders, will inform them of the number of lines and the relative position of their commands. He will then issue his instructions and assign an objective. The half company or section commanders will move their commands into position on the company commander's order move. Half companies or sections will then be moved off by their commanders by the shortest route, each unit as it reaches its position, halting. If two lines are to be formed, the requisite distance will be obtained by advancing the first line. This formation may also be carried out on the command line of sections at paces interval, or lines of sections on NOS. At paces interval, at paces distance. If in line, sections will move outwards to obtain the necessary interval. If in column, the even-numbered sections will move to the left and the odd-numbered sections to the right. A section of direction will be named. The subalterns will place themselves where they can best direct and superintend the movements of their half companies. Whilst advancing in this formation, half companies and sections may decrease or exceed the named intervals in order to take advantage of cover, or to avoid obstacles. But they should regain them as soon as possible, and the greatest attention should be paid to the maintenance of direction, a matter of much difficulty in close country, on mountains, and in woods. Changes of position and direction should be practiced in the above formations, the orders being conveyed by signal, S49, the unit on which the formation is made, and each unit in succession on reaching its new position will halt until the whole has conformed to the new direction, interval, or distance, when the line will continue the advance. In all formations of this character, scouts will cover the movement and protect the flanks. The company commander will either give the necessary directions, or in default of orders from him, half-company commanders will send out scouts, using their own discretion as to numbers. 71 Drill in single rank. All the movements in company drill should be practiced in single rank, and it will generally be found convenient to form 2 companies, one from each rank, or the right half company becoming number 1 company, the left number 2. It will be unnecessary to form new sections and squads. This exercise is also of great use in training the subalterns to habits of independent action, and should therefore be frequently practiced. 72 Fire action. One fire action is the aim of all maneuvers in war, and should therefore be the climax of all maneuvers in peace. For this purpose drill and fire action should be combined on all parades. Thus, after a change of position or direction, or when marching in fours, the company commander should point out some objective, moving or stationary, and order the company or any portion of it to open fire, extending if necessary. The half-company commanders may repeat the orders, but the section commanders should give the executive commands. This practice will not only give a meaning to many movements, which they would otherwise lack, but will exercise all ranks in judging distance, extending, and opening fire with rapidity. The whistle should be used to control the fire, S49. 2. The company should also be exercised in meeting sudden rushes, such as charges by cavalry, savage swordsmen, or fanatics, S85. This practice should be carried out on every description of ground, especially in woods. Warning may be given by some prearranged signal. 3. When the company is moving in line, or lines, of sections, the fire tactics best adapted to meet sudden attacks by cavalry or swordsmen, may be practiced with very great benefit to the efficiency of all ranks. The half-companies or sections should be left to their own commanders, who will move them to favorable ground, securing, if possible, a clear field of fire, adopt suitable formations, and regulate the firing. Habits of quick decision and alertness, as well as an eye for ground, will thus be cultivated. 73 When dispersed, reassembling. The commander will place the left squad commander of number 1 section with sloped arms on the left of the alignment on which he intends the company to form. The left squad commanders of the remaining sections will cover off at column distance. On the command assemble, the men will fall in on the right of these squad commanders, ordering arms, taking up their dressing and standing at ease. 74 Dismissing. The officers having been ordered to fall out, a company will be dismissed as in squad drill, S44. 75 Inspection in close order drill. 1. The inspection of the company in close order formations is carried out with a view of testing the readiness of the officers, non-commissioned officers, and squad leaders in changing from one formation to another, and adapting formations to the ground, in utilizing the fire of their commands in the most effective manner, in controlling the fire, in giving clear and concise orders, and in maintaining direction, interval, and distance. Particular attention should be directed to the following: I. The rapidity with which fire was opened, manner in which it was controlled and distributed, and the positions of the men. 2. The attention and steadiness of the men, and the precision of all movements. 3. The preservation of dressing, direction, interval, and distance, especially when in lines of sections. 4. The length of pace and cadence in quick and double time. V. The readiness with which the company forms line of half companies or sections. 6. The manner in which words of command are given. 7. the closeness with which the principles and instructions contained in this manual are followed. Skirmishing. 76 General remarks. The training of the company in skirmishing will be confined to tactical exercises on broken ground, and will be carried out in accordance with the principles laid down in 45 to 57. The commander should decide whether ground should be crossed by simultaneous rushes, by rushing man, by crawling in succession, or independently, or in quick time. Occasions may arise when a strict adherence to the directions laid down in Part I, for extending, changing direction, and C, would be undesirable. Company training should embrace a variety of rough and ready expedients, calculated to enable a fighting front to be shown with the least possible delay in any required direction. For instance, a company marching north in fours is required to suddenly extend facing northwest, or troops lying down firing are required to rapidly line a bank to their right, to forestall its occupation by an enemy, or a company advancing in extended order arrives at an impassable obstacle of limited extent, or perhaps encounters water which can only be crossed by a bridge, and the commander wishes to avoid closing and re-extending. To meet contingencies, the following methods are suggested. Other expedients should be improvised by commanders in order to educate their men to meet a particular exigency, i.e., to change direction, or to occupy a position rapidly. When in extended order, the command may be line that bank, ditch, hedge, and C. Double. When in close order, line that bank, hedge, ditch, and C. Extend. In the latter case the intervals between men are immaterial. 2. From behind an obstacle such as a bog, or pond, to occupy the ground on the far side in extended order. The new position having been pointed out to the men, the word of command may be man by man, or by files, by fours, from the right, left, or both flanks, to paces, extend, or advance, or double. The men will move off from one or both flanks, and occupy in extended order the position pointed out, the squad commander leading. This method may also be used for extending from behind cover, such as a wall, bank, and C, into the open under fire, or for crossing a bridge when under fire, or when it is desired not to attract attention. Men may also be extended in prolongation of any alignment on the above principles. 3. From behind cover, when in close order, to occupy a frontage, the flanks of which are defined by fixed points such as trees, bushes, buildings, and C. 3 points, one in the center, and one on each flank, are selected and pointed out to the center man and flank men respectively. These men move off, and when at a suitable distance the order extend is given, on which the remainder advance at the double, and, opening out like a fan, divide the distance between them. This method may be practiced without fixed points, an approximate interval right and left of the center man being indicated to the two flank men. Attack practice. 77 General rules. 1. A well-armed enemy can only be driven from a strong position by partly enveloping his front, or by overwhelming him with a heavier and more accurate fire than his own at decisive range, and eventually charging with the bayonet. To reach a decisive range under heavy fire is, however, a long and difficult operation. The advance will be covered by scouts, S-132, when these can move forward no further, they will lie still until absorbed by the first line of skirmishers, which in turn will gradually be reinforced by lines in rear as it becomes necessary to increase the volume of fire, until a strong firing line is established. Further advance can usually be effected only when the advance of one body is covered by the fire of the remainder, and when the ground is gained by a few men at a time, or by successive rushes from point to point. How these advances are to be made must be left to the intelligence of the leaders. 2. In this practice, the following rules will be observed. I. All extensions will be made, if possible, under cover, and the preliminary instructions as to scouting, direction, objective, outflanking the enemy, and C, will be given before extension. 2. The intervals, in the preliminary stages of the attack, may vary from 5 to 15 paces. These will gradually be reduced as the lines in rear reinforce the firing line. 3. Skirmishers must maintain the general direction in which their section has been ordered to advance, but they may deviate to the right and left in order to take advantage of cover, provided that they resume their intervals before crossing exposed ground, and that when halted they do not crowd so closely on one another as to interfere with the free use of the rifle. 4. In order to take advantage of a well-sheltered approach from one position to another, skirmishers may move in file, but only when ordered to do so by the section leaders. V. Exposed ground will, if the enemy's fire is heavy and accurate, be crossed by rushes at the quickest possible pace. Rushes, over open ground, should not exceed 80 or 100 yards, and should rarely reach this limit. At decisive ranges a rush should not be so long that the enemy has time for aimed fire, and can only be continued whilst the surprise lasts. If cover exists they should be made from one shelter to the next. Ground which affords slight cover may be crossed by the men running, creeping, or crawling forward by ones or twos, each, if possible, selecting a different course, and starting at different times from different points of the line. 6. Either before or during a forward movement each skirmisher should mark out for himself the new position he intends to occupy. This position should be as nearly as possible in a direct line forward, and should be such as not to mask or interfere with the fire of his comrades. 7. The fire of a widely extended line is very ineffective. Under such circumstances, therefore, fire should rarely be opened, the advance being covered by the fire of the supporting troops. 8. If the distance from cover to cover is too great to be crossed without halting, skirmishers, at the end of the first rush, will throw themselves down in the open, and lie perfectly motionless without firing, until they recover their wind. 9. In the final advance against the position, after bayonets have been fixed, the skirmishers will either advance by rushes from cover to cover, or, if possible, in a general line. X. The men of a squad, and the squads of a section, must always if possible keep together. 3. When two or more sections are advancing in a general line, and it is assumed to be no longer possible, owing to the intensity of the enemy's fire, to advance in this formation, the advance will be conducted by alternate rushes. The commander of the section indicated, without rising or exposing himself, will warn the squad of his intention to advance, and will himself lead the way. When the commander halts, the section will at once conform to his movements and reopen fire. The section behind, which has been firing in order to cover the advance of the leading squad, will now rush forward, pass beyond, or align itself with, the leading section, halt, and open fire. 4 bayonets will be fixed before the final advance from the fire position. 78 Position of the commanders. Section and squad commanders will place themselves where they can best carry out their duties. In open ground, when the line is halted, and when the enemy's fire is heavy, it is not possible for them to move about. In such circumstances the commanders must lie down, either on the flank or among the men. 79 Casualties. Officers, non-commissioned officers, and squad leaders, should frequently be ordered to fall out, and the men allowed to carry on the practice without interference, in accordance with the instructions originally issued. 80 Instructions for commanders. 1. So far as possible, all orders are to be communicated by signal. A well-trained squad, except when passing orders or reports, should work in absolute silence. 2. Commanders should not expose themselves unnecessarily. 3. Each leader who receives an order either by signal or word of command will acknowledge it by a salute with the hand. 4. Commanders must be prepared to instantly assume the duties of their immediate superiors who may be disabled. 5. Section Commander. Before the section advances, to explain clearly, so that every man may hear and understand, the objective of the maneuver about to be carried out, and how he intends to reach it. The secret of good and intelligent skirmishing lies in the clearness of the instructions the men receive. 2. To select the successive halting places of the section. 3. To determine the method of advance. 4. To see that the general direction is maintained. To prevent crowding. 6. To concentrate the fire against a particular objective, point out and describe the position of the target, give the range, and observe the fire. 7. To control the expenditure of ammunition, to see that the ammunition of men disabled is collected and distributed, and to inform the half-company commander when the ammunition is running short. 8. To show the way from cover to cover, and to do everything in his power to assist the advance of neighboring sections by directing a vigorous fire on the enemy whilst they are in movement. 9. To transmit intelligence of the enemy's movements. 6. Squad Commander. To repeat all signals, and ensure that all orders and reports are quickly and correctly passed along the line. 2. To ensure that the orders of the section leader are promptly and energetically obeyed. 3. That the general direction is maintained. 4. That the squad maintains connection with the remainder of the section. When under cover, or in the open if the enemy's fire is not heavy, to see the men place themselves in position to use their rifles effectively, that they recognize the target, and adjust their sights, and that there is no wild firing. 6. To assist the advance of neighboring squads by covering them with their fire whilst they are in movement. 81. Duty of the skirmisher. It should be impressed upon the men that combined action is always more likely to be successful than isolated efforts, because skirmishers who are fighting under the control of their leaders, and are beside their own comrades, feel much more confidence, and cooperate more effectively, than when each man advances, retires, or halts as seems best to himself. It is to be recognized, however, that when the section is extended at wide intervals, and also when it is under heavy fire, section and even squad commanders cannot always exercise direct control. Hence the men must learn to act independently and must be taught their duty, first by clear explanations, then by practice, accompanied by constant questioning, until every individual knows exactly what is expected of him when left to himself, viz. Continue fighting, and do his best to carry out his commander's intentions indicated in the original instructions. 2. Estimate the range, fire deliberately, and husband ammunition. 3. Place himself, if possible, under the orders of the oldest soldier in his neighborhood, and form one of a new squad. 4. As soon as reinforcements arrive to take the orders of the nearest officer or non-commissioned officer. 82. Defense Practice. 1. The chief points to be attended to in the occupation of a post or position are, first, that each skirmisher can command the ground over which the enemy is expected to advance, and is so placed that he can use his rifle effectively. Second, invisibility and cover from fire. Third, that natural rests are properly utilized or artificial rests provided. Fourth, that ranges have been ascertained and are known to everyone. And fifth, that all cover which the enemy could utilize is cleared away from the front and flanks. And sixth, that each man has ample ammunition. 2. The company should be practiced in changing its position, creeping or crawling under cover to do so, also in delivering counter-attacks, by some covered line of approach, against the flanks of an attacking party. The flanks of a company on the defensive must always be watched by scouts. 83. Reconnaissance practice. The squad may be practiced in forming a chain of groups of scouts to feel the way for a larger body, and in working as a patrol sent out to obtain information of the enemy or the ground. It is impossible to lay down precise rules for these most important duties. All that can be said is that the intervals would be far greater than is usual in the attack practice, and that much more latitude should be granted to the men. In reconnoitering the enemy or the ground, the men should be made to understand clearly the nature of the information required. 84. Retirements. Retirements in face of the enemy must be conducted with the greatest circumspection. In retiring under fire, skirmishers, if well in hand, may move from cover to cover at the quickest possible pace, a few men, preferably the most active, being left behind for a short time at each halt to cover the retirement of the remainder. Sections will also be taught to retire alternately, affording each other mutual support by taking up successive fire positions. A section, after delivering its fire, will retire as rapidly as possible beyond the other section, which will then open fire. If, however, the men are at all shaken, as when an attack has failed, the retirement must be in quick time, and all ranks should exert themselves to the utmost to ensure that it is carried out, notwithstanding losses, with steadiness and precision. A rapid retreat, in such conditions, is not only a fruitful source of panic, but a very great encouragement to the enemy. A steady, deliberate movement, on the other hand, carried out in silence and good order, pulls the men together and imposes respect and caution on the enemy. 85. Meeting an attack by cavalry. 1. It should be impressed upon the men that on open ground foot soldiers have little to fear from individual troopers, provided that they keep cool, and have plenty of ammunition, and that on broken ground the advantage is altogether on their side. 2 charges of cavalry against the front can usually be met by rapid fire without changing the formation. If for any particular reason, a close formation is deemed advisable, the men of the section will close upon their leader, and fix bayonets, the word of command being cavalry, close. It is to be remembered, however, that close formations may give the enemy's artillery the opportunity which his cavalry have been seeking to create. 3. An attack by cavalry in flank should be checked by the fire of the supports, but may, if necessary, be met by the section nearest the threatened flank changing direction in the quickest possible time, each man closing independently on the file nearest the point from which the cavalry is approaching, and fixing bayonets. This will be carried out on the command cavalry right, half right, left, and C. In reforming, the men will be ordered to cease fire, or unload and unfix bayonets, and the men will resume their former order, moving by the shortest line. 4. It is when ammunition is running short, when troops are retiring under a heavy fire, when the flanks of a line of skirmishers are not protected by other troops in rear, or in fog, dust, or heavy rain, that cavalry will find their opportunity. No hard and fast rules can be laid down as to the action of skirmishers in such circumstances. Everything will depend on the nerve and resourcefulness of the leaders and of the men, who should be taught that swordsmen moving at speed can inflict but little damage on men who throw themselves down on the ground as the horsemen close on them. It may be laid down, moreover, that a sound system of scouting will do much to reduce the danger of surprise, and that in a thick atmosphere, which renders the enemy's artillery useless, squads, and larger bodies also, may safely move in close order. 86. Scouting. 1. It is an invariable rule that all bodies of infantry in the field should feel the way, and at the same time protect themselves from surprise, by means of scouts, who should be pushed out several hundred yards in advance and to the flanks. In skirmishing practice, the scouts will examine all ground which might be held by the enemy, and report, usually by signal, all clear or otherwise. They will receive instructions from their commanders as to their action when they discover the enemy, and they must be careful to expose themselves as little as possible. 2. The day's work will be rendered more interesting, and the men receive useful training in scouting, if ambushes are laid, and counter-attacks delivered. 3. In every company of infantry at least one man per squad, in addition to one non-commissioned officer in each half-company, should receive a special training as scouts. 4. Scouts are to be selected for their activity, intelligence, and eyesight. They must be good shots and judges of distance, expert skirmishers, and be able to communicate by semaphore. The special training should be such as to cultivate these qualities, to develop an eye for country, and to teach what to observe and how to report it. 87 Duties of Scouts. 1. In attack. To precede the advance, reconnoitre the ground, look out for ambushes, to watch the flanks, report all obstacles to movement, ascertain the enemy's position, and observe his dispositions. 2. In defense. To observe the enemy's approach, to report his strength and the direction of his march, to watch the flanks, and to observe the enemy's movements. 3. As ground scouts. To ascertain the best ground for an advance. To look for obstacles to an advance. To find accessible routes. To find cover for an advance. 4. Reconnaissance. To act as the eyes and ears of the army, especially in mountainous and wooded country. To obtain information of the enemy's position and strength, the whereabouts of his guns, the nature of his entrenchments, and c5. In night operations to precede the advance. 6. Special purposes. For special purposes, the scouts of several companies may be combined in one body under a selected officer or officers. To keep down the fire of the enemy's scouts and snipers, to ambush them, and to drive them off. To rapidly seize points of importance. To cover retirement from difficult positions. To act on ground that is too difficult for ordinary infantry. 88 Training of Scouts. 1. The training of scouts will, as a rule, be carried out by a selected officer in each company. 2. Scouts should be able to find their way across country both by day and night. They should be able to read a map, and to work by sun and compass, by observation of landmarks, and by the direction of watersheds and streams. 3. They should be constantly practiced in transmitting information by semaphore, by written message, and by word of mouth. 4. They should be trained to cover long distances at the double, and also to climb steep hills. 5. Scouts will generally work in pairs or in groups of 4, including a non-commissioned officer or selected group leader. 6. Scouts must remember that the less they are seen or heard the better. They are not intended, except in special cases, for fighting purposes, and, as a rule, they should not fire except to defend themselves, or possibly to prevent the enemy's scouts from obtaining information. 7. Scouts must always be careful to keep touch with the troops they are covering. 89. The inspection in skirmishing. 1. The inspection will invariably take the form of a tactical exercise based on a scheme, set by the inspecting officer, in which an enemy will be represented by another unit. 2. The inspecting officer will pay particular attention to the following: I. The orders issued. 2. The suitability of the formations to the ground and to the tactical situation. 3. Fire discipline. 4. The aptitude of the men in making use of cover. V. The readiness of the half-company, section, and squad leaders in adapting formations to the ground, in occupying suitable fire positions, and in covering the advance of other half-companies, and c. By fire. 6. The accuracy and promptitude in passing orders and reports. 7. The work of the scouts. 8. The initiative shown by the subordinate leaders. 9. The acquaintance of all ranks with signals. 90 Shelter Trench Exercise. Full information on the subject of extemporized cover in the field is contained in Part I of the Manual of Military Engineering. Instruction of troops. Troops should be practiced in the use of the pick and shovel, until they can excavate without difficulty the tasks mentioned below. Men unaccustomed to digging should, if possible, be trained at first in sand or very light soil, until they are accustomed to handling the shovel. When the troops practice entrenching, the task set them should require not less than 4 hours actual work, according to the nature of the soil, MME, Section 4. It will be well to arrange for a portion of the working party with a cart to draw the tools and convey them to the site of the trenches, so that no time may be lost in beginning work. Tools 1. Each man will usually require a pick and a shovel, but it may sometimes be desirable to allot 2 men to each task, in which case the front rank man will carry the pick and the rear rank man the shovel. 2. The tools will, as a rule, be placed in heaps on the ground, picks in one heap, shovels in another. The working party, with arms slung, will pass between the heaps in single file, each man taking a pick in his left hand and a shovel in his right as he passes the heaps. Tools should be carried at the trail, point of the pick down, and the hollow of the shovel towards the thigh. 3. It is important that soldiers should be taught to handle their tools without noise. In the event of a working party turning into file, or about, the handles of the tools will before turning be brought into a vertical position by lowering the iron part of the pick, and raising the iron part of the shovel, resuming the trail when the turn is complete. When marching in file, the handles will incline outwards. 4. Extension working parties will be extended by one of the following methods. I. The party will be extended to such interval as may be required, about 12 paces in rear of the proposed trench. It will then be advanced and halted, while an officer paces along the front, halting at the limit of each man's task. 2. The party will be brought up about 3 paces in rear of one of the flanks of the proposed trench in file or single file, according as 1 or 2 men are allotted to each task. An officer will pace along the front, halting at the limit of each task, the party moving off at the same time and wheeling to the right or left, the men forming on the alignment in succession in extended order by file, or single file, as ordered. This method is especially suitable to night work. 7. 3. The right or left of each task will be marked by driving in the pick according as the extension is from the right or left. The shovel will be placed on the ground at right angles to the pick, blade to the left. Each task will be spit-locked, i.e., marked out by the pick, as soon as the directing officer has fixed the outer limit of the task. 5. The men will, without word of command, turn about and take 4 paces to their rear, ground arms, take off their accoutrements, and lie down until ordered to begin work. 6. To avoid accidents, every man must commence digging on the left of his task, and work from left to right. Filling in trenches. Trenches should never be filled in on the day on which they have been made, but a fatigue party should be sent out later for the special purpose of leveling them. Defaulters might be employed on this duty. In 1 hour a man should be expected to fill in about 40 cubic feet. Part 3. Battalion, Brigade, and Division Drill. Battalion Drill. 91 General Rules. 1. Object of battalion drill. The instruction of the soldier is brought to a conclusion in the ranks of the company. It is necessary, however, that the companies should be drilled in battalion in order that the officers commanding companies may learn to work in unison. 2. Application of company drill. Battalion movements are carried out by combination of companies, moving as described in company drill. 3. Mounted officers. The commanding officer, the second in command, and the adjutant will be mounted. When the battalion is acting independently, the commanding officer, accompanied by the adjutant, who will act as his orderly officer, will place himself where he can best exercise supervision. When the battalion is in brigade in column or quarter column, the commanding officer will be 10 paces in advance of the center of the leading company, the adjutant being 1.5 horses lengths in rear, and half a horse's length to the right of the commanding officer. In all movements the second in command will be responsible for the direction and covering. He, and the sergeant major, if no ammunition carts are present, will generally assist the commanding officer. If a third field officer be present, he should generally assist the second in command, unless detailed by the commanding officer for any other purpose. When a battalion is on the move, the second in command will place himself in a position from which he can best superintend the direction of the advance and the covering of the squad commanders on the directing flanks. 4 ranks will be changed as in company drill, S63. 5 Except where laid down, the double march is not to be used by companies during the interior movements of a battalion, unless ordered by the commanding officer. 6 If companies move into column or quarter column from both flanks, they will pass each other left arm to left arm. 7 In order to practice the battalion in brigade movements, and to give the field officers experience in handling several companies, the battalion will occasionally be divided into 2 battalions, each of 4 companies, or of 8 companies in single rank. 8 In action, in high wind, and at all times when indistinctly heard, the commanding officer should indicate his orders by signal, where possible, S49, such signals should be repeated by as many officers and non-commissioned officers as may be necessary to ensure the transmission of the order. In battalion movements, the orders given by the commanding officer are printed in capitals, those by officers commanding companies in italics. The cautions may be applied to either the right or the left flank, although only the former is referred to. 9 Where cautions and commands are given for formations to, or from, one flank only, the same rule applies when forming to, or from the other flank, which will also be practiced. 10 Fire action should be practiced as directed in S72, para. 111. The principles laid down in company drill, S60, 3, 4, and 5, apply equally to battalion drill. 12 companies will be told off again when a change of formation alters their relative position. 92 Formations. 1 The following formations will be employed in battalion drill. I. Quarter column. This is a convenient formation in which to move battalions, either singly or in brigade, when not exposed to the enemy's fire. 2. Column. This is essentially a march formation, but will be used for the purpose of forming up preparatory to closing to quarter column, or moving off in column of 4s. 3. Line, or lines, of company columns. This formation will usually be adopted by the battalion at distant artillery ranges, preparatory to extending for the attack. It allows of full control being exercised by the battalion commander, whilst at the same time enabling companies to take advantage of natural cover, and to conveniently advance over broken or intersected ground. 4. Column of 4s. This is a convenient march formation when a narrow front is necessary, such as passing a defile, and will usually be adopted when on the march. Against an enemy armed with the breech loader, close order formations in battalion and brigade are applicable only for assembly, for marches, and during the preparatory stages of the fight. 2 Attacks by savages armed with spears and swords must, however, usually be met in close order, and for this purpose, in addition to the formations mentioned in para. 1. The following will be practiced, but only by troops which are likely to be called upon to take part in such warfare. I. Line. 2. Echelon. 3. Square. 93 A battalion in quarter column. Plate 6. The companies of a battalion, after having been inspected on their private parades or in column, will form up in quarter column as shown in Plate 6. On the commanding officer's order tell off by companies, the companies will be numbered from the leading company. When the companies are numbered, the commanding officer will divide the battalion, thus number 1 to No. Right half battalion. No. To No. Left half battalion. If the number of companies is uneven, the right half battalion will be stronger by 1 company than the left. Unless otherwise ordered, a battalion in quarter column will assemble and move by the left. The machine guns, drums, and band, mules, wagons and stretcher bearers will usually be on the outer flank of the battalion, as when in column. See Plate 7. Cyclist sections, if present, will be in rear of machine guns. The second in command will be 4 paces from the center of the directing flank of the leading half battalion. If a third field officer be present, he will be 4 paces from the center of the directing flank of the rear half battalion. The position of the company commanders and sergeant major are shown in Plate 6. When ranks are changed, the second in command will gain his position by moving round in rear of the battalion. Company commanders will move in rear of their companies. Company officers and section commanders and supernumeraries will act as in S63. A battalion in quarter column. 94 movements in quarter column. The battalion will advance. Quick march. 1 On the word march, the whole will step off together. The squad commander on the directing flank of the leading company, i.e., on the left unless otherwise ordered, selecting points to march on. Right incline. 2 The whole will act as in squad drill, S28. On the command left incline, the battalion will resume its original direction. Form 4's right, No. Will direct. 3 A flank company will be ordered to direct, the remainder being led by the leading squad commanders on the flank nearer the company of direction. The second in command will post himself on the flank of the directing company in line with the leading section of 4s. 95 A quarter column wheeling. Change direction right. Right wheel. 1 On the command right wheel, the battalion, excepting the leading company, will make a partial turn to the outer flank. The front rank of the leading company will glance towards the inner flank on which they will wheel, the second in command superintending on the inner flank and the adjutant regulating the pace on the outer flank. The outer flank will direct, but when companies are of unequal strength they will retain the same relative positions they held before the wheel. Each man will move round on the circumference of a circle of which the inner squad commander of the leading company is the center. The adjutant in regulating the pace must watch the squad commander of the outer flank of the rear company, who will continue to march at a full pace throughout the wheel, and on whose movement the march of every man in the quarter column should be made to depend. When the battalion has circled round to the required angle, the command forward will be given. This may be preceded by mark time should all the companies not be in their correct positions. 2 A quarter column moving in 4s will wheel as in 1, the leading 4s of each company wheeling in the same manner as the leading company in 1, the sections of 4s in rear making a partial turn outwards and following round after the leading 4s, the leading squad commanders changing to the inner flank if not there already. 96 A battalion at the halt opening to column from quarter column. Advance in column. 1 On the caution advance in column, the leading company will be moved off by its commander, who will give the command by the left, quick march. The other companies will follow in succession at company distance by order of their commanders, and will conform to the movements of the leading company. Unless otherwise ordered, column will move and dress by the left. When halted in column, the second in command will be 4 paces from the center of the directing flank of the leading half battalion. A third field officer, if present, will be 4 paces from the center of the directing flank of the rear half battalion. The position of the company officers and section commanders will be as when in company. The machine guns, drums, and band, and C, will be on the outer flank. See Plate 7. A battalion in column. 2. A battalion in column will move either in fours or by the diagonal march, on the same principles and on the same words of command as from quarter column. S94. 97. A battalion in column on the march closing to quarter column. At the halt, quarter column. 1. The leading company will be at once halted by its commander. The remaining companies will continue to advance, and will be successively halted by their commanders on reaching their position in quarter column. Quarter column. Remainder double march. 2. Should it be necessary to form quarter column on the march, on the battalion commander's order remainder double march, the whole will break into double time, except the leading company, which will continue to advance in quick time. The commanders of the companies in rear will order them to break into quick time as soon as they have reached their position in quarter column. 3. Should it be necessary to form quarter column from the halt, the command in 1 will be followed by the words, remainder, quick march. When the leading company will stand fast, the remainder will act on the same principle as in 1. 4. Quarter column will usually be formed on the leading company. 98. A battalion in column or quarter column advancing in fours, or vice versa. In succession advance in fours from the right of companies. 1 column of fours from column on the march. This caution will be given when a column is required to defile, on which the leading company commander will give the command form fours, right, left wheel, each company forming successively on reaching the same point. If companies are to advance in fours simultaneously, the battalion commander will give the command form fours, right, companies, left wheel. 2 column from column of fours on the march. If the column is to be reformed immediately on clearing the defile, the caution will be in succession on the left form companies, on which the company commanders will act as in S68, each company successively forming into column. Column may also be formed when the whole has cleared the defile, on the battalion commander's order on the left form companies, forward, companies acting as in S68. 3 column of fours from quarter column from the halt. The battalion commander will give the caution in succession advance in fours from the right of companies, on which the commander of the leading company will give the command form fours, right, left wheel, quick march, each company in rear being moved off in a similar manner as soon as its front is clear. If on the march the quarter column must be halted before defiling. 4 quarter column from column of fours on the march. Quarter column will be formed from column of fours by first forming column as in 2, and then forming quarter column as in S97, 2. 5 column or quarter column from column of fours on the march. A battalion moving in fours may form quarter column or column on the leading company facing at right angles to the line of advance, on the caution at the halt, facing right, column or quarter column, on the leading company, on which the leading company will be at once halted and turned to its right by its commander, the remaining companies forming in rear of it. Note when in column of fours on the march, drums and band will be 20 paces in front of the leading company, mules will follow in rear of the companies to which they are attached, machine guns, stretcher bearers, carts and wagons will be in rear of the battalion, the whole in the above order. Cyclist section, if present, will precede the machine guns. The second in command will usually be in rear of the battalion. The adjutant will accompany the commanding officer, who will be between the band and the leading company. The sergeant major will be in front of the leading company. 99. A battalion in column changing direction. Change direction right. On the battalion commander's caution, each company commander will successively form his company round the same point by giving the command right form followed by forward, by the left, as soon as the formation of his company is complete. S66. 100 movements in line, or lines, of company columns from column or quarter column. 1. These are of very great importance, as particularly applicable to the vicinity of the battlefield, and should therefore be practiced on broken ground. They enable full advantage to be taken of cover afforded by folds in the ground, and admit of rapid extension into lines of skirmishers. 2, 1, 2, or 3 lines may be formed, at varying distances and intervals, with a different number of companies in each, if desired. 3. The battalion forms a line, or lines, of company columns, preparatory to advancing to the attack, or when exposed to distant artillery fire. The precision of such movements will depend almost entirely on the clearness and completeness of the explanations and orders given by the commanding officer. The commanding officer will usually assemble the company commanders, and will inform them of the number of lines to be formed, and the relative positions of their companies. He will then issue his instructions and assign an objective. Companies will be moved into their positions on the battalion commander's order move. This formation may also be carried out on the command line of company columns at paces interval, or lines of company columns on NOS. At paces interval, at paces distance. In the case of one line, the right companies will move to the right and the left companies to the left of the leading company. In the case of 2 or more lines, companies will similarly move to the right or left of the named company in front of them. Distances will usually be obtained by advancing the leading line or lines. In moving into position, company column will be formed on the march as soon as space is available. S67, 4. 4. A company of direction will be named, and an objective pointed out on which the line, or lines, will march. 5. Changes of direction during such movements should be practiced, and fire should be opened on some named object. 6. Attention must be paid to the maintenance of direction, interval, and distance, and there must be no increase or decrease of the original frontage assigned to the battalion. In broken ground, companies may deviate to one flank or the other to avoid obstacles or to take advantage of cover, and they may change their formations in order to adapt them to the ground, but they must resume their intervals as soon as the ground permits. 7. The duties of the second in command during these movements will be assigned by the commanding officer. 8. The machine guns, band, ammunition carts, and will follow in rear of the battalion, unless they receive other orders. 9. The battalion should also be constantly practiced in various formations of a similar nature to those described in this section, cautions being extemporized for the purpose. 10. In all formations of this character, scouts will cover the movement and protect the flanks. 101. When dispersed, reassembling. Each company will be assembled by its commander, and will then be moved into any formation ordered by the commanding officer. This should be frequently practiced. On the signal to close, a company on which the battalion is to be formed will be indicated by the commander. Each company commander will then assemble his company and move it into its position. 102. Inspection of a battalion. A. In close order. 1. A regular battalion will be inspected in some of the movements prescribed for savage warfare, particular attention being paid to fire discipline when in close order. The inspection of a regular battalion in close order formations will be more searching than for a battalion of auxiliary forces. A few movements in lines of columns, preparatory to a tactical exercise, will be a sufficient test of the drill of one of these latter battalions. 2. In close order movements, particular attention should be directed to the following: I. The attention and steadiness of the men. 2. The precision of all movements. 3. The preservation of direction, distance, and interval during the march, especially when in lines of columns. 4. The readiness of a battalion in forming lines of columns. B. In attack and defense. 3. The inspection will invariably take the form of a tactical scheme, set by the inspecting officer and given out on the ground, in which the enemy will be represented by another battalion or part of a battalion, or by a company or section with flags. 4. The inspecting officer will pay particular attention to the following: I. The orders of the battalion commander. 2. The cooperation of the companies. 3. The initiative and readiness of the company leaders. 4. The suitability of the formations adopted by the company leaders. V. The precautions taken against counterattack. 6. The measures for delivering a counterattack. 7. The employment of covering fire, and the compliance with the principle of mutual support. 8. The rallying of the companies after an assault. Brigade and division drill. 103 General rules. 1. Movements in brigade and division are practiced in order to accustom the battalions to assemble rapidly and without confusion, and to train them to march in mass, without losing distance or interval. 2. The brigade or division commander may give his orders verbally, but on service and at maneuvers orders may be written, and the object of every important movement or formation should invariably be explained to the battalion commanders, and, in case of a division, to the brigadiers. 3. Instructions given by the commander of a parade will be passed by commanding and mounted officers, who are responsible that they are distinctly conveyed to, and understood by, the next unit. On receiving their instructions, commanding officers will give all necessary orders and be prepared to march off their battalions together on the signal or order of the brigadier. The cautions and commands given by commanding officers will be as in battalion drill. When the progress of an order is interrupted, commanding officers will conform, as quickly as possible, to the movement they see in execution. 4. Intervals and distances of 30 paces between battalions and brigades, and 60 between divisions, will be preserved in all formations, unless otherwise ordered. 5. A battalion will always be named to direct, the remaining battalions preserving their intervals from that battalion. 6. In brigade and division drill, battalions will be in quarter column unless otherwise ordered. 7. In all interior movements of a brigade, battalions will move to their places by the shortest lines, moving, when possible, by the diagonal march. 8. Division drill. The principles laid down for brigade drill are equally applicable to division drill. 104. A brigade wheeling from mass into line of battalions and vice versa. A brigade can be wheeled into line of battalions from mass and vice versa, by the battalions wheeling as in battalion drill. 95. The above movements may be performed either at the halt or on the move. 105. A mass deploying into line of battalions and vice versa. The battalion which is the point of formation stands fast. The remaining battalions will be moved by their commanding officers by the shortest line to the spot where their inner flank will rest, this spot being marked by the second in command. If the deployment is in an oblique direction, the battalion of formation will be formed on the required alignment by its commanding officer, in accordance with the instructions of the brigadier. The deployment will then be carried out as already described. Mass will be formed from line of battalions in a similar manner. In forming mass on a central battalion, the battalions on the right and left will pass into mass left arm to left arm. A line of battalions changing position. A line of battalions will change position on a flank battalion as follows: the battalion of formation will be wheeled into the required alignment, the others forming on it, the seconds in command marking the spots where the inner flanks will rest. 106. Marching in line of battalions either in column or quarter column. When a brigade marches in line of battalions, a battalion of direction will be named. The remaining battalions will march by their inner flanks, the seconds in command riding on the flank next to the regulating battalion, and notifying to the commanding officers whether interval is being correctly kept or not. Signals should be agreed on for this purpose, the commanding officer should watch for them, and direct the movement of the battalion accordingly. When it is necessary to advance in echelon of battalions, intervals will be preserved on the principles described in 117. Formations applicable to savage warfare. 107 General rules. 1. The following formations, i.e., line, echelon, and square, are suitable against attacks of ill-armed savages. They will occasionally be practiced, but only by troops likely to take part in such warfare. 2. The battalion forms or deploys into line, echelon, or square in order to come into action, and these movements must therefore be executed as rapidly as is compatible with steadiness. The main object is to develop a broad front of fire, and enable every man to use his rifle with effect. 3. When a movement is to be executed as rapidly as possible, the commanding officer will order it to be performed at the double. 4. The combination of fire tactics and drill movements is of the greatest importance in savage warfare, and should be constantly practiced. The fire unit will usually be the section. 5. Company commanders will employ whatever description of fire the circumstances may require. 108. A battalion in line. 1. Arrangement of companies. Each company will be in line, as in company drill. The captains will be 3 paces in front of the center of their companies, when firing, 3 paces in rear. 2. Correction of intervals. After forming into line, the intervals will be corrected by the company commanders. The right center company, or in deployment the first formed company, of the battalion should remain unmoved. 3. A battalion in line moves and dresses by the center unless otherwise ordered. 4. The battalion in line will be formed up on the same principle as in Plate 9 ceremonial, with the exception that the second in command will be 6 paces in rear of the center of the battalion, and the adjutant will accompany the commanding officer. 5. In deployments into line, or in changing position, the second in command will mark the inner flank, and the adjutant the outer flank of the battalion. In deployments outwards, the second in command will mark the left, and the adjutant the right flank of the battalion. 109. A quarter column or column deploying into line. Deployments will be made on the leading company of a battalion. Deploy to the left. Remainder, form fours, left, quick march. 1. To a flank, the company of formation will stand fast. The remaining companies will form fours and move by the shortest line to the spot where their inner flank will rest. Each will then move parallel to the alignment, and when opposite to its place in line will be halted and turned to the right. 2. To both flanks, the deployment will be made on the principle above described. The command will be deploy outwards, 1 company, or 2, or more companies, to the right, remainder form fours, outwards. Quick march. The company or companies, next in succession from the front, will move to the named flank. 3. In an oblique direction on the battalion commander's caution, quarter, half or 3/4, right preceding the caution in 1 or 2, the company of formation will be formed on the required alignment by its commander in accordance with the instructions of the commanding officer. The deployment will then be carried out as already described. 4. On the march, a battalion may be ordered to deploy while advancing towards an intended alignment, on the command as in 1, 2, or 3, the leading company being halted and, if necessary, formed in the required direction by its commander when the remainder have formed fours and turned towards their position in line. A battalion moving in column or quarter column to a flank in fours may deploy in the direction towards which it is moving. On the caution, facing right, deploy, the company on the right will be halted by its commander and turned to its right. The remaining companies will continue to move forward and will deploy into line as in 1. This movement may also be performed in an oblique direction as in 3. 5. To ensure the alignment being kept clear, companies will be formed or halted 4 paces in rear of it. 110. Marching in line. The battalion will advance. Quick march. 1. On the caution, the battalion will advance, the second in command will select points for the left squad commander of the right center company to march on. The remaining companies will march by their inner flanks. Battalion halt. 2. Marching with changed ranks. The second in command, on the words about turn, will pass through the ranks in order to superintend the direction, the files opposite him making way by covering the files on their right and left, after turning about. 111. Align changing position, from the halt, on a flank company. Change position, quarter or half, right. Remainder, form fours, right, quick march. On the caution, number 1 company will be formed in the required direction as described in S66, and the remainder will receive the command form 4s, and C, on which each company will move direct on the outer flank of the company formed before it. Each company will be ordered by its commander to form up at the halt into the new alignment. 112. A battalion in line forming column or quarter column. Column or quarter column on no. Remainder, form 4s, right, or left, or inwards, quick march. 1. All formations of columns from line will be made in rear of the named company on the command column or quarter column on no. Remainder, form 4s, right, or left, or inwards, quick march. The company of formation will stand fast, the remainder will move by the shortest line to their positions. As each company arrives in its place in column, or quarter column, its commander will give the word, halt. Right, or left, turn. S91, 6. 2. If it is desired to form at an angle to the alignment, the caution quarter, or half or 3/4, right will precede the caution in 1, on which the company will be formed in the required direction by order of its commander, the remainder then receiving the executive command to form 4s and turn in the required direction. 3. If it is desired to form by the right, the words by the right should follow the words column or quarter column. 113. Align passing obstacles, or moving over broken ground. A line will pass obstacles by the commander of the company encountering the obstacle forming his company into company column or column of 4s. In broken ground, or in line movements of any length, the whole battalion may break into 4s. The command will be form 4s, right, company's left will direct. The squad commanders, if not already there, will change to that flank of the 4s which is nearer the company of direction. The second in command will lead the battalion on the directing flank of company of direction. A line may be reformed on the command on the left, form companies, forward, when companies will act as in S68. 114. A line forming column to the right or left. 1 companies, right form, quick march, forward. Each company will form as in S66. A column forming into line to the right or left. 2 companies, left form, quick march, forward. Each company will form as in S66. 3. The movements in 1 and May 2nd also be performed at the halt. 115. A line advancing in column. Advance in column, on the right. Remainder, form 4s, right, quick march. 1. Advancing in column. This movement will be performed on a flank company, the named company will advance. The remainder will form 4s and step off, and each in succession, as soon as its leading 4 is in rear of the center of the preceding company, will be ordered by its commander to incline to the left, and will again be ordered to incline to the left when in column. 2. This movement may be executed on the march, the words advance in being omitted. 116. A quarter column on the march forming line to a flank. At the halt, line to the right. The commander of the rear company will at once form his company at the halt in the required direction as in S66. Each of the other commanders will form his company into line in like manner as it gains its proper interval. 117 echelon movements, from line, column, or quarter column. In certain circumstances it may be desirable to advance or retire in echelon from any named company or companies. The commanding officer will give instructions as to the number of companies to be formed in echelon, and the distance or distances to be preserved between them, and on his caution advance, or about turn, advance, in echelon at paces distance from the right, or no, or NOS. The named company or companies will advance by order of their commanders, and the remainder, if necessary, will be moved into their places by the shortest route, and will march by the inner flank. A battalion in column or quarter column suddenly threatened will be required to develop a maximum fire with the least possible delay. This will be accomplished by forming echelon. On the command echelon to the right, remainder form 4's right, double march, the leading company will stand fast, the remainder will move in echelon direct to a flank, being halted and turned to the front by their commander on reaching their position. Echelon may also be formed outwards on the command echelon outwards, remainder form 4's outwards, double march, left or even numbered companies forming to the left, and right or odd numbered companies forming to the right, the leading company standing fast. Echelon may be formed on a center company on the command echelon from no. Companies in front to the right, companies in rear to the left, form 4's outwards, double march. Line or column will be reformed on the same principles, the caution being line on no, or column or quarter column on no, on which the named company, if in movement, will be halted. 118 Meeting an attack by cavalry or swordsmen. When a battalion in line is threatened by cavalry or swordsmen in force, it may sometimes be desirable to dress back the threatened flank and to dress up the unmenaced flank, the battalion commander giving the order back, no. Up, no. 119 Formation of squares. 1. In savage warfare, it may often be necessary to form a square too deep. This can be formed from line on the two center companies, the companies further to the flanks forming the side faces, and the flank companies the rear face, all, except the companies nearest the two center companies, moving into position by force. On the caution on the two center companies form square, the commanders of the two center companies will take post for firing. NOS 3 and 6 will turn about, and at the halt right and left form at the double, and turn about by order of their commanders. The remaining companies, by order of their commanders, will form 4's inwards, and the commanders of the two center companies will order their companies to fix bayonets. NOS 2, 7 will then be moved at the double to the points where their flanks will rest in square, on the left or right form up at the halt, turn about. NOS 1 and 8 will halt and turn to the left and right respectively to form the rear face. The company officers and supernumeraries who are outside will pass into the square. Each company as it reaches its position will be ordered to fix bayonets. The company commanders will give orders as to firing, subject to directions from the commanding officer. If there are an odd number of companies, that next to the right flank company should double inside the square, form column of half companies, and fix bayonets. Line may be reformed by reversing the above movements. On the command reform line, the company commanders will give the order to unfix bayonets, and form or march their companies onto the original alignment at the double, NOS 3 and 6 receiving the word left and right form respectively, the remainder forming 4's. 2 square will be formed from column as follows on the word form square, the leading company, if on the march will be halted, and bayonets will be fixed. The remainder will be moved at the double by order of their commanders, and those which are to form the side faces will be formed successively to the right and left, the last company forming the rear face. Each company as it reaches its position will be ordered to fix bayonets. If there is an uneven number of companies in the battalion, the rear company but one will form company column on the march, halt inside the square and fix bayonets. Column will be reformed by reversing the above movements. On the caution form column, bayonets will be unfixed, and the companies forming the side faces will be turned about by their commanders. The company in rear will then step off at the double by word of its commander, while the commander of the next company will give the word right form, double march. The remaining companies will move off in succession. If the number of companies be uneven, the rear company but one, which will turn about with the side faces, will follow the rear company and reform company on the march. The second in command will mark the point where the flank of the last company of the column will rest, and when the company reaches this point, its commander will order it to halt and turn about. The remaining companies will be halted and turned about at company distance from the company preceding. 3. A square may be moved in any direction, the commanding officer indicating the direction in which the square is to move. On the command the square will advance slope arms, side faces, form fours inwards. The officer or officers commanding the company, or companies, facing in the opposite direction, will turn it, or them, about. The flank to direct should be named before the order quick march is given. On the command battalion halt, the side faces will turn outwards and the company or companies which are to form the rear face will turn about. Brigade drill. 120 deployments. Lines of battalions in quarter column or in column, at any interval, will deploy into line, each battalion in succession following the procedure in S-109, and commencing its deployment on reaching a point 30 paces from the mounted officer on the outer flank of the battalion next to it in line. If a brigade in mass is to deploy into line, the leading battalion will deploy at once, the remaining battalions will move by the shortest lines to the points where their inner flanks are to rest in the line, and will then deploy in the usual manner. 121 Marching in line. When a brigade is required to march in line, each battalion will march by its center. A mounted officer of each battalion, not directing, will ride on the inner flank to ensure that the correct interval is maintained. 122 A brigade in line advancing in columns, or quarter columns. Line of columns or of quarter columns will be formed as in S-112. 123 A brigade forming square. For the protection of a convoy, or wounded men, it may be necessary to form brigade square. The angles of a square are its weak points, in order, therefore, to obtain the greatest amount of resistance to resolute savages, the flanks of battalions should not meet at an angle. The square may move in any direction on the same principles as a battalion square. Part 4. Infantry in attack and defense. 124 General principles. 1. It is impossible to lay down a fixed and unvarying system of attack or defense. Although such system might appear capable of modification to meet different conditions, yet constant practice in a stereotyped formation inevitably leads to want of elasticity, accustoms all ranks to work by rule rather than by the exercise of their wits, and cramps both initiative and intelligence. In peace exercises, where blank cartridges take the place of bullets, the inherent and paralysing defects of a normal system may easily escape notice. In war they betray themselves in waste of life and failure. It is therefore strictly forbidden either to formulate or to practice a normal form of either attack or defense. To the training of the troops in movements before the enemy, general principles and broad rules alone are applicable, and the practical knowledge of these principles and rules can only be instilled by intelligent instruction and constantly diversified exercises on broken ground. 2. In no two military operations is the situation exactly the same. The character of the ground, the extent of the cooperation of the other arms, the strength and moral of the opposing forces, their physical condition, and the objects they wish to achieve must always differ. 3. The attitude originally assumed by either, or both, of the opposing forces, may be reversed during an engagement. A vigorous counterattack by an army offering battle in a defensive position may throw the adversary on the defensive, or an assailant may fight a delaying or retaining action in one part of the field, while in another part his action may be essentially offensive, but these and other variations in a combat resolve themselves in every case into attack and defense. 4. Since the conditions of modern warfare render decentralization of command in action an absolute necessity, no good results are to be expected unless the subordinate leaders have been trained to use their intelligence, and unless they have been given ample opportunities of acting on their own judgment in attack and defense, and have constantly, in peace practices, been called upon to consider the necessity of departing from their original orders. Nor can the results be good if commanding officers fail to realize the very limited extent to which they are able to exert their powers of command under fire, and if, in peace, they attempt to exercise a personal control which would be impossible in action. They should be most careful, therefore, to act in peace practices exactly as they would in war, and abstain from all interference which would be impracticable under fire. 5. During the combat, as at all other times, the commander of every body of troops is responsible for the local protection of his command against surprise. 6. Ample information, both before and during an engagement, is so exceedingly important that methodical and complete arrangements should be made to obtain it. Nothing should be left to chance. All available means should be employed. In every command some simple method of collecting and transmitting reports should be established and the system should have been practiced beforehand. 125. Position and duties of leaders in action. 1. The difficulties of command are much increased by the fact that the leader can no longer personally control and direct all ranks by word of mouth, and that even under long-range fire the mounted officers must often dismount. 2. During the fight, the commander of a considerable body of infantry can only influence the course of the action by the employment of his reserve. Nevertheless, the influence of the commander, if exerted in the proper manner, viz., by means of clear, comprehensive, and concise orders, framed after careful reconnaissance, made known to all the subordinate leaders, and providing for the combined and simultaneous action of his whole force, will be very great. 3. The commander's position will, as a rule, be selected so that he can obtain an extensive view. It should be sufficiently central to facilitate the receipt of reports and the issue of orders. The subordinate leaders will take post where they can best exercise supervision over their commands, watch the enemy, and receive and transmit orders. 4. Keeping in view the paramount importance of decentralization of command, it is essential that superior officers, including battalion commanders, should never trespass on the proper sphere of action of their subordinates. Personal example has undoubtedly an extraordinary influence, especially under heavy fire, and there are times when every other consideration must be sacrificed to leading or steadying the troops. But any attempt to exercise personal control over all portions of the force must inevitably lead to the neglect of other duties, such as feeding the firing line at the right place and time, protecting the flanks, meeting counterattacks, reporting to, or communicating with, the superior commander, and maintaining connection with adjoining units. Moreover, all unnecessary changes of position by an officer commanding any considerable body of troops are to be deprecated, as interfering with the timely reception and transmission of reports and orders. 5. No great success can be expected in war, nor is it possible to develop the powers of judgment in peace, unless each leader is allowed ample latitude in choosing the means that he considers best adapted for dealing with tactical situations. It is only when his methods are manifestly wrong that there should be interference, and it is always to be remembered, in peace practice, that while negligence, forgetfulness, and disobedience call for the severest censure, errors of judgment should be treated differently. It is through mistakes, pointed out and explained by competent authority, that future error is avoided and a capacity for correct and rapid decision is developed. On the other hand, independence which neglects the object indicated in the orders of the superior, disregards the importance of cooperation, and imperils, without reason, the unity of command, must be firmly repressed. 126 Fire action. 1. The attainment of superiority of fire is a necessary preliminary to the achievement of decisive success. Fire superiority may be obtained, other factors being equal, by superiority of numbers, better leadership, more perfect armament, greater accuracy of fire, better use of cover, surprise. Troops should, as a general principle, seek to secure superiority of fire by accuracy rather than rapidity, but as rapid fire can produce great results in a short space of time, circumstances will often occur which will justify the large expenditure of ammunition which its employment demands. 2. An intelligent distribution of fire is of the first importance. For example, concentration of fire is of great value, and when there is a choice of targets, preference should be given to that which, at the moment, is of the greatest tactical importance. The great ranging power of the rifle will also frequently afford opportunities of concentrating fire from a wide frontage onto important localities, and of directing an effective oblique or enfilade fire against portions of the enemy's line. Even when the enemy is invisible, he may be subjected to considerable loss by directing fire so as to sweep the ground of which he is known to be in possession. 3. The longer the range, the greater will be the volume of fire necessary to produce effect, and the more important will be an accurate knowledge of the distance. 4. Economy of ammunition should be effected not by limiting fire when needed, but by judiciously timing its use, and by reserving it altogether if no advantage is to be gained. Pauses in fire are necessary both for the purpose of maintaining control, and for the regulation of expenditure of ammunition. Moreover, sudden bursts of fire will produce greater results than slow continuous fire. 5. The control of fire is in the hands of the company commanders and their subordinates. To the company commander, as a general rule, must be left the choice of the moment of opening fire, but to the half company, section and squad leaders, who will be in the firing line, must be left the choice of targets. They should always bear in mind, however, that if an exceptionally favorable target presents itself, fire should at once be opened, notwithstanding the fact that no orders have been received. The only exception to this rule is when orders have been given that fire is to be withheld until the enemy comes within a certain range. 127 Fire discipline. Fire discipline means strict attention to the signals and orders of the commander, combined with intelligent observation of the enemy. It ensures the careful adjustment of the sight, deliberate aim, economy of ammunition, and prompt cessation of fire when the target disappears, or the leader sounds his whistle. It requires of the men endurance of the enemy's fire, even when no reply is possible, and, when superior control no longer exists, a cool and intelligent use of the rifle. 128 Ranges. Terms applied to ranges. Rifle. Field art. Heavy batteries. Yards. 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 Distant 2,800 to 2,000, 6,000 to 4,500, 10,000 to 6,000. Long 2,000 to 1,400, 4,500 to 3,500, 6,000 to 4,000. Effective 1,400 to 600, 3,500 to 2,000, 4,000 to 2,500. Decisive 600 and under, 2,000 and under, 2,500 and under. The extreme width of the area of ground struck by the bullets of an effective shrapnel is about 25 yards. The limit of the forward effect of shrapnel at effective range on level ground is about 300 yards. The radius of the explosion of a high explosive shell is about 25 yards. The attack. Nature of an offensive action. The normal type of an offensive battle is a methodical progression from point to point, each successive capture weakening the enemy's hold on his main position, and paving the way for a further advance, and each successive advance being deliberately prepared and systematically carried out. 129 Distribution of infantry in the attack. 1 Infantry, whether in the holding or in the main attack, is formed into 3 bodies, distributed in depth, the first to develop the attack. This portion will be divided into scouts and firing line, portions of which may be kept back as supports until required. The second to reinforce, and, if possible, to complete the attack. This portion will consist of reserves in the hands of battalion, brigade, and other commanders. The third to be employed, if necessary, in completing an attack, to confirm a success, or meet an unforeseen emergency. This portion is termed the General Reserve, and remains at the disposal of the commander of the whole force. 2. The General Reserve should only in very special circumstances fall short of a quarter of the body to which it belongs. On the other hand, the leading body of infantry should be as small as possible, and, exclusive of the supports, should seldom exceed a quarter of the whole. 130 Preliminary measures. 1. While the commander, under cover of the advanced guard, is reconnoitering the position, the infantry of the main body will receive orders from him to occupy a position of assembly, i.e., a position out of range, and if possible, out of sight, and will assume a preparatory formation. 2. As a general rule, a portion of the force will be told off to hold the enemy, another portion to deliver the decisive attack, and sometimes a third portion to distract the enemy's attention by feints. 3. It is generally essential that attacks should be delivered against front and flank simultaneously. The moral effect of a flank attack is so great that the main effort will usually be made against the flank. 4. It is advisable that the arrangements for the flank attack should be made as soon as the enemy's position has been reconnoitred, and the force detailed for the operation moved off to a position of assembly whence it can move directly on the objective. Surprise is so important an element in outflanking attacks, that every advantage should be taken of the ground to conceal the movement to this position of assembly even if the march be somewhat lengthened. The scouts should be instructed to be more than usually careful to keep out of sight. 5. The orders for the attack will usually be issued when the troops are in the position of assembly, more rarely when they are in column of route. In both cases the procedure will be the same. The subordinate commanders will be called up and receive their instructions, and the force told off into 3 distinct bodies, as laid down in S. 129. 6. The modern conditions which obtain on the battlefield tend to prolong the duration of an action, and it may be several days before either side can gain a substantial advantage over its adversary. In such cases arrangements will have to be made for strengthening localities gained, sending up ammunition, food, and water to the firing line, and for replacing exhausted troops during the night. 131 Issue of orders. 1. Before assuming formation for attack, every commander will carefully explain to his subordinates what their particular task is. The officer commanding will draw attention to any positions or peculiarities of ground he intends to turn to account during the advance, indicate the arrangements to be made for a covering fire, and prescribe, when necessary, which portion of the force is to direct. He will point out any ground which might favor counterattack. 2. Verbal explanations should, if possible, be given when the enemy's position first comes within view, and the commanders of all ranks given an opportunity of being shown their objectives, of scrutinizing the ground, and explaining the situation to their subordinates. 3. When the objectives cannot be seen from the spot where the troops receive their orders, or where, from the character of the intervening country, the objectives cannot be clearly seen through the advance, or when detours to avoid impassable ground have to be made, the direction of the attack should be distinctly stated by reference to a map when possible, and the compass bearing of it given. Staff officers, or others acquainted with the ground, may also be employed to guide the columns. For further instructions on this subject, see Combined Training, S115. 5. It is important that a complete system of signaling between all parts of an attacking force, in addition to other methods of communication, should be arranged. S124, 6. 132 Duties of the several bodies. 1. Scouts, firing line and supports. The duties of the scouts are detailed in S87. When scouts can advance no farther, they will lie still until absorbed by the advancing firing line. The duties of the firing line are to gain ground to the front, and, if checked by a superior fire, to hold on until reinforced. The supports reinforce the firing line as soon as the latter can make no further progress. It is undesirable that all the supports should be thrown into the firing line simultaneously. It will very often happen that only certain portions of the firing line are hard-pressed or unable to advance, whilst during the advance to decisive range a crowd of men in the firing line is always to be avoided. On the other hand, in certain conditions, especially on very open ground, to hold back at the outset portions of the force allotted to the firing line may result in their not being able to go forward at all when required to reinforce, or in serious losses when doing so. 2. The reserves provide the reinforcements required to bring the firing line up to its maximum density of 1 rifle per yard, and to maintain it at such until a superiority of fire over the defense has been gained. A portion of the reserves should be held in hand, if possible, to furnish the further reinforcements and impetus necessary to deliver the assault. S137. The reserves will also cover the advance of the firing line by long-range fire, wherever the ground will admit of it. When opportunity occurs, they bring an outflanking fire on the enemy's position, they protect the flanks against counterattack, and, in addition, may be called on to supply a fresh firing line after a successful assault, should the enemy take up a second position. 3. The general reserves. This force, which is under the direct control of the commander of the whole force, is to be employed to meet eventualities. It should be prepared to meet counterattacks, and in the case of success to march rapidly to the front to take up the pursuit. In the case of a reverse, the general reserves may serve as a rallying point, but before deciding to hold back such portion of his force for this purpose, the commander must consider whether he cannot achieve success by employing the whole of his available force in breaking down the defense. A commander can only exercise a direct influence on his command so long as he retains at his disposal a portion of his force with which to meet the varying contingencies of an engagement. If he keeps in his own hands a strong reserve, he will have it in his power to take instant advantage of any mistake the enemy may commit, to restore the battle should the leading troops meet with a serious check, to meet a counterattack, or, in case of need, to provide the additional strength required to drive the attack home. 133 Infantry formations with regard to fire. 1. Beyond distant ranges, formations in lines of columns are generally convenient for infantry about to attack. At long ranges, infantry in large deep columns offer a better target to hostile fire than when in line. But troops in lines of small columns are less vulnerable than when in line, as they are able to take more advantage of the ground. At effective ranges, troops in any formation except lines of skirmishers will suffer heavy losses. At decisive ranges, the extended line must be considerably reinforced in order to bring an effective fire to bear against the defense, for no advance can be made within this zone until the enemy's fire is greatly shaken. 2. It may be concluded, then, that infantry attacking a well-armed enemy across open ground will, in the initial stages of the attack, be in lines of company columns, which, as effective ranges are approached, will give way to lines of skirmishers widely extended, and that as decisive ranges are approached and it becomes necessary to break down the enemy's fire, to enable any further advance to be made without undue loss, the firing line will have to be reinforced until eventually, in order to obtain the maximum fire effect and thus establish a superiority of fire, it contains as many men as can use their rifles effectively. 134 Fire. 1. As a general principle, troops should, if possible, not be launched to the decisive attack unless their movements can be covered by the fire action of other bodies specially told off for this purpose, and posted in such a position that they can watch the progress of the attack. The fire of such bodies will necessarily be delivered at long range. The firing line, however, should endeavor before opening fire to advance as close to the enemy's position as possible, consistent with not suffering undue losses. The actual distance at which fire should be opened must depend on the effect of the enemy's fire. Minor losses may be accepted, but sooner or later, according as the ground is favorable or unfavorable, the severity of the enemy's fire will render a reply imperative. 2. To enable the attack to be prosecuted, it is clear that from this moment the hostile fire must be met by fire of greater power, its intensity and duration being dependent on the effect produced. Moreover, from this point forward movement will, as a rule, be contingent on the mutual fire support afforded to one another by neighboring bodies, and on the effects produced by the covering fire brought to bear on the enemy's line whenever the ground admits of such action, by supports, reserves, and the troops specially told off for this purpose. Covering fire should be delivered so as to strike the enemy, disturb his aim, and compel him to seek shelter when the assailant is exposed or in difficulties. In such circumstances, intensity of fire is of the first importance, but fire should be reserved when the assailant's progress is satisfactory, or when he is under cover. 3. It has been stated that the assailant in a decisive attack should, except in the case of troops detailed for covering fire, reserve his fire for those ranges at which fire action is likely to be most effective, but in certain circumstances it may be advantageous to commence firing at long range. For example, by troops engaged in a flank attack, in order to secure the advantages of enfilade fire. 2. When a favorable target presents itself. 3. In a holding, or demonstrative action, to prevent the enemy from changing his position, or to deceive him as to the true objective. 4. To concentrate a powerful fire from an extended frontage on an important locality in the hostile position. V. To oblige the enemy to expose his dispositions. 6. In pursuit. 7. In siege warfare, to harass the enemy. 4. Long-range fire requires a large expenditure of ammunition, and it is necessary, if it is to produce a corresponding effect, and if waste of cartridges is to be avoided, that it should be carefully controlled and concentrated, and that the distance should be accurately ascertained, or if this is not possible, that a considerable depth of ground should be evenly swept by fire by the use of combined sights. 135 Cooperation between artillery and infantry in the attack. 1. Both in attack and defense, the most intimate cooperation between the artillery and infantry must be aimed at, if the latter are to derive the full advantage of the support of the former. In the preliminary stages of the attack, the advance of the infantry will draw the fire of the defense and thus find a target for the artillery, whilst the fire of the latter, combined with that of other covering bodies, will enable the firing line to approach in extended order towards the enemy's position without undue loss. 2. In the subsequent fire action, the artillery and infantry must cooperate in shaking the fire of the defense so as to admit of the further advances of the firing line, which should take advantage of the slackening of the fire of the defense, caused by the fire of the quick-firing artillery covering the advance, to push in closer to the enemy's position. 3. At the crisis of the engagement, preparatory to the assault, the artillery and infantry must combine to bring the heaviest possible fire to bear against the point or points against which it is proposed to drive home the attack, in order that a superiority of fire over the defense may be rapidly established, and at no other time is the close cooperation so important, if the full effect of the two arms is to be obtained. 136. The decisive attack. The procedure of the troops engaged in the decisive attack is governed by the following principles. 1. Success largely depends on the close and intelligent cooperation of all parts of the force engaged, and the attacks delivered by different portions of the force should as a rule be simultaneous. For this purpose communication between them must be carefully maintained. 2. The main object of the attack is to attain a superiority of fire by establishing the strongest possible firing line, on good fire positions within decisive range of each objective, preparatory, if necessary, to capturing it by an assault. Whether the objective be the defender's main position, or an advanced position, the attack will be conducted on the same principle. 3. To reach decisive range with as little loss as possible, the advance, which will be covered by the fire of the artillery and reserves, should be rapid and energetic, and be made in successive lines of skirmishers widely extended and preceded by scouts. The firing line should avoid opening fire until either the defenders, or their position, can be clearly distinguished, if the results are to justify the delay and expenditure of ammunition entailed. When once this point is reached, the first line of skirmishers should be reinforced in order that the fire may be effective. S 134, 2. The further advance will now be a matter of the greatest difficulty, for the reinforced firing line will offer a considerable target to the defenders, and that at decisive range, it will only be possible to approach closer to the enemy when the movement of one portion of the firing line is supported by the fire of the remainder, but whether the advance to the next fire positions is to be made by alternate rushes of complete portions of the firing line, or by pushing forward a few extended men, as from a fresh starting point, covered by the fire of the rest, and gradually reinforcing them, thus building up a fresh firing line, must depend on varying circumstances such as the nature of the ground and the volume of the enemy's fire, and the choice of method must therefore be left to subordinate commanders, who alone will possess any control at this stage of the fight. 4. On open ground and at effective ranges, long lines of men rising simultaneously, and making even short rushes forward, will generally suffer heavier losses than small bodies suddenly moving forward, as the latter surprise the enemy, and thus for a time avoid his aimed fire. The rush should be continued only as long as the surprise lasts. The closer the ranges, the shorter should be the rushes. 5. It is by no means necessary that the firing line should be everywhere of the same density. It is from covered positions that fire is most effective, and it is at these points, therefore, that force should be concentrated. 6. The firing line, which will be continually strengthened by successive reinforcements, will thus fight its way forward until the immediate objective is enveloped, or partially enveloped, at the closest range by a strong firing line, which, in combination with the artillery, will bring as powerful a fire as possible to bear against the defense, in order to rapidly establish a superiority of fire preparatory to the assault. 7. Positions affording cover in advance of the enemy's main position, which may be seized or occupied, should, if necessary, be put in a state of defense. Here the troops will reform and a further advance made by repeating the process of attack against the next objective, as from a fresh starting point. 137. The assault. As soon as it becomes evident that superiority of fire has been attained, which is generally made known by movements to the rear along the enemy's line, or by the decreasing accuracy and volume of his fire, the troops detailed to drive home the attack will close in on the firing line, and carry it forward to the assault. The signal for this decisive movement should, as a rule, come from the senior officers present, and be sounded on the bugle. But the method of advance must be left to the company officers, for at such short range it is not possible to transmit the necessary orders all along the line. During the delivery of the assault on the enemy's position, the men will cheer, bugles be sounded, and the pipes played. If the assault is successful, the attacking troops should pursue the enemy with their fire and reform for a further advance. 138 Rallying and redistribution. After each successful assault, the task of rallying the men, and of forming a defensive line until the advance can be resumed, will generally fall to the subordinate leaders. This will be much facilitated if there are bodies in rear, well in hand, which can be sent forward to carry on the attack, and, as may sometimes be possible, rush the enemy's second position before he has recovered from the loss of the first. All important points one should be at once placed in a state of defense, with a view to serving as supporting points for a fresh advance, S 136, 7, and combined training, S 122. 139 Holding attacks. 1. In order to prevent the enemy from reinforcing that portion of his line against which it is intended to drive home the decisive attack, other portions of his line, and particularly that portion near which his reserves are believed to be, must be threatened or held by a display of force. In order to mislead the enemy as to the direction of the main attack, and to prevent him, when the crisis of the fight approaches, from thinning those portions of the line which are only threatened, and meeting the decisive attack with nearly his whole strength, the troops engaged in the holding attack must act with vigor when the attack develops, and be prepared to convert their demonstration into a real attack as soon as the right moment arrives. 2. These troops must therefore be in sufficient strength to enable them to advance against the enemy's position with a good chance of success. As a rule, it will be advisable in the preliminary stages of the action to extend the firing line at wide intervals, to keep the reinforcing lines well back, and, owing to the danger of a counter-attack, not to permit the firing line, unless the ground is peculiarly favorable, to advance within decisive range, S 145, 2. Sudden outbursts of heavy fire at different points, and the use of machine guns, will give effect to demonstrations. 140 Feints. Feints are in their nature much like holding attacks, but are usually carried out by small forces which have little offensive power. The feint should not be made prematurely, otherwise its true character will become apparent to the enemy too soon. The endeavor of the commander of a party told off to feint will be to divert the enemy's attention from the locality whence the decisive attack will be launched. He should be allowed great independence in action. 141 Flank attacks. Troops told off to outflank the enemy will generally act on identically the same lines as those detailed to assail the front, for, as a rule, flank attacks are locally frontal attacks. The very fact that he is being attacked simultaneously from two different directions, that his line of retreat is threatened, and that a part of his force is exposed to enfilade fire, must have a most serious effect on the enemy's moral, and consequently on the accuracy of his aim, and the promptitude of his maneuvers, whilst the new front will probably not be so strong naturally as the main front. The flank of a position should, therefore, be the object of particular attention. If the force detailed for an outflanking movement actually succeeds in placing itself in prolongation of the enemy's line, before he can change position, or while he is in the act of changing position, a surprise will have been effected, and if the opportunity is utilized with due vigor, an immediate and overwhelming success should be the result. 142 Surprises. If the enemy is surprised, it is of the utmost importance to reach decisive range as rapidly as possible, and to increase the demoralization which the surprise will have already produced by pressing forward to close quarters with the greatest energy. In such conditions, the deliberate advance from cover to cover, and the gradual building up, by means of successive reinforcements, of a powerful firing line, should be discarded, and the firing line be strong from the very first. Nevertheless, it will still be necessary to retain a portion of the attacking force in reserve to meet counter-attacks and unforeseen contingencies. 143 Local flanking fire. The incidents of a battle and the nature of the ground constantly offer opportunities, even to troops engaged in a frontal attack, for bringing an enfilade or oblique fire to bear upon part of the enemy's line, thus facilitating the advance of other portions of the attacking force, or even causing the evacuation of some important post. Commanders of all ranks, therefore, however small the parties they command, must always be on the lookout for such opportunities of lightening the task of their comrades. 144 Formations. 1. The preparatory formation of infantry is line, or lines, of battalions in lines of company columns at varying intervals and distances. 2. After leaving the position of assembly, formations will be regulated by commanders in conformity with the rules laid down in S. 133. 3. The firing line will, except in the preparatory stages of the attack, be in skirmishing order, though in the final stages of the attack, preparatory to the assault, the men may be as close to one another as will admit of them using their rifles effectively. In open ground the bodies in rear will also be in skirmishing order, but during a protracted fight, when the firing line is making slow progress, officers commanding bodies in rear of the firing line should utilize all cover, closing them sufficiently to enable them to execute any maneuver that may be ordered without confusion or delay. 4. In wooded or close country, or when there is no chance of coming under unexpected fire, the bodies in rear of the firing line may move in lines of company columns. 5. These bodies should move in as compact a formation as the nature of the ground allows, but the importance of a rapid extension to the front should always be held in view. Battalions or companies echelon to the rear in order to protect a flank should adopt a formation which will enable them to change direction in order to meet cavalry or counter-attack with the utmost rapidity. 145 Frontage. 1. The frontage occupied in attacking, having regard to the fact that the position should be enveloped, must as a rule be greater than that of the defense. It is unnecessary, however, that the attacking force should be in equal strength along the whole front. Those portions of the position against which the main attack is not directed should be engaged by a holding attack, and the flank which is not to be seriously attacked may be observed or merely threatened by a feint. Troops engaged in holding attacks and feints should try to deceive the enemy as to their real strength. They may occupy, therefore, a comparatively wider front than the troops detailed for the decisive attack. 2. Troops engaged in a decisive attack must follow a different procedure. The object is to establish the strongest possible firing line at decisive range from the position, S 153, 1. Against a weak enemy, however, or an enemy holding an exposed position, or when the advance is covered by a very superior artillery fire, the frontage allotted to a battalion may be greater than under normal conditions. But it is always to be borne in mind that troops extended at very wide intervals are peculiarly susceptible to counter-attack, and that their attack is certain to lose in vigor and resolution. 3. In the case of a company, or small force, attacking independently, the men need not be so close as in the case of larger forces. 146 Distances. 1. The distances between the several bodies in which troops are distributed for attack depend upon the nature of the ground, and the weapons of the enemy, and they must be fixed by the officers in immediate command. 2. The scouts should be sufficiently far in advance of, and on the exposed flanks of, the firing line, to protect it from surprise. In close or undulating country it will be necessary to provide for connecting links in order that there may be no danger of touch with the advanced scouts being lost, and of reports, verbal or by signal, failing to reach the commanders of the firing line. In wooded country the distance may be decreased. 3. In close country, and in wood fighting, the distances between the several bodies into which an attacking force is divided should seldom exceed 200 yards. In open ground greater distances are necessary, except against a badly armed enemy. 4. The distance of the general reserve should be usually greater than that between the other bodies in order that it may not be prematurely drawn into the fight. 5. The general rule is that the troops in rear should be brought closer to the firing line, the nearer the moment for the assault approaches. 147 Intervals. An arbitrary rule as regards intervals is undesirable. Each portion of the force engaged will generally be told off to attack a particular section of the enemy's line, and the frontage to be occupied by each left to the discretion of their commanding officers. It is essential that there should be a clear understanding as to responsibility for searching, and, if necessary, clearing, all dangerous ground which lies between units. This should be notified in the orders for attack. 148 Direction and pace. 1. Each unit should be given a point to move on. Nevertheless, in moving through woods, or over ground so close that it is impracticable to fix a point to march upon, a unit of direction, which should march by compass bearing, or by some well-defined landmark, such as a road or stream, is the only means of avoiding confusion and delay. S 131, 3. 2. A change in the direction of the line of march is effected by giving a fresh point or points to move on. 3. When once a firing line has been formed, a change of direction under fire will be effected either as described in S48, or by forming a new firing line in the required direction from the troops in rear, the old firing line being withdrawn. 4. Undue rapidity tends to exhaust the men, and thus impair the accuracy of their fire. During the earlier stages of the attack, the ordinary pace should, therefore, be maintained. 5. When the defender's fire begins to tell seriously, the advance must be continued according to circumstances as laid down in S 136, 3. 149 Machine guns. 1. The effective use of a machine gun depends on the promptitude of its commander in utilizing opportunities which are, as a rule, very brief. 2. Machine guns form an integral part of the battalion to which they belong, and will, as a rule, be employed under the orders of its commander. This should not, however, prevent general officers commanding brigades from detaching machine guns from their battalions, especially in the case of reserve battalions, and employing them either massed or in groups should the tactical situation so demand. It must be remembered, however, that when massed their position will be more easily discovered, and they will form a large and vulnerable target for the enemy's fire. 3. Machine guns may be employed with advantage in the attack in the following conditions: I. To cover the advance of the firing line by engaging the enemy from positions in close support of it. The gun should generally be regarded as a long-range weapon, and in ordinary open ground it would rarely be advisable to push it into the firing line, where it would offer a conspicuous target to the fire of the enemy, but in a broken or enclosed country, where the gun could be brought up under cover, occasions may arise where it could be usefully employed in a forward position. When the ground is favorable, the gun would with advantage accompany that portion of the reserves told off to cover the advance of the remainder by long-range fire. 2. To bring a concentrated fire on any particular spot. 3. To assist in repelling counter-attacks to which the firing line may suddenly become exposed, and in the protection of the flanks against cavalry or counter-attack. 4. To bring fire to bear upon an enemy from a position on a flank of the battalion. The gun would, when so placed, be less liable to draw the fire of the enemy upon the infantry which it is supporting. V. To give effect to holding attacks by sudden outbursts of fire. 6. To establish possession of points gained. 4. The machine gun commander must be fully acquainted with the orders given to the infantry he is acting with and with all subsequent orders issued. It is his business to watch his infantry, and conform to their movements and keep touch generally. He should be allowed great liberty of action. 5. A special care must be exercised to bring the gun into action without exposing it, and to screen it when in action. Machine guns should generally be used singly, though occasions may occur when it may be advisable to use them in pairs. The company in attack. 150 General Rules. 1. In executing an attack independently, the company commander will employ his 4 sections in accordance with the principles laid down in the preceding pages. He will see that his advance is protected by scouts, and after as thorough a reconnaissance as his means permit, he will carefully explain to the subordinate leaders and men the object to be attained and the plan of action, and will make certain that all understand what is expected of them. He will tell off the company into firing line and support, arrange, if possible, for outflanking the enemy, keep a small reserve in his own hand, and act generally in the same manner as the commander of a considerable force. 2. In executing an attack in conjunction with the remainder of the battalion, the company commander must explain to his subordinates and men the orders he has received, and the method in which he intends to carry them out. During the advance he should place himself where he can best watch the firing line and the enemy, and at the same time issue orders to his support. His duties in action are as follows. I. He will detach scouts to the front, and if necessary to the flanks, to cover his advance. 2. He will be careful to cooperate with the companies on his flanks, to cover their advance by fire, and to maintain the direction. 3. He will keep the battalion commander acquainted with any change in the dispositions of the enemy, and pass on any useful information received from the scouts. 4. He is responsible that his supply of ammunition is complete, and will make the necessary arrangements to bring up a further supply. He will also ensure that the ammunition of disabled men is collected and distributed. V. He will exercise a general control over the fire of his company. 6. He will, if opportunity offers, lend aid to other companies by enfilading, or firing obliquely on, a portion of the enemy's line. 7. He will lead his company in the assault. 8. If the assault succeeds, he will lose no time in rallying and reforming his company, in replenishing ammunition, and if necessary securing the position against counter-attack by means of entrenchments. 3. When 2 or more officers are present with a company, one will always be with the firing line. 4. Half-company commanders in the firing line will place themselves where they can best supervise the skirmishers. Their duties in action are as follows. I. They must be constantly on the lookout for the signals of the company commander, and of the scouts. 2. They must maintain the direction. 3. They will see that fire is not wasted, and that it is concentrated on important targets. 4. They will observe the enemy's movements, and report at once to the company commander. V. If the assault succeeds, they will lose no time in rallying and reforming their half-companies. 6. During the advance they will take all leaderless men of other companies and corps under their command, and keep them until the action is over, or the force reforms. 5. The frontage occupied by a company acting independently depends on the nature of the operation. There may be a considerable gap between the frontal and the flank attacks, and a portion of the company, extended at wide intervals, may be told off merely to hold the enemy, while the remainder, at closer intervals, make the decisive attack. The rule that a strong firing line should be established in a good fire position at a decisive range must always be observed by the portion of the company which is told off for the decisive attack, and although the men need not be so close as in the case of larger forces, still, to dislodge an enemy of nearly equal strength, the firing line, at decisive range, should not be weaker than one rifle to every 2 or 3 yards of front. 6. When the company is acting in concert with the remainder of the battalion, its frontage, as a rule, will be assigned by the battalion commander. 7. The company commander must always be guided by circumstances in deciding on the strength of his firing line, and on the formation of the remainder. The general procedure will be to gradually reinforce the scouts, when they are checked by the enemy's fire, and thus build up a firing line, which, at decisive range, shall be strong enough to gain superiority over the enemy's fire. This procedure is, however, by no means to be regarded as invariable. It might be desirable, for instance, to deploy the whole company at once in the firing line. S 153, 3. This may sometimes be advisable on open ground without cover, when less loss would be incurred than by gradually reinforcing a weaker firing line. 8. In order that tactical unity may be maintained as long as possible, it will usually be advisable that complete squads or sections be extended on the first advance, further reinforcements being furnished by the other squads of the same sections, or other sections of the same half company. The battalion in attack. 151 General Rules. 1. The battalion commander is practically in the same position as the commander of a brigade, with the exception that he has under him 8 small units instead of 4 large units. 2. Nevertheless, so limited are his powers of personal control upon the field of battle, that success, as a rule, will depend on the clearness and comprehensiveness of the order which commits his companies to the attack, as well as on the manner in which he has trained his company leaders. It is of importance, therefore, that the battalion should never be hurried into action, but that time should be taken for a survey of the ground, for the issue of orders, and for the instructions to be given by the company leaders to their subordinates and the men. 3. A battalion, whether acting alone or forming part of a larger force engaged in an attack, will be subdivided into 3 bodies, viz., firing line, supports and reserves, on the same principle as laid down in S 129. The firing line, which in the first instance will not exceed a quarter of the whole battalion, will usually be furnished by the same companies as the supports, whilst the reserves will be supplied by the remainder, and be under the direct control of the battalion commander. When the battalion forms part of a larger force, the commander will employ his reserves in strengthening such portions of his firing line as most require reinforcement, the whole battalion, as a rule, being eventually absorbed into the firing line. 4. When the battalion is acting independently, the commanding officer will act on the same principles as the commander of a larger force. He will detail certain companies for the flank attack, and others if necessary, for a holding attack, or for a feint. He will make arrangements from the companies of the reserve for the protection of the flanks against counter-attack, and if the ground permits, for covering the advance by long-range fire. He will retain a portion of his battalion as a general reserve at his own disposal, and select a portion of the enemy's line against which the decisive attack will be pressed home. He will assign a portion of the objective to each company that forms part of the firing line, but it should seldom be necessary for him, if his company leaders are well trained, to indicate the formation to be adopted. 5. The battalion, on reaching the zone of distant fire, will form lines of company columns, preceded, and, if necessary, flanked by scouts. 6. It is impossible to lay down any rule as to the number of companies in the firing line. But it is always advisable, when the battalion first forms for attack, whether it is acting alone or with others, to put in no more than are actually required at the moment, the remainder being kept well in hand, but in such formations as will enable them to take advantage of cover, and avoid unnecessary loss. Before the enemy's exact position is ascertained, the advance must be cautious and deliberate, and it is dangerous in such circumstances to place several companies alongside one another on a broad frontage. 152 Orders. The orders issued to a battalion will differ in degree but not in principle from those given to a larger force, S 131, as a rule they will be issued verbally, but in any case they should be personally explained by the commanding officer when the position comes into view. 153 Distribution of the companies in the decisive attack. 1. In order to establish a strong firing line within decisive range of the enemy's position, it is desirable that, making allowance for losses, there should be, at the commencement of the attack, at least 125 rifles to every 100 yards of front, exclusive of that portion of the reserves which will furnish the final reinforcement necessary to deliver the assault. These 125 men are disposed in several bodies, the bodies in rear, i.e., the supports and reserves, supplying the successive reinforcements which gradually build up the firing line to its maximum strength. 2. Whether these 125 rifles are furnished by 2 or more companies must be determined by the commanding officer. 3. To extend whole companies in the firing line at the outset, the supports being formed from other companies, is a proceeding which can seldom be justified, leading as it must to a premature admixture of tactical units, and to the surrender, at an unnecessarily early period, of the control of the firing line. The rule that all reinforcements should be furnished as long as possible by the same unit should never be infringed. 4. When the battalion is acting in concert with other units, the frontage assigned to it, if the attack is intended to be decisive, must be in proportion to its strength. 5. Battalions should be constantly exercised in forming for the attack from a position of assembly, the frontage being always varied, and a different number of companies told off to the firing line and the reserve. It is only by practice that a commanding officer can acquire the facility of recognizing at once how many companies should be extended in firing line, and how many allotted to the reserve. 154 The firing line and supports. The formation of the firing line and supports, and the distance of the latter from the firing line, will be determined by the company commanders. There is no necessity that these should be the same in every company so long as the general principles laid down for the attack are intelligently applied. 155 The reserve. 1. Next to the conception of a sound plan of attack, and the issue of clear and comprehensive orders to the company commanders, the most important duty of the officer commanding a battalion is the handling of his reserve. It is by means of the reserve that he makes his influence felt in action, and by reinforcing the firing line at the right time and at the right place keeps the attack moving and eventually attains the superiority of fire. But judicious feeding of the firing line is not all that is required. Not only must its flanks be protected, and its advance covered by long-range fire, but if the enemy is well trained, counter-attack is always to be apprehended, and what is also dangerous, a sudden reinforcement of the defense, when the struggle for fire superiority is at its height, may take place. It should be the aim, then, of the officer commanding, so to husband his reserve, that while prosecuting the attack with vigor by means of timely reinforcements, he may still have a sufficient force at his disposal to meet emergencies. From first to last, therefore, he should retain at least a portion of the reserve in his own hand, for even a half company may be of the greatest service in repelling a sudden counter-attack, or in forming a rallying point if the attack is repulsed. 2. If heavy losses are to be expected before a strong firing line can be established within decisive range of the enemy's position, the reserve should be stronger than the firing line and supports. If, on the other hand, the opposition is weak, or decisive range can be reached under cover, the reserve may be of the same strength as the firing line and supports. It is to be observed, however, that the firing line and supports here alluded to are those engaged in the decisive attack, companies engaged in a holding attack, or in a feigned or false attack, are not to be counted when calculating the strength of the reserve. 3. It may be advisable to divide the reserve into two distinct bodies, one following the flank attack, the other the frontal attack. 4. When the flanks, or flank, of the battalion are exposed, a portion of the reserve will be told off as a protection against counter-attack and for extended patrolling. 5. On open ground, in order to avoid unnecessary loss, the reserve must advance in several lines of skirmishers. In close country, the reserve should move in as compact a formation as the ground will permit, due regard being paid to the protection of the flanks. 6. The initial formation of the companies in reserve will be decided by the officer commanding, and will depend altogether upon the ground. Wide intervals are not so essential as for the firing line and supports, and on ground which is little exposed to fire, company columns, or columns of fours may be resorted to with advantage. It will seldom be necessary, however, that the formation of each successive line should be identical, and, during the advance, the formation of each company will be altered, in order to take advantage of cover or to avoid shot-swept spaces, at the discretion of its own commander. 156. Holding attack. The holding attack will be carried out by a battalion in accordance with the principles already laid down, the frontage being larger, and the reserve smaller than in a decisive attack, S 139. 157. Instruction. It is always advisable, in instructing a battalion, to hand over the entire control of the companies in firing line or reserve, with the exception of the portion retained at the disposal of the officer commanding, to their own leaders, and to give each of the latter a free hand in carrying out the task assigned to him. Such a method, with inexperienced company officers, may at first lead to mistakes and misunderstandings, but as soon as these officers gain confidence, become accustomed to working in concert, and understand what is required of them, energetic combination will take the place of hesitation and bewilderment, and the officer commanding will find himself supported by a body of zealous and self-reliant assistants, capable of executing his intentions without depending on continual instructions. Moreover, the practice of carrying out an attack by the cooperation of several independent units is the only method possible in a hotly contested action. It must be made clear whether the battalion is supposed to be acting alone or in conjunction with other troops. The brigade in attack. 158. General rules. 1. The rules for the battalion in attack apply in all respects to the brigade, and even to larger forces of infantry, with the exception that in the position of assembly the brigade or division will usually be drawn up in line, or lines, of battalions in quarter column or lines of company columns, and will advance as far as the zone of distant fire in this formation. The commander assigns to the battalion leaders their respective tasks, leaving them perfect freedom as to the manner of execution, and the way in which they form their commands. 2. The frontage of the brigade will depend on the situation, as also the strength of the brigade reserve. The latter should always consist of a complete unit or units, of which a small portion may be kept back at the crisis of the attack to form a rallying point in case of reverse, S 132, 3. 3. The orders issued by the brigadier will be in the same form as those issued by the officer commanding a larger force, S 131. 4. The brigadier will be accompanied by signalers, who will maintain communication with all the battalions of the brigade during the attack. The division in attack. 159. General rules. 1. The best battle formation for the infantry of a division engaged in a decisive attack, and, generally speaking, in all attacks, is the two brigades placed alongside each other, dividing the front, and regulating their own reserves. If the division is acting alone, it is important that, as a general rule, the divisional commander should retain 2 complete battalions as general reserve. During the action, the divisional commander should be accompanied by a party of mounted signalers. 2. The divisional commander assigns to the brigadiers their respective tasks, leaving them perfect freedom as to the manner of execution. 3. The orders issued by the divisional commander will be drawn up and issued as directed in S-131, and Combined Training, S-115. 4. If the divisional commander finds it necessary to detach a battalion, or in an unforeseen contingency to give an individual battalion direct orders for the execution of some movement, he should at once inform the brigadier to whom the battalion belongs. 5. In the instruction of the brigade or division, a most useful exercise is to practice deployments for attack under different suppositions, such as an enemy occupying different extents of front, an enemy suddenly discovered in position half right, half left, or flanking the line of march. The defense. 160. Distribution of infantry for defense. 1 Infantry detailed for the defense of the entrenchments will generally be distributed in 2 bodies, viz. I. Firing line and supports. 2. Local reserves. For the decisive counterattack, a separate body, the General Reserve, which has nothing to do with the immediate defense of the entrenchments, will be retained in the hands of the officer commanding. 2. The strength of the firing line will depend entirely on the extent of the field of fire and the character of the cover. If the conditions are favorable to the defense, a few men can easily protect a wide front. If there is any chance of a surprise, or of the position being attacked by a sudden rush, the firing line should be as dense as is compatible with the free use of the rifle by every man engaged. 3. The duty of the supports is to replace casualties in the firing line, and they should therefore be posted near at hand and under cover. In strong positions, very small supports will be quite sufficient, or they may even be dispensed with altogether. 4. The duties of the local reserves are to deliver local counterattacks, to reinforce the firing line at critical moments, and to protect the flanks. They will also furnish the outposts and supply detachments to occupy temporary positions, either in front or beyond the flanks of the entrenchments. S-161, 7, also Combined Training, 125, 4. Local reserves should be well covered, especially from artillery fire, but there should be no obstacle to their being brought rapidly to the front. 161. Occupation of the position. 1. It is far more important that every man should see well to the front, and be well covered, than that the front should be regular and continuous. Each section, or even each squad, may have its own entrenchment. These entrenchments will not necessarily be in one general line. The main consideration is a good field of fire and provision of oblique or enfilade fire to support other parts of the line. 2 weak points should be strongly held. Between the points held, spaces may be left unoccupied, provided they can be swept by an effective crossfire. 3. When there is no time to entrench, every man must improvise cover for himself, and this should be constantly practiced in peace. When the troops occupy entrenchments, every man should see that he can use his rifle effectively, and if necessary make the improvements necessary to enable him to do so. 4. The distance of all prominent objects and exposed points on the probable lines of attack should be carefully ascertained, noted, and communicated to the men. If time permit, these distances should be defined by marks. 5. If possible, objects which might assist the enemy in finding the range should be removed, and all works and entrenchments should be hidden with bushes, grass, and C6. Arrangements should be made to ensure that men, if suddenly called on at night to man the entrenchments, fire in the required direction. This can best be done by so designing parapets, loopholes, and c. that the line of fire of a rifle resting on them grazes the ground in advance for some distance. 7. In addition to the outposts, which will protect the front and flanks of the position, troops may be specially detailed to take up temporary positions to mislead the enemy, embarrass his reconnoitering patrols and delay his advance. S-160. 4. Such troops should be withdrawn before they become seriously engaged, care being taken not to mask the fire of the main position during the retirement. 162. Entrenching a position. 1. Trenches on the skyline afford so excellent a target, that such a position, especially if the enemy has good artillery, should always be avoided. They may, however, be constructed on the skyline and left unoccupied for the purpose of deceiving the enemy. 2. When placed at the foot of slopes that trend towards the enemy, they have the advantage that fire from them is more grazing than it would be if they were placed higher up the slope, but a retreat under fire from them will probably involve heavy loss. It is, as a rule, easy to conceal them in such a position. On the other hand, the field of fire from low-lying trenches is often very limited, and it is generally more easy to open up communication with the rear when trenches are close to the crest line than when they are much in advance of it. 3. Trenches which can bring fire to bear at decisive range onto the ground over which the attack must pass, and which are themselves concealed from the attackers in the early stages, are most valuable in surprising the enemy at the most critical period of the attack. 4. Trenches should always be concealed and head cover provided when possible. Covered communication from the rear should also be provided when time is available. 5. Important tactical points and such others which, owing to the dead ground in their vicinity, constitute a weakness to position, should be further strengthened by placing barbed wire entanglements or abatis in front of them, trenches being so placed as to bring an effective fire to bear on such obstacles. 6. When time admits, deep trenches just in rear of the crest line may be usefully provided to give cover to the supports or the garrisons of the advanced trenches till they are required. 163. Fire. 1. As the difficulties of ammunition supply and want of knowledge of ranges are not so great as in the attack, it will often be expedient to open fire at long ranges in order to oblige the assailant to deploy and adopt a definite course of action which it will be difficult for him to rectify when exposed to fire. Long-range fire may also be used to deceive the enemy as to the dispositions and strength of the defender, and to check the advance of reinforcements. The employment of long-range fire must, however, be regulated by the effect produced on the enemy. If this is observed to be small, it will be wiser to reserve ammunition for closer ranges where better results may be expected, and on occasion it may be advisable to encourage the enemy's advance by a weak fire or by withholding it entirely, and to receive him at decisive ranges with a fire of the greatest intensity possible. 164. Machine guns. 1. In defense, as in attack, machine guns may be employed singly, or in pairs. 2. They should not be isolated, and are not adapted for use against lines of widely extended skirmishers, but are most suitable to protect flanks, to flank salients or portions of the line, to cover obstacles, to deny the passage of defile to the enemy, or to bring a heavy fire to bear from ground which, owing to its narrow frontage, is unsuited for the deployment of infantry. If employed in the firing line, they should be carefully concealed. Alternative positions connected by a covered communication should be prepared, if possible, for use in case they come under effective artillery fire. 3. If not utilized for these purposes, they should be retained as a reserve of fire, either in the hands of the battalion commander or brigadier, to be used to check the advance of hostile reinforcements, to meet turning movements, to support the firing line in crises, to prepare and cover the counter-attack, or against close deep formations at long range. 4. In pursuit, they should endeavor to operate against the flanks of the enemy from decisive range. 165 Position of the reserves. 1. The local reserves will be in their respective sections. For the protection of the flanks they will be echeloned in rear of the flanks or of one flank if the other is unassailable. If the flanks are secure, the most suitable position for them, if it provides good cover, is in rear of the center of the section to which they belong. 2. The general reserve will usually be posted in rear of the center of the position, until the direction of the counter-attack can be decided, but in certain cases, as when, for instance, the defender is equal or superior in numbers, it may be echeloned in rear of that flank where the ground offers the greatest facilities for the counter-attack. 3. The reserves should be most carefully hidden until the moment for action arrives. If no natural cover is available, artificial cover should, if possible, be provided for them. 166 Duties of officers commanding reserves. 1. The officers commanding the reserves, whether local or general, must make themselves acquainted with all ground over which they may have to act. They should know the direction of all roads and tracks, and they must keep a watch, by means of staff officers and patrols, on the progress of the engagement, so that they may anticipate orders, and have their troops formed up ready to move as soon as they are called for. 167 Local counterattacks. 1. Local counterattacks, which are the special duty of the local reserves, may be made at any moment. Should the enemy gain some local success either in the position itself, or on ground close to it, whence he could seriously threaten the defense of the position, the necessity for counter-attack becomes imperative. In such cases, the sooner the attack is delivered the better, so that the enemy may have no opportunity of strengthening the ground he has gained. 2. Local counter-attacks are delivered on the initiative of the officers in charge of sections of the defensive line. They should seldom be carried far in advance of the entrenchments, and directly the enemy's firing line falls back, the troops should be reformed as rapidly as possible. 4. Local counter-attacks should also be delivered when the enemy advances to the assault. Bayonets will be fixed when his line arrives within a few hundred yards of the position, every available man brought up into the firing line, and the charge met with rapid fire, and if that fails to stop him, with a countercharge. In this countercharge, which should be practiced at all maneuvers, the men will cheer, bugles be sounded, and pipes played. 168 Decisive counterattack. 1. The decisive counterattack will be delivered by the general reserve. It will usually be directed against the enemy's flanks, and in such a manner as to threaten his line of retreat, although opportunities for breaking the center may sometimes occur. The counterattack should come, if possible, in the form of a surprise, and should be carried through with the utmost vigor and resolution. All ranks should understand that they must press forward until the last reserve has been thrown in. 2. To judge the right time for the decisive counterattack is as difficult as it is important. The most favorable moment is when the enemy has expended his reserves in endeavoring to storm the entrenchments. If, however, the defending force is carefully concealed, or if the enemy is led to believe that the front is much longer than it really is, he may commit mistakes such as exposing a portion of his force without hope of support from the remainder, extending his front so far that the greater part of his force is in the firing line, exposing his flanks, or posting his reserves in the wrong place, and these mistakes, all of which are favorable to the counter-attack, may occur at any period of the engagement. It is important, therefore, that the course of the action should be closely watched, that the staff should make arrangements for incessant patrolling, constant observation, and the rapid transmission of reports, and that the general reserve should be prepared for immediate action throughout the fight. 3. When launched to the attack, the firing line, as a rule, should be thicker than at the commencement of an ordinary attack, and it is unnecessary that it should be preceded, though it must always be flanked, by scouts. A portion of the force should be echeloned in rear, in order to deal with the enemy's reserves. 4. The formation in which the general reserve will carry out the counter-attack cannot be laid down, but care should be taken that the troops composing it are formed up in such a manner as to be able to advance and come into action in any direction with the least possible delay. 5. It is possible that there will be little time for issuing detailed orders, but the direction and manner of carrying out the counter-attack should be carefully pointed out to all subordinate commanders, who will explain the same to the troops, and impress on them the importance of getting to close quarters as quickly as possible. The company in defense. 169 General Rules. 1. When acting independently, the company will act in accordance with the principles enumerated in S. 160. The reserve will, as a rule, undertake the defense of the flanks, in addition to its other duties. It may often be conveniently placed in rear of the center. To deceive the enemy as to the extent of the position, scouts must be employed in place of larger bodies, and they should be encouraged to use all sorts of stratagems, such as constantly changing their positions, opening rapid fire, and C, in order to effect their purpose. Concealment is imperative. All dead ground in front or on the flanks of the position should be carefully observed. 2. When acting in battalion, a company told off to furnish a portion of the firing line will usually keep a part in support. But it will often be advisable to extend only a few men at first, and to retain the remainder in rear until the enemy's infantry advance to the attack, but they should be able to reach their places in the firing line without being observed by the enemy. 3. The occupation of the ground allotted to a company will be carried out in accordance with S. 161. 170 Duties of the subalterns, section, and squad leaders. 1. They are responsible that communication is maintained between the different portions of the company, that all movements of the company are at once reported, that the fire is kept under control, that the men aim at the targets pointed out to them, and that all instructions as regards cover, concealment, ranges, and water are scrupulously observed. 2. They will see, that every man has good cover. 2. That the firing line is well hidden, the existence of entrenchments concealed, and every man is in such a position that he can use his rifle. 3. That ranges are taken and communicated to the men. 4. That every man has plenty of ammunition and a full water bottle, and that the ammunition from the killed and wounded is collected and distributed. That the support knows the position of the firing line. 3. They will ascertain the position of the dressing station and of the reserve ammunition. 4. They will report to the company commander all movements of the enemy and any opportunity which appears to be favorable to counterattack. 5. They will see that their flanks, if exposed, are protected by scouts. 6. They will be careful to keep in communication with the companies or either flank. 171 Duties of the company leader. Nothing in the previous section is intended to relieve the company commander of his responsibility in all that concerns his command. He will make arrangements for the distribution of fresh supplies of ammunition, but it is important he should not allow himself to become too much engrossed in details which should be looked to by his subordinates. In defense, the occupation, to the best advantage, of the ground allotted to him, is the company commander's first duty. The battalion in defense. 172 General Rules. 1. If the front is very extended, or if it runs through close or broken country, it may be broken up into sections of defense. 2. When acting independently, the officer commanding will himself give the signal for the decisive counterattack. This attack will, as a rule, be commanded by the officer specially detailed to command the general reserve. 173 Duties of the commanding officer. 1. He will see that the reserve ammunition is conveniently placed. 2. He will ensure that communication is maintained with the troops on either flank. 3. He will report all movements of the enemy. 4. If he commands a section of the defense, he will watch for opportunities for local counterattack. 5. He will keep up communication by means of his signalers with his brigadier. 6. He will fix on some central position, where he can receive reports, and communicate rapidly with all portions of his force. 7. He will arrange for first treatment of casualties on the spot, and for their transfer to the dressing station of the bearer company. 8. He will make himself acquainted with the best line of retirement to the rallying position. The brigade and division in defense. 174 General Rules. 1. The duties of a brigade or divisional commander are practically the same as those of the officer commanding a battalion. It may be repeated, however, that the rule of detailing a complete unit, with an adequate staff, for the delivery of the decisive counterattack, should always be observed. 2. That the position of the officer commanding should be carefully selected. 2. On an extended field of battle, and particularly in broken country, it is not always easy to find a place where the firing line can be supervised, and the opportunities for counterattack observed before it is too late to take advantage of them, and in some cases, the officer commanding will have to rely entirely on the reports of his staff officers and the subordinate commanders. It is essential, then, that the system of collection and transmission of information should be complete and thoroughly understood. In peace exercises, as much attention should be paid to this most important point as to training officers and men to make clear, concise, and useful reports. Supply and transport of SA, 303-inch, ammunition in the field. 175 Supply and transport of ammunition in the field. 1. Service ammunition and regimental reserve. A battalion takes with it into the field, in regimental charge, service ammunition. 100 rounds per rifle, carried by the soldier, 4,000 rounds packed on the carriage of the machine gun. 8. Regimental reserve. 2 boxes on each of 8 pack animals, i.e., 1 pack animal per company, and 16 boxes in each of 5 SAA carts, also 6,600 rounds per machine gun in 1 SAA cart. 1,000 rounds for short LE rifle and for machine gun, and 1,100 rounds for LM or LE rifle are carried in each box. On the march, 1 pack animal will be in rear of each company, 4 SAA carts, including that carrying the machine gun ammunition, will be in rear of the battalion. The remaining 2 carts will form a brigade reserve. Officers commanding battalions will arrange for the replenishment of this ammunition at every favorable opportunity. They are responsible that the ammunition carried by the men is complete, and that when ammunition is expended, it is replaced with the least possible delay. 2. Brigade reserve. A brigade reserve of small arms ammunition will be formed by 2 SAA carts being detached from each battalion. These will follow in rear of the brigade. Each brigadier will detail a mounted officer to take charge of the brigade reserve. 3. Divisional reserve. A divisional reserve of 100 rounds per rifle and 8,800 rounds per machine gun is carried in the small arms ammunition section of the ammunition columns of brigades of divisional artillery, each of which will supply one of the infantry brigades of the division to which they belong. The same number of rounds for corps troops is carried in the special section attached to the ammunition column of the horse artillery brigade. The divisional reserves are in artillery charge. 4. Ammunition park. 50 rounds per rifle and 9,000 rounds per machine gun. 5. General arrangements in the action. In action, the ammunition pack animals will be advanced as close as possible to their respective companies, every advantage of cover being taken in doing so. 2 SAA carts will follow as close in rear of the supports to the firing line as the hostile fire will permit, one being usually in rear of each wing. The remaining cart will follow in rear of the battalion reserve. The cart carrying the machine gun ammunition will move as directed by the officer commanding the machine guns. During an action, the regimental reserve ammunition carried in the carts will be in charge of the sergeant major, who should get into communication with the supports and also the brigade reserve by means of signalers. The brigade reserve of ammunition will follow in rear of the center of the brigade, or as the general officer commanding may direct. It should be accompanied by signalers, who should maintain communication with the various regimental reserves. When a SAA cart with the supports is emptied, it will be replaced by a full cart from the regimental reserve, the empty cart being sent back to the brigade reserve, when it will be replaced by a full one. As soon as there are 4 empty SAA carts with the brigade reserve, the officer in charge will send a message as follows to the officer in charge of the divisional reserve: send up 4 SAA carts to the TH brigade. It is, however, unnecessary to wait till 4 carts are empty, if ammunition is urgently required. On the arrival of the carts from the divisional reserve, the horses will be unhooked and changed, and empty carts sent back to the divisional reserve. In the event of a brigade in action being ordered to advance through woods or over broken ground where communication cannot be maintained, the SAA carts of the brigade reserve may be distributed between battalions, and the divisional reserve would conform to the general movement. In the case of a battalion being detached to any distance, a similar course would be pursued, a brigade reserve being reformed as soon as possible. 6. Instructions for the officer in charge of the brigade reserve of ammunition. I. He will as soon as possible open up communication with the divisional reserve and also with the various regimental reserves. 2. A mounted orderly will be sent to him from the divisional reserve to be used only for the purpose of communicating with the divisional reserve. He will communicate with the regimental reserves by means of signalers. 3. The earliest opportunity is to be taken, when 4 SAA carts are empty, or sooner if necessary, to fill up empty carts from the divisional reserve. The brigade reserve should be regarded as available for the brigade generally, and also in case of necessity it will supply ammunition to any troops engaged. 4. Men and horses belonging to the brigade reserve are not to be sent to the divisional reserve. Men and horses belonging to the divisional reserve are not to be sent further to the front than the brigade reserve, except in a case of emergency. V. Empty SAA carts are to remain with the brigade reserve until they are replaced by full ones. 6. Receipts prepared by the officer in charge of the divisional reserve will be signed by the officer in charge of the brigade reserve for the number of full carts received by him. 7. After an action or during a pause in the engagement, all deficiencies of ammunition must be made good from the divisional reserve. 7. Battalion arrangements for issuing extra ammunition. Each company commander will detail 1 non-commissioned officer and 2 privates to act as ammunition carriers. If the company is strong, 3 privates should be detailed. Only men of strength and activity should be selected for this duty, the importance of which cannot be overrated. Whenever a serious engagement is imminent, officer commanding battalions will issue to the men 50 rounds from the SAA carts, so that, if possible, every man shall carry 150 rounds on his person. The extra ammunition should generally be issued before leaving the halting place of the previous night. During an action, every opportunity will be taken for supplying ammunition to the firing line by sending some up by carriers or with reinforcements. The carriers bring the ammunition from the pack animals, or from the SAA carts, in canvas ammunition bags, and distribute it to the men in the ranks. The bags, when not in use, are carried on the pack animals. The loads are not to exceed 600 rounds to each carrier. When more ammunition is required by the firing line, it will be taken forward by any men at hand, acting as carriers. The carriers will move direct to the companies for which they are destined. If there is a difficulty in their getting back, they may be retained in their ranks till the action is over. It is the duty of section and squad commanders to make sure that all ammunition from the killed and wounded is collected and distributed. The system of carrying ammunition by hand, here provided for, is not to prevent every endeavor being made to push the SAA carts as far forward as practicable. They ought, in ordinary circumstances, to get within 1,000 yards of the firing line, and in broken and undulating ground considerably nearer. With pack animals, it should be practicable to get within 500 yards of the firing line. The immense importance of having a supply of ammunition out of sight of the enemy, and yet within easy reach of the firing line, will justify great risks being incurred in getting it to such a position. 176 Entrenching Tools. 1. The entrenching tools of a battalion are carried on 2 tool carts and on 8 pack animals, i.e., 1 per company. A brigade reserve of entrenching tools is carried on 1 GS wagon. 2. On the march, the pack animals carrying the tools will be with those carrying the ammunition, i.e., 1 in rear of each company. 3. In action, the pack animal carrying the tools will keep as close to its company as the enemy's fire will admit, but the driver must use his discretion in doing so. For instance, on bare open country it will seldom be advisable to advance the animals close to the firing line, whereas when advanced positions have been secured, it will usually be necessary to take tools at once up to the firing line, in order that the position may be strengthened against counterattacks. The tool carts will usually accompany the ammunition cart with the reserve, and will be under the sergeant major, the tools, if necessary, being carried forward when required by men from the reserve. The brigade reserve of tools will remain with the brigade ammunition reserve, and will be under the orders of the officer in charge of the latter. Part V. Annual Course of Training. 177 Description of Course. 1. The annual training of the Soldier 9 will be conducted on systematic and progressive principles. Militia and volunteer battalions will, as far as circumstances permit, observe the spirit of these instructions. 2. At home it will commence on the March 1st, and terminate on the October 31st. At tropical or semi-tropical stations the course may be modified to suit climatic and other conditions, but these instructions will be observed as closely as possible. 3. The course will commence with company training, continue with battalion training, which will be followed by brigade and division training, and terminate with combined maneuvers of all arms. 4. Exercises in the field will as a rule be carried out in service conditions as regards equipment. 5. Musketry classification practices will be carried out as may be ordered by the general officer commanding. Field practices will be carried out periodically throughout the course. 178 Detail of the course. 1. Company training. The first period of the annual training will be exclusively devoted to company training. During this period each company will be struck off all duties for 36 consecutive working days. After a brief revision of elementary work, the instruction of trained soldiers will for the most part consist of exercises in the field to practice subordinate leaders in the art of command and the handling of men in all service conditions. Company training will invariably conclude with a practical inspection by the commanding officer. 2. Battalion training. As soon as the company training is completed, battalion training will commence, for which purpose each battalion, or portion of a battalion, will be struck off all duties, and be at the disposal of its commander for at least 18, and if possible 24, consecutive working days. The training will mainly consist of exercises in the field, including firing, marching, and c.i. In the earlier portion of this period battalions may, if their commanders consider it expedient, be subdivided and exercised under arrangements similar to those laid down for the company. 2. At stations where single battalions are quartered, or where detachments are formed, the spirit of the above instructions will be observed. 3. The general officer commanding will hold his inspection towards the conclusion of the training. 3. Brigade and Division Training and Maneuvers. Brigade and Division Training and Maneuvers will take place during the remaining months of the annual course, the time allotted to each being decided by the General Officer Commanding. 4. In carrying out the course, it is open to General Officers Commanding, while conforming to the spirit of the above detail, to modify it to suit the circumstances of any particular command. Thus in some cases it may be more convenient to strike off for training each company or battalion for 3 days during each week, or, at stations where brigade and division training and combined maneuvers cannot take place, more time may be allotted to company and battalion training respectively. It will, however, be exceptional for a battalion not to be trained annually with its own and other arms of the service. 5. During the furlough season, every facility is to be given to well-conducted men to visit their friends, but this period will be occupied by such officers and men as are present with the battalion in the training of officers in professional duties. See King's Regulations, Para 676, and Combined Training, S 180. The special training of subaltern officers of companies as instructors and leaders. The special training of non-commissioned officers. Instruction of scouts. Company officers, non-commissioned officers, and men should have at least 2 hours physical training every week during the furlough season. Obstacle training. Drill. Visual training, CS 18, musketry exercises. Training and inspection of signalers. Training of machine gun detachments, and range takers. Training in semaphore signaling. All officers and non-commissioned officers and 20% of the men to be trained. 179 Annual Course of Training of Auxiliary Forces. 1. The annual training of units will be carried out on the same systematic and progressive principles as have been laid down for the regular forces. 2. It is not possible for the auxiliary forces in the limited time for training at their disposal to carry out the provisions of the annual course as laid down for the regular army, but the spirit of the instructions will be observed. 3. The annual training in camp will be confined to tactical exercises and fire discipline, and c. except in the case of the militia, by whom drill may, in addition, in very exceptional circumstances be practiced. 180 General Rules for Annual Training. 1. All ranks to be instructed. Every available officer, non-commissioned officer, and man, with the exception of private soldiers of more than 15 years' service, bandsmen, pioneers, and such as are exempted from the annual course of musketry, will be present, and will be relieved of all other duties. Leave or furlough will, on days of instruction, be granted only in very exceptional circumstances. 2. During the course the battalion should, if practicable, go into camp or bivouac in service conditions for 4 days, this may be done separately by companies if more convenient. 181 Company Training. 1 Method of instruction. The duty of the officer commanding the battalion is to supervise the training of the company and give company leaders the benefit of his experience, but he should not lay down the method to be employed in the training of companies. The training must be carried out by the officers of the company without undue interference on the part of superiors. It is only when the methods are manifestly wrong, and would work harm, that there should be interference. Particular attention must be paid to the individual instruction of the soldier, and to the improvement of his capacity to think and act for himself. This can best be attained by explanation previous to and during an exercise, and by repetition of the practice when necessary. It should be remembered, however, that the interest of the men is apt to flag if they are kept too long at one subject. The basis of the whole system of training is careful individual instruction, and gradual progression from the simple to the more difficult. During instruction in elementary principles, companies should act alone, or against a marked enemy, and the company commander should concentrate his attention on the individual instruction of his men, but in many of the advanced exercises an opposing body gives not only increased interest to the practice, but also makes it more instructive. When companies act as opposing forces, each practice should be based on a definite supposition and object. A scheme should be drawn up and executed as far as is possible in conditions of actual warfare, and a mounted officer should be detailed to act as umpire. The greatest attention must be paid to the development of section and squad command. The capable leading of smaller units is an important item of success in the attack. During inclement weather, instruction will be given in the drill shed or barrack room by means of lectures, explanations, and each day's work should be carefully prepared by company commanders, and short lectures of about 20 minutes on the exercises to be carried out, given to all ranks. At the practice of outpost duties a broad distinction should be drawn between individual instruction and tactical training. During the former every private should be posted as sentry, the company should be exercised in the rudiments of outpost work, and the prescribed duties should be carried out without reference to the tactical situation, or the employment of the minimum number of men in the sentry line. The main body of the piquet may, in order to save time and give more practice in sentry and patrol duty, be indicated by a flag. During tactical training outposts should be placed in accordance with a scheme, strictly in service conditions. 2. Examination by the commanding officer. At the end of the course the officer commanding the battalion will devote 1 day to an examination of the company. The scheme for this day should be drawn up either under the direction of the general officer commanding, or by the commanding officer. 3. General officers commanding. They will personally supervise the companies under training as much as possible, and when circumstances permit be present at the examination by the commanding officer. 4. Musketry course to be combined. The field practices which can be combined with training, should be carried out as part of a tactical exercise. In field practices in which the whole company fires at one time, the exercise may, in the first instance, be practiced with blank ammunition, and afterwards be carried out with ball cartridge. During the exercise the manner in which the men take advantage of cover, and how they adapt the firing position to the irregularities of the ground, will be carefully watched by the company instructor. 5. Equipment for instruction. The tents and tools. Authorized equipment regulations, Part I, SX, camp equipment and entrenching tools, and the bridging stores laid down in regulations for engineer services, will, in ordinary circumstances, be sufficient for the instruction. Should any increased issue be required, a special application will be made through the general officer commanding. 6. Returns to ensure that every man is accounted for. AFB 214 will be kept during the annual training and produced for the inspection of the general officer commanding, if he desires. 5. Night operations. On days when night operations are to be carried out the work during the day should be of a light nature, although not suspended altogether. Night outposts should be practiced on 4 occasions at least. 6. Entrenched posts, and arrangements will, whenever possible, be made by general officers commanding for a post to be placed in a state of defense in order that the defenses and obstacles mentioned in para 8, 7, may be shown to the men. They should occasionally place the services of an officer of the Royal Engineers at the disposal of company commanders to give technical advice on the entrenchments and field work executed by the company. 7. Blank ammunition. Blank ammunition will be used in practicing the more advanced exercises. 8. Syllabus of instruction. The syllabus of instruction is given as a guide, the captain being held responsible that his company is thoroughly instructed. To ensure this it may be necessary to repeat many, and combine some of the practices. I. Attack and defense, general principles, control of fire, effect of fire, fire discipline, infantry formations with regard to fire, protection of flanks, duties of half company, section, and squad commanders. Infantry in attack, General rules, distribution, duties of several bodies, the decisive attack, the assault, rallying and redistribution, measures to secure a position 1, holding attacks, feints, flank attacks, surprises, issue of orders, formations generally and formations to meet emergencies, frontage, direction, pace, utilization of cover and adapting formations to ground, fire positions and mutual support of units, by fire, to cover advances, practice of casualties. Infantry in defense, distribution, occupation of a position, counterattacks. Attack and defense of positions, woods, defile, bridges, houses, and sea retirements. Action against cavalry and artillery. Escort to guns. Supply of ammunition. 2. Composition, formation, and action of advanced, rear and flank guards, by day and night, in various circumstances. 3. Scouting. Conduct of patrols by day and night in varying country. Reconnoitering positions, woods, defile, villages. Importance of observing and reporting accurately what is seen. Necessity of transmitting information. Ambuscades. 4. Outposts, general principles, importance of vigilance of change from day to night positions, attack by day and night. Opportunity must be given for locating sounds and estimating their distance by night. Night marching to be combined with surprise attacks on the outpost line. V. Convoys, their escort, attack, and defense. 6. Use of pick and shovel, marking out and execution of tasks, extension of working parties by day and night. Execution of shelter trenches and a portion of a field work, selection of site, profile, construction by day and under cover of darkness. 7. Defense of hedges, banks, ditches, posts, houses, and sea obstacles. Construction of loopholes. Use of cutting tools. Revetments. Penetration of bullets. 8. Knotting and lashing. The loading of pack animals, method of packing wheeled transport. 9. Camping. Pitching, striking, unpacking and packing tents in the valise. Telling off camp parties. Bivouacs. Sanitary precautions in camp and on the line of march, position and construction of latrines. Field kitchens, cooking in mess tins, kneading and baking bread and chapatis, cooking of ration biscuits. Orders concerning water supply and boiling of water. Expedients for increase of men's comfort in the field, care of feet. 182 Battalion Training. One method of instruction. The training of the battalion will be carried out on the principles that have been laid down for the company. Special training of non-commissioned officers. 183 Method of instruction. The non-commissioned officers of companies, and privates likely to become non-commissioned officers, will be instructed by the officers of the company in the following subjects. The value of the instruction given to non-commissioned officers, and their knowledge in map reading, and C, will be tested by general and commanding officers. 1. Subjects, I. Map reading. 2. Duties as commanders of sections and squads. 3. Duties on outposts. 4. Duties on advanced, rear and flank guards. V. Scouting and the development of powers of observation. 6. Duties as commanders of patrols. 7. Writing brief reports of information gained. 8. Defense of small posts. 2. Method of instruction. The training in the subjects enumerated in Para 1 will be carried out partly by lectures, but chiefly in the field. The following points may be mentioned to show the line which should be adopted in carrying out the instruction. I. Map reading. Having received theoretical instruction in this subject, non-commissioned officers should be shown how to fix their position on a map, how to identify places by means of it, and how to use it in a strange country. They should next be assembled at a point in the vicinity of the station, each provided with a map, and directed to meet the officer at some other point at a given hour, to move by a different road, and to march at a given rate. 2. Outposts. By small outpost schemes, when the non-commissioned officer's knowledge of the subjects should be tested by questions as to the positions they would suggest for the various portions of the outposts. 3. Reconnaissance. By sending the non-commissioned officers out from an imaginary outpost line as commanders of patrols and directing them to furnish short reports. Part 6. Ceremonial. 184 General Rules. 1. Except when it may be necessary to line the streets for ceremonies, the instructions given in this part are to be confined exclusively to the occasions mentioned. 2. Formation of companies. Companies will fall in line, be equalized and sized from flanks to center, numbered from right to left, and told off into half companies and sections. Squad commanders will be in the ranks. The commanders of the outer sections will be on the flanks of the front rank. They will carry out the duties laid down in Part 2 for squad commanders in a similar position, and will dress the company if required. They will fix bayonets when the men do. In other respects, the instructions in Parts 2 and 3 are applicable to the formation of companies, and to the position of supernumeraries. Signalers and pioneers will remain in the supernumerary rank of their companies. When a non-commissioned officer is in command of a company, he will, in marching past in column, or column of double companies, take post 3 paces in rear of the center of the company. 3 posts of mounted officers in line, the commanding officer will place himself 20 paces in front of the center of the line. The second in command will be on the right, and the adjutant on the left of the line of company commanders. A third field officer, if present, will be on the right of the adjutant. In column or quarter column, the mounted officers will be in the same positions as in Part 3, with the exception that the adjutant will be 4 paces from the center of the directing flank of the rear half battalion. When a column or quarter column is on the move, the second in command will place himself in a position from which he can best superintend the direction of the advance and the covering of the section commanders on the directing flanks. 4 posts of other officers. The position of the other officers is as detailed in Parts 2 and 3, except that in marching past in quarter column, in line of quarter columns, or in mass, the company commanders will, when on the saluting base, take post on the directing flank of their companies, covered by the section commander, aligned with the rear rank. 5. The color party in line. The colors, each carried by an officer, as directed in the King's regulations, will be placed between the 2 center companies, the King's color on the right, the regimental color on the left, with the sergeant between them and 2 non-commissioned officers or selected privates, covering them in line with the rear rank. The officer carrying the King's color will command the party. If the line is ordered to retire, the color party will turn about, and the center sergeant, stepping forward 2 paces, will align himself with the rear rank. In column or quarter column, the color party will be in rear of the leading center company, its front rank aligned with the supernumerary rank covering the 4th, 5th, and 6th files from the directing flank. In quarter column, as above, but the 2 non-commissioned officers in the rear rank will move up respectively on the right and left of the colors. In column of double companies, the color party will be in rear of the center of the 2nd double company. 6 posts of staff officers, and C posts of staff officers and staff sergeants, band and drams, or bugles, machine gun, regimental transport, and stretcher bearers and cyclists, when present, are shown in plates 9 and X7. Officers' swords, when to be drawn and returned on ceremonial parades, Officers will draw their swords as they fall in. The commander of a parade will not draw his sword unless a senior officer be present on parade. Swords will be at the carry when colors are at the carry, S 189, on other occasions they will be at the slope. 8 marking points and markers flags or posts may be set up to mark the line on which troops are to form, or the line may be picked out, or marked by whitewash. The section commanders of the inner sections of a company are available to act as markers, and one or both may be employed, if desired. The words on markers should precede the command given when it is required to dress on markers. Markers in giving points should turn towards the point of formation at arm's length in front of the alignment, with arms at the slope on the shoulder furthest from the alignment. When the men approach, they will extend their inner arm at right angles to the body with the fist clenched, on which the line will dress. When the dressing is completed, markers will resume their positions on the command steady. 185 Sizing a company. Companies will be sized in the following manner: tallest on the right, shortest on the left. In single rank size. The whole will break off and arrange themselves according to their size in single rank, the tallest on the right and the shortest on the left, carrying their rifles at the short trail, and take up their dressing by the right. Number. From right to left of the whole company. Slope arms. Odd numbers 1 pace forward. Even numbers 1 pace step back march. The odd numbers will take 1 pace forward, and the even numbers will step back 1 pace. Number 1 stand fast. Ranks, right and left turn. The odd numbers, with the exception of number 1, will turn to the right, the even numbers to the left. Form company. Quick march. The whole will step off, the even numbers wheeling round to the right and following the left-hand man of the odd numbers. Number 3 will form up 2 paces in rear of number 1, number 5 on the left of number 1, number 7 in rear of number 5, number 9 on the left of number 5, and so on. The leading men of the even numbers will always form in the rear rank and the next man in the front rank. As the men arrive in their places, they will turn to the left, order arms, and take up their dressing. 186 A company in line saluting 10 fix bayonets. Slope arms. General salute. Present arms. On the command present arms, the company commander will recover his sword with the first motion of the rifles, and at the third motion his sword will be smartly lowered to the salute, point to be 12 inches from the ground and directed to the front, edge to the left, the arm to be straight, hand just behind the thigh, the thumb flat on the handle of the sword. The supernumerary rank and outer section commanders present arms with the men. Slope arms. The company commander will recover his sword with the first, carry with the second motion of the rifles. Swords will be sloped when the men order arms. Arms will then be ordered and bayonets unfixed. 187 A company marching past. For this practice the company will be formed as a company in line, arms will be at the order. 4 points, numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4, plate 8, will be placed marking the angles of an oblong, of which the long sides will be 100 paces in length, and the short sides 40. The company will be in the center of one of the long sides, the side opposite to the saluting base. A point, termed the saluting point, will be placed 10 paces outside the center of the saluting base, turned towards the company, and a point, lettered A, turned in like manner, on the saluting base, at 10 paces to the left of the saluting point. As a rule, all these points should be marked by camp colors. Plate 8. A company marching past. Fix bayonets. Slope arms. March past. Form 4s, right. By the left, quick march, left wheel. The company will step off, and will change direction to the left round the first point. Company halt, left turn. Right dress, eyes front. When the right of the company arrives on the saluting base, the commander will order it to halt, left turn, and right dress, when it will be dressed by the right section commander. By the right, quick march. Eyes right. The commander, posted as in line, i.e., 3 paces in front of the center of the company, will then give the command by the right, quick march. On reaching the point A he will give eyes right, upon which all, except the right section commander, will turn their heads and eyes well to the right, looking the inspecting officer in the face, and the commander will salute in 4 paces, thus the sword is raised by extending the arm to the right, and by a circular motion brought to the recover, then continuing the motion to the right shoulder, from whence the sword is lowered to the same position as for the salute when the men present. Arms. These 4 motions are to be combined into one easy movement, the salute being completed in 4 paces. The head will be turned towards the reviewing officer. Eyes front. When the company is 10 paces beyond the saluting point the commander will give eyes front, upon which all will turn their heads and eyes to the front, and the commander will recover his sword, make a pause of a pace, and then come to the carry. Officers will never salute more than once in marching past, except when practicing the salute. The company, if required to resume its position on the original alignment, will be moved there from the second or third point in any convenient formation. Reviews. 188 formations to be practiced. Battalions that do not execute the formations for savage warfare will, before taking part in reviews, practice forming line from quarter column, S109, 1, quarter column from line, S112, 1, also advancing in line, S110. 189 The colors. 1. On all ceremonial parades the following rules as to the carrying of colors will be observed. When at the halt, colors will never be sloped, they will be carried at the carry or the order, according as the troops are at the slope or the order. When on the move colors will always be carried at the slope, except when on the saluting base, when advancing in review order, and when marching in slow time down the ranks whilst trooping the color, they will then be at the carry. At the carry the color staff will be carried perpendicularly in the belt, which will be worn over the left shoulder, the corner of the color will be held in the right hand, which will also grasp the staff level with the forehead. When at the order the colors will then be placed perpendicularly on the ground at the right side. 2. The colors will be let fly as the caution is given for a royal or general salute, and in marching past on reaching point A. The colors will be lowered to those entitled to the compliment, as the men present arms. CKR 45. 3. Mounted officers, with swords drawn, in passing unkissed colors, will remain at the carry, turning the head, and glancing towards the colors until they have passed them. If at the slope they will carry while passing the colors, returning afterwards to the slope. Officers whose swords are not drawn will salute the colors with the right hand. Cased colors will not be saluted. 190 Review of a battalion. 1. Formation. The battalion will be drawn up in line as in Plate 9, bayonets will be fixed and arms sloped. When the colonel of the regiment is present he will be 10 paces in front of the officer commanding the battalion. Should the colonel-in-chief be also present, he will be 10 paces in front of the former. 2. Receiving the reviewing officer. General salute. Present arms. When the reviewing officer reaches a point about 60 paces in advance of the center of the battalion, he will be received with a salute, the men presenting arms, the band playing the first part of a slow march, and the drums beating. Mounted officers will salute in the same manner and time as the company commanders, except that at the salute the blade of the sword will be kept in line with the knee, hand directly under the shoulder. Slope arms. Plate 9. A battalion in line. A battalion in column. 3 receiving the sovereign, or a royal personage. Royal salute. Present arms. As in preceding paragraph, see also S189, but the band will play the national anthem, or the first 6 bars of it, CKR 45. Slope arms. For inspection in line. The reviewing officer, accompanied by the commanding officer of the battalion, who will ride on the side further from the troops, will then pass down the line from right to left, returning along the rear, the men standing with sloped arms. The band will play a march until he returns to the right of the line. The reviewing officer will then give orders for the march past. 5. Inspection in column. Plate X. When a battalion is reviewed in column, the reviewing officer will be received as in S190, 2, or 3, he will then inspect the companies in column, each company commander receiving him with a salute, and following him during the inspection of his company, the men standing with sloped arms and bayonets fixed. After the inspection of the company, the commander will unfix bayonets and stand at ease. 191 Battalion marching past. 1 points will be placed on the principles described in S187, the points marking the saluting base will be covered in a line at a convenient distance from the saluting point. 2 in column bayonets having been fixed, and quarter column by the right having been formed on number 1, the battalion will move to the right in fours, on reaching the first point it will a quarter circle to the left, moving on as soon as the change is completed, it will be halted and turned to the left on the saluting base by the commanding officer. The right section commanders will turn about and be covered by the adjutant, and on the commanding officer's order battalion, right dress, they will dress their companies, and give the word eyes front. Advance in column by the right. The commanding officer will give the caution to advance in column. Number 1. By the right, quick march. The commander of number 1 will then march it off, the remaining companies following in succession at company distance, and acting as in S187. 3 in quarter column. If the battalion be required to march past in quarter column, the leading company will be halted when it has moved to 45 paces beyond the third point. Quarter column will be formed by order of the second in command, who will superintend the covering. The column will change ranks, order arms, and on the command left dress, the directing section commanders will step back 2 paces, aligning themselves with the rear rank, and the company commanders will take post on the left of the front rank, and the companies will dress by the left. The battalion will then be ordered to slope arms and march past in quarter column. The commanding officer will give the word eyes left when at 10 paces from the saluting point, and eyes front when the rear company has passed the inspecting officer. Company commanders will not look to the left. If required to resume its position on the original alignment, the battalion will be moved there from the second or third point in the most convenient and quickest formation. As the battalion moves off the saluting base, company commanders and section commanders will resume their respective posts in quarter column. 4 mounted officers. When marching past the inspecting officer, the commanding officer will be 10 paces in front of the center section of the leading company nearer the saluting base, the second in command in front of the other center section in line with the commanding officer. If the colonel of the regiment be present, he will be 20 paces in front of the center of the leading company. Should the colonel-in-chief be also present, he will be 10 paces in front of the colonel. The adjutant will follow 10 paces behind the center of the rear company. If a third field officer is present, he will be 10 paces behind the second section of the rear company, and the adjutant 10 paces in rear of the third section. All mounted officers will commence their salute when they arrive at point A. The commanding officer, after he has saluted, will move out and place himself on the right of the inspecting officer, and remain there till the battalion has passed, the second in command assuming command. 5 mounted officers salute in marching past. The salute will be performed in 4 slow motions as follows. First, carry the sword direct to the right to the full extent of the arm, hand as high as the shoulder, back of the hand to the rear, blade perpendicular. Second, bring the sword by a circular motion to the recover, keeping the elbow as high as the shoulder. Third, still keeping the elbow the height of the shoulder, bring the hilt to the right shoulder, hand as high as the elbow. During this motion let the fingernails come in line with the edge of the sword. Fourth, lower the sword to the front to the full extent of the arm, the blade in line with the knee, edge to the left, thumb extended in the direction of the point, hand directly under the shoulder. The above 4 motions should be gradually and slowly combined into one easy movement. The head should be turned well towards the reviewing officer whilst passing him, and 10 paces beyond that officer, the sword is recovered, carrying it well to the front in doing so, and then brought to the carry. When the sword is at the carry, the position is with the hilt resting on the right thigh, the blade perpendicular, the wrist rounded so as to incline the edge slightly to the left, the grasp of the lower fingers slightly relaxed, the little finger in rear of the hilt. 6 officers to salute once. Only officers, whether mounted or dismounted, will salute only on the first occasion of marching past. Mounted officers only will salute when marching past in quarter column. 7 battalion staff officers. The staff officers, excepting the adjutant, do not march past, and will place themselves in rear of the saluting point, but the assistant adjutant will march past with the company to which he belongs. 8 warrant officers and staff sergeants. The sergeant major will be 2 paces in column, and 1 pace in quarter column, in rear of the center of the color party. The staff sergeants will not be required to march past. The bandmaster and sergeant drummer, carrying his staff at the trail, as he passes the saluting point, will salute with the outer hand on the first occasion of marching past. 9 drums and band. For marching past, the band and drums, or bugles, will move up to 50 paces in advance of the leading company, both formed in 2 or more ranks. The band will commence playing as soon as the leading company advances on the saluting base. When it arrives in front of the saluting point it will turn to the left, change direction to the right, and halt, and turn to the right opposite to the saluting point, continuing to play until the rear of the battalion has passed. The band master will face the saluting point. 10 in marching past signalers, who will be in the supernumerary rank of their companies, will carry their flags at the trail and their rifles slung. 11 machine guns, cyclist sections, and stretcher bearers will march past 5 paces in rear of the battalion. Cyclist section nearest the saluting base and on foot on the left of their cycles. Machine guns in the center, stretcher bearers on the outer flank. Should there be more than one section, cyclists will march past in column of sections 10 paces behind the machine guns, and C12. Regimental transport will march past 20 paces in rear of the battalion, carts nearest the saluting base, mules in center, transport wagons on the outer flank. 192 A battalion advancing in review order. If required, the battalion will be formed in line with bayonets fixed and arms sloped, and on the command advance in review order, quick march. It will advance by the center, the band and drums playing till within 30 paces of the inspecting officer, when it will be halted and ordered to salute in the same manner as when receiving him, after which it will be directed to order arms, and will wait for orders. See also S. 189, 193. Review of a brigade. 1 Formation. The brigade may be formed with battalions in line at any ordered interval, and proceed in the same manner as a single battalion, or, in line of quarter columns, as in Plate 11, at any ordered interval with bayonets fixed. 2. Receiving the reviewing officer in line of quarter columns. Officers and colors will take post in review order. Officers and colors quick march. On the word march from their commanders, colors will be brought to the slope. The officers of each battalion will slope swords and will place themselves 3 paces in front of the front rank of the leading company, sized from flanks to center, at equal distances from each other, colors in the center, officers of right companies moving out by the right flank, and of left companies by the left flank, colors by the directing flank. The second in command will be on their right, and the adjutant, and third field officer, on their left. The line of officers will be dressed by the second in command of the right battalion of the brigade. The commanding officer will be 10 paces in front of the leading company. The brigadier will place himself 40 paces in front of the center of his brigade. The brigade staff will be 10 paces in rear of the brigadier, the brigade major 10 paces on the right, the ADC or orderly officer 10 paces on the left. As the reviewing officer approaches, the infantry will slope arms, and he will be saluted, the men presenting arms, the officers saluting, colors flying, and the bands playing. After the salute, the infantry will be ordered to slope arms, and the inspecting officer will go down the line, accompanied by the brigadier on his outer hand. Officers and colors will take post. Officers and colors take post. Quick march. On the word post, the officers of each battalion will turn outwards from the center, the officers carrying the colors turning to the directing flank, and on the word march, the whole will move to their places. 3. Inspection of a brigade in line. When troops are drawn up in line for review by an officer superior to the brigadier, after the salute has been given, the brigadier, accompanied by his staff, will post himself on that flank of his command to which the inspecting officer repairs. He will receive him and accompany him to the limit of his command. The brigade staff, while passing down the line, will precede the brigadier by 2 horses' length. 4. Drums and band. When drums and bands are massed, they will each be in 4 ranks. Plate 11. Review of a brigade. 194. A brigade marching past. 1 points will be placed on the principles prescribed for a battalion, and the brigade will march past as the general officer commanding may direct. March past. In column, from line of quarter columns on the caution from the brigadier, commanding officers will order their battalions to form 4s to the right, and they will move off on his signal. Each battalion in succession, when it reaches the first point, will wheel to the left at the double by order of its commander, moving forward and changing the time when it has advanced sufficiently not to check the battalion in rear. When the leading battalion reaches the saluting base, it will be halted, turned to the left, and dressed by the right. The remaining battalions will form mass in rear of the leading battalion, moving by the shortest lines. The march past will be performed on the principles described in S 191, 2. 2. In double companies. When a brigade drawn up in line of quarter columns is to march past in double companies, the following method will be adopted. The battalions will move to the right in 4s, and will to the left at the double, in succession, as they reach the first point, receiving the word forward followed by quick march, when that pace will not check the battalion in rear. When about halfway to the second point, the first battalion will form double companies, thus the commanding officer having given the command quarter column of double companies, left companies, mark time, left incline, the left companies will mark time, and the right companies will close when clear to quarter column on number 1, the left companies receiving the word forward, right incline from their commanders so as to join the right. The remaining battalions having formed double companies will move into mass. Each battalion will march past as directed for a battalion in column, the word of command to each double company being given by the company commander on the right. The double companies will march off at company distance. When the rear double company is 25 paces beyond the saluting point, the second in command will give the words left companies, mark time, right incline, double, the officers commanding those companies giving left incline, quick march by the right, when in column. The column will then be closed on the march to quarter column, and the brigade will be closed to mass on the leading battalion, which will have changed ranks, ordered arms, and dressed. Each of the remaining battalions will act in like manner. If the brigade is to return in mass, sufficient distance will be allowed for the rear company of the rear battalion to reach the third point. In mass of quarter columns if required, the brigade may then return in mass. When marching past in column or in column of double companies, or in mass, 30 paces distance will be preserved between battalions, and c. such distance to be reckoned from the last item of a preceding battalion to the head of the commanding officer's horse of a following one. In line of quarter columns the brigade may be formed into line of quarter columns, with intervals of 8 paces between battalions, as follows. The leading battalion will advance till its rear company reaches the required point on the saluting base, it will then be ordered to halt, change ranks, order arms, and dress. As the rear of each succeeding battalion arrives at 25 paces beyond the saluting point, it will be moved by the diagonal march to its position on the outer flank of the leading battalion in the new alignment. Great care must be taken that the line of quarter columns is dressed exactly at right angles to the saluting base before moving off, the commanders of companies of the outer battalions looking inwards and dressing on the corresponding companies of the battalion nearest the saluting base. In a brigade composed of battalions with an unequal number of companies, the rear companies and color parties of the weaker battalions are to be aligned with the rear companies and color parties of the stronger. Commanding officers will be 10 paces in front of the center of their leading companies, all other mounted officers 10 paces in rear of their respective battalions, the whole dressing by the directing flank. In this march past the brigadier will give the executive word to move off, i.e., brigade, by the quick march. 3 Supply column, field hospital, and bearer company will not march past in mass or line of quarter columns. 4 Brigadiers, staffs and c. When a brigade marches past an inspecting officer superior to the brigadier, the latter officer, accompanied by his aide-de-camp or orderly officer, will fall out after saluting, and will place himself on the right of the inspecting officer. The brigadier will be 20 paces in front of the mounted officers of the leading battalion, or in line of quarter columns in front of the center of the brigade, preceded at a distance of 10 paces by his staff, who will be in line, 10 paces apart, the brigade major next the saluting base. 5 Drums and bands, and c. Before marching past, the massed drums and bands will move to the head of the brigade. When marching past in column, or in column of double companies, the massed drums and bands preceding the brigade staff will, on arriving in front of the saluting point, form opposite to it, and play till the rear of the brigade has passed. They must be moved off at such a distance in front of the brigade staff as will allow of their clearing the front when opposite the saluting point, without checking the mounted officers following them. When marching past in mass, the massed drums and bands will advance on the outer flank of the mass parallel with the leading company, halting opposite the saluting point, they will play the mass past, and move on again opposite the center of the rear battalion. The wagons and machine guns will be massed 20 paces in rear of the rear battalion, machine guns nearer the saluting base. Mules, cyclists, and stretcher bearers will not be massed. When marching past in line of quarter columns, the massed drums and bands will be in front of the center of the brigade, preceding the brigade staff by 10 paces. In marching past in this formation, drums and bands will move straight on, the bands ceasing to play when the rear of the brigade has passed the saluting point. The machine guns will be massed 20 paces in rear of the battalion nearest the saluting base. Wagons, mules, cyclists, and stretcher bearers will not be massed. 195. A brigade advancing in review order. If required to advance in review order by the inspecting officer, battalions may be formed in line of quarter columns at any interval, arms at the slope, and the officers and colors in front, as described in S 193, 2. The line of quarter columns will then advance, the bands and drums playing, and when at a convenient distance from the reviewing officer it will be halted and ordered to salute, after which it will be directed to order arms, and will wait for orders. Supply columns, field hospitals, and bearer companies will not advance in review order. 196. Review of a division. One formation. A division may be formed up for review as in Plate 12, and proceed as described in S 193. Plate 12. Review of a division. 2. Position of the general, the staff, and C. The general will be in front of the center of his division, 30 paces from the brigadiers, the brigadiers being posted as in S 193, 2, and officers commanding artillery and engineers at similar distances in front of their commands. The divisional staff will be drawn up in 3 lines, 10 paces in rear of the general officer commanding the division, distances and intervals 10 paces, thus GOCADCDAA and officer, QMG general staff. 3. When the reviewing officer moves to the right of the line, the divisional general, accompanied by his staff, will act as in S 193, 3, brigadiers will remain in position in front of their brigades. 4. The bands of the division should be massed in rear of its center to play a royal or other salute, and then resume their position in rear of their respective brigades as soon as the royal personage or reviewing officer moves to the right of the line. 5. The order of march of the staff when passing down the line will be as follows, the distances and intervals being 10 paces ADCDAA and officer, QMG general staff. GOC 197. A division marching past. 1. A division will march past as the general officer commanding may direct, and on the principles laid down for a brigade. 2. Generals, brigadiers, and C. When a division marches past, the general of the division only will move to the saluting point, accompanied by his senior staff officer. 3. Position of staff. The general and staff will march past 30 paces in front of the commander, or staff, of the leading unit in the following order, distances and intervals 10 paces ADC officer, DAA and general staff. QMG GOC. No officers other than the above will join the divisional staff. 4. Distances will be as follows, or as the general officer commanding may direct when marching past in column of double companies, or mass, 60 paces will be preserved between arms and brigades. When in line of quarter columns, there will be 150 paces between brigades, the other arms will march past in column only. 5. The bands of the leading brigade will commence playing as the brigade moves off, those of succeeding brigades as soon as the band of the brigade in front of them ceases to play. 198. Review of any larger body of troops than a division. 1. Formation. The troops will be formed up for review as in Plate 13, or as the general officer commanding may direct. 2. Position of generals and staffs officers commanding infantry brigades, and C, with their respective staffs, will be posted as in S 193, 2, general officers commanding divisions, with their staffs, will take post as laid down in S 196, 2. The general officer commanding will be in front of the center of the line, 50 paces from general officers commanding divisions. The staff will be drawn up in 2 lines, 10 paces in rear of the general officer commanding, at intervals of 10 paces being preserved between lines, thus GOCGO in charge of administration. ADC officer, AMS officer, ADC general staff. General staff. AQMGDAA and QMGAAG. No other officers will join the staff. Officers attached to the staff will form up behind the saluting flag, or at any other convenient point. Plate 13. Review of any larger body of troops than a division. 3 bands will be massed in rear of the center to play a royal or other salute, and resume their positions in rear of their respective divisions as soon as the royal personage, or reviewing officer, moves to the right of the line. 4. When the inspecting officer moves to the right of the line, the general officer commanding, accompanied by his staff, will act as in S-196. 3. General officers commanding divisions and brigades will remain in position in front of their commands. 5. Order of march when passing down the line. The order of march when passing down the line will be as follows: distances and intervals, as in 2 DAA and QMGA QMGAAGGO in charge of administration. ADC AMS ADC officer, officer, general staff. General staff. GOC 199. A larger body of troops than a division marching past. 1. The troops will march past on the principles laid down for the division, and in such order as the general officer commanding may direct. Distances: 100 paces between corps troops and divisions when in column or mass, 200 paces between divisions when in line of quarter columns. Corps 11 troops will march past in column only. 2. The general officer commanding and his staff will march past at the head of the corps troops, 30 paces in front of the commander, or staff, of the leading unit, as laid down in S-198. 5. 3. The general officer commanding will move out to the saluting point accompanied by his administrative general. General officers commanding divisions or brigades will not fall out. 200 Royal Review. Order of march. 1. Detachment of household or other cavalry, preceded by a staff officer. 2. The sovereign's led horses. 3. Aides-de-camp to the Inspector General to the forces. 4. Aides-de-camp to Princes of the Blood. 5. Equerries in waiting to Princes of the Blood. 6. Aides-de-camp to the Sovereign. 7. Equerries in waiting to the Sovereign. 8. Adjutant General, Quartermaster General, Master General of the Ordnance. 9. Chief of the General Staff. 10. Inspector General to the Forces. 11. The Sovereign. 12. Princes of the Blood. 13. Gold Stick in waiting, Master of the Horse, if present. 14. Foreign General Officers and Military Attachés of Foreign Powers. 15. General Officers and Colonels, in successive order according to rank and seniority. 16. Equerries and attendants upon foreign princes. 17. Staff Officers of General Officers present. 18. Royal Carriages. 19. Detachment of Cavalry. Guards. 201 General Rules. 1. When guards turn out they will fall in with sloped arms. When the guard is commanded by an officer, he will be 3 paces in front of the center of guard. Other officers will take post as in line. When by a non-commissioned officer, he will fall in on the right of the guard. 2. The officer carrying the color, when present, will march in the center of the guard. Guards, including reliefs, rounds, and patrols, will march with sloped arms and bayonets fixed. In wet weather, arms will be carried at the secure. Sentries are to patrol with arms at the slope. 3. Guards will not turn out after retreat or before reveille, except at tattoo, on the approach of a body of troops, in cases of alarm, or to receive grand or visiting rounds, nor will they during this period pay any compliments, except to grand rounds, to whom they will present arms. 4. Sentries will not present arms to any officer or armed party, except grand rounds, after sunset, but as long as they can discern an officer, they will come to their front on his approach, and stand steady with the rifle at the slope till he has passed. 5 sentries in their sentry boxes will salute by coming smartly to attention. 6. The honors and salutes paid by guards and sentries are detailed in the King's regulations. Parties marching with arms at the secure, and parties with side arms, will pay and return compliments as unarmed parties. 7. All guards will turn out at the commencement of reveille, retreat, and tattoo sounding. The commanders will then carefully inspect them for further instructions, CKR 259 to 272. 202. Relieving or posting a guard. 1. When the ground admits, a new guard will advance in line towards the front of the old guard, and will be drawn up when possible 15 paces in front, or when not possible, 6 paces from the left of the old guard. 2. As soon as this is completed, the old guard will present arms, and the new guard will return the salute. 3. Both guards will in like successive manner slope arms, order arms, and stand at ease. 4. The guard will then be told off and the first relief sent out. When the first relief of a new guard is sent out, a corporal belonging to the old guard will accompany it, to bring in the relieved sentries. If the relief moves in line, he will be on the left flank; if in file, or as in file, he will be at the head of the front rank of files, or rank. As soon as all the sentries are relieved, the 2 corporals will change places, and the corporal of the old guard will assume command. While the relief is marching round, the commander will take over the property in charge of the guard according to the list in the old guard report. 5. When the reliefs have returned, and all the men of the old guard have fallen in, both guards will be called to attention, and ordered to slope arms. 6. The old guard will then move off in fours or file, the new guard presenting arms. 7. When the old guard is clear of the ground, the new guard will slope arms, and if not already there, will move on to the same alignment occupied by the old guard. Arms will then be ordered, and the commander of the guard will read and explain the orders of the guard to his men. These orders will also be read and explained to the men forming the first relief when they come off sentry. The men of the guard will then be dismissed to the guard room. 203. Relieving and posting sentries, and marching reliefs. 1. On the approach of the relief, the sentry, with rifle at the slope, will place himself in front of the sentry box. The corporal of the relief will proceed as follows: relief, halt. At about 6 paces from the sentry. The new sentry will then move out from the relief and fall in on the left of the old sentry, facing in the same direction. The old sentry will then give over his orders, the corporal seeing they are correctly given and understood. Pass. The old sentry will move to his place in the relief, and the new sentry will close 2 paces to his right. Relief, quick march. The relief will be marched off. 2. When a sentry who is to be posted on a new post has reached the post assigned to him, he will be ordered to halt and face in required direction. The corporal will then read and explain the orders to him. 3. The object for which he is posted, the front of his post, and the extent of his beat, will be clearly pointed out to a sentry when first posted. Sentries must not quit their arms, lounge, or converse with anyone on any pretence, nor may they stand in their sentry boxes in good, or even in moderate weather. Sentries moving about on their post will always turn outwards when turning about. 4. Marching reliefs. Reliefs of fewer than 4 men will be formed in single rank; when of 4 men, or upwards, they will be formed into 2 ranks. In streets, or narrow places, reliefs should always be marched in single rank. When marching in line, the corporal will be on the right; when in file, or as in file, he will be on the right of the rear file, or man. 204. Sentries challenging. 1. When it becomes dark, the sentries will challenge in the following manner. On the approach of a person, the sentry will call out in a sharp tone, "Halt! Who comes there?" When on a post where a sudden rush could be made upon him, he will at once come to the engage. 12 But without drawing back the right foot, if the person approaching gives a satisfactory reply, the sentry will say pass friend, all's well, remaining at the engage till he has passed. If the person approaching answers grand, or visiting, rounds, the sentry, if there is no countersign, will say pass grand, or visiting, rounds, all's well, presenting arms as they pass if they are grand rounds. But if there is a countersign he will say stand grand, or visiting, rounds, advance one and give the countersign, at the same time coming down to the engage. In this position he will receive the countersign, and if it is correct will say pass grand, or visiting, rounds, all's well, and proceed as above described. 2 If the sentry is on or near the guard room door, he will proceed as in 205. 205 Guards turning out at night. The following form will be observed when a guard is visited by the field officer or captain of the day, termed grand or visiting rounds. On their approach, the sentry at or near the guard room door will challenge, halt, who comes there? The officer will reply, grand, or visiting, rounds. The sentry will then call, guard turn out. The guard will fall in with bayonets fixed and arms sloped, and, if there is no countersign, the commander will call out, advance, grand, or visiting, rounds, all's well. To grand rounds he will present, to visiting rounds he will remain at the slope. If there is a countersign to be given, a corporal or sergeant with a flank file of the guard will double out, and when about 10 paces from the rounds will order the file to halt, bring them to the engage, and will then repeat the challenge, who comes there? The reply will again be, grand, or visiting, rounds, the non-commissioned officer calling, stand, grand, or visiting, rounds. Advance one and give the countersign. Rounds will then in a low voice give the countersign, which the non-commissioned officer alone will carry, in double time, for verification to the commander of the guard. If correct, the commander of the guard will call out, advance, grand, or visiting, rounds. All's well. The file will then double back to the guard, and rounds will advance to the guard, which will present arms to grand rounds. 206 Guards of Honor. Whenever a guard of honor forms up, the commander will be 3 paces in front of the second file from the right, or, in a confined space, from the flank by which the personage for whom the guard is mounted will approach, the officer carrying the color 3 paces in front of the center. If there is a third officer, he will be 3 paces in front of the second file from the other flank. When the guard is inspected, the commander will invariably accompany the personage for whom it is mounted, walking next to him round the ranks. 207 Trooping the color. 1 At the hour appointed for the ceremony, points will be placed for marching past, and the guards, composed of companies of the necessary number and strength, formed into line facing the saluting base, with unfixed bayonets, by the adjutant of the day. 2 The senior sergeant with each guard will take command of it, posted on the right of the front rank. The color will be placed at a distance of about 2 guards in front of the left of the line, in charge of a sergeant and a double sentry. The beat of these sentries will be at right angles to the line, with their front inwards. They will be posted at 3 paces right and left of the color, and act with the men in the line. The sergeant and sentries will be taken from the right guard, and the latter will be its right file. The sentries turn outwards at 3 paces from the color and inwards at 10 paces from it, working together, the time being taken from the front rank man of the file, who will be on the right. They resume their places with the right guard, while it is forming to the left after receiving the color, as will be described hereafter. 3 The band will be formed in front of the right of the line, facing the color. The drums will be drawn up in front of the color, turned towards the band. 4 The adjutant will order the guards to slope arms, and the duties will be handed over by him to the brigade major. The adjutant will then take post on the left of the line. 5. The brigade major will take command, and, after inspecting the guards, will give the words order arms and stand at ease. Non-commissioned officers commanding guards, to the front. All the sergeants commanding guards will slope arms and move out 2 paces in front of the line, the right-hand men of the rear ranks of guards filling up the intervals left by their commanders. Quick march. Inwards turn. The drums will play a quick march. The sergeants will step off, and when near the saluting base on which the guards are to march past, they will receive the words inwards turn, on which the sergeant in the center will halt, and turn about. The remaining sergeants will turn inwards, and will halt and turn towards the line after closing on the center sergeant. The drums will cease playing before the command inwards turn is given. Order arms. Stand at ease. The guards and sergeants will then be directed to order arms and stand at ease. 6. The drums will beat the assembly, marching across the parade. They will march through the intervals of the band, counter-march, and halt in rear of it. 7. As the assembly commences, the officers for duty will fall in 3 paces in front of the sergeants, and about 3 paces from each other, with carried swords. The brigade major will then deliver the parole and countersign to the commanders of guards, and point out the guards they are respectively to command. 8. When sufficient officers are present for duty, there should be a captain and lieutenant, besides the lieutenant to carry the color, with the right guard, which will form the escort to receive the color. When there are not sufficient officers, the captain and lieutenant for the color only will be with the right guard, and the lieutenant commanding the second guard will take command of the escort when it goes for the color, moving in front of the center of the first guard. The other officers will be distributed among the remaining guards, and the captain or other officer commanding a guard will be 3 paces in front of the second file from the right, the lieutenant to carry the color 3 paces in front of the center. If another lieutenant be present, he will be in a similar position in front of the left. 9. The brigade major, having called the guards to attention, will order them to fix bayonets, slope arms. He will then hand the detail of duties over to the field officer of the day, who will take the command of the parade, and proceed as follows: officers and non-commissioned officers outwards turn. The officers and sergeants will turn outwards, the former recovering swords, the latter at the slope. Take post in front of your guards. Quick march. The officers and sergeants will step off, halting and turning towards the line opposite their proper posts. The former will carry swords as they halt. To your guards. Slow march. On the word march, the officers and sergeants will step off in slow time, the former recovering swords as they take the first pace. The band will play a slow march as the officers and sergeants march to the line, and cease playing as the latter arrive at their places. When the officers are 3 paces from the line they will mark time, the sergeants will mark time when on the right of their guards. Halt, about turn. The officers and sergeants will halt and turn about, the former carrying swords. The field officer will take post 15 paces in front of the center of the line, give the command order arms, and signal to the band. 10. The band and drums will play a troop, marching in time to the music from the right to the left of the line. On arriving near the color they will counter-march, halt, and cease playing. They will then play a quick march, and move from left to right, counter-march, halt, and cease playing when in front of the right of the line. 11. The drummer's call will beat. On the first tap of the call the captain and lieutenant of the right guard will recover swords and turn inwards, and will move across in quick time, the captain placing himself 3 paces in front of the right file of the second guard, the lieutenant 3 paces in front of the lieutenant for the color, who will be 3 paces in front of the center of the escort. If there are only 2 officers with the right guard, the escort will be commanded by the subaltern from the second guard. The band and drums will be placed in front of the right guard, and the sergeant major will fall in 4 paces in rear of the center file of the escort, and draw his sword. 12. The field officer will then give the command, escort for the color, slope arms. Remainder, stand at ease, the sentries on the color remaining with ordered arms. Escort, by the left. Quick march. Left form. Forward by the center. The escort, preceded by the band and drums playing the British Grenadiers, will move out the distance of a guard and a half from the line, then form to the left, and march straight to the color. The escort will be halted at rather more than forming distance from the color. The band and drums, when near the color, will change direction to the left, clear the escort, cease playing, halt, and turn about. The guards will be called to attention and ordered to slope arms by the field officer. 13. The sergeant major will advance by the left flank to the front, receive the color, and return towards the escort. The lieutenant for the color will at the same time move out, 4 paces in front of the commander of the escort, passing by his right, and, having saluted the color as the sergeant major brings it up to him, and then returned his sword, will receive the color, place it in his belt, and turn about. The escort will be ordered to present arms, the sergeant major saluting, the sergeants on the flanks of the escort turning outwards, and coming to the port, but without opening the breech of the rifle, and the sentries presenting arms. The band and drums will play God Save the King when the King's color is being trooped, or the first part of a troop if the regimental color. Slope arms. 14. The escort will slope arms, the lieutenant with the color will take post 3 paces in rear of the commander of the escort, passing by his left, the sergeant major will resume his post, still keeping his sword drawn, the sergeant who had charge of the color and the sentries on the color will join the escort, and the band will turn about. Left form, slow march. Forward. By the left. The escort will step off and form to the left, preceded by the band playing the Grenadiers' March. 15. When the band and drums approach the left of the line they will wheel to the left, and move in front of the officers commanding guards. The band and drums will, if necessary, mark time until the escort reaches them. Right turn. Left wheel. Left wheel. 16. The lieutenant when at 4 paces from the line of commanders of guards will give the words right turn, left wheel, on which the band and drums will cease playing, and on the leading file of the escort arriving at the left-hand man of the front rank of the line, will repeat the command, left wheel. Guards, present arms. As soon as the commander of the escort has given the second word, wheel, the field officer will order the guards to present arms, and the band and drums will recommence playing. The commander of the escort will move along the front of the line of commanders of guards abreast of the second file from the right of the escort, the lieutenant carrying the color following him, abreast of the center. The front rank of the escort will his between the ranks of the guards, and the rear rank between the rear and supernumerary ranks. When the head of the escort arrives at the right of the line, the captain will take the place of the lieutenant, and move on with the guard. The lieutenant will mark time when at his original post, and the lieutenant with the color will move on. When the escort has cleared the line, the lieutenant will give the words, halt, left turn, left dress, and take post 3 paces in front of the second file from the left of the escort. The captain will then give the words present arms. The band and drums will cease playing before the escort halts, and will then form up on the right of the line. 17. The field officer will then order the guards to slope arms, and if a general officer is present the field officer will order a general salute. 18. After this, the officers will move to their places, the color will take post in rear of the fourth file from the left of the right guard, the sergeant major placing himself in rear of it, and one sergeant on each side. Subalterns not commanding guards will take post 3 paces in rear of their guards. 19. The guards will then change ranks, form column, and change ranks again, the supernumeraries retaining their positions, and march past in quick time, or, if required, in slow time, with sloped arms, as a battalion in column, and then form into line on the original alignment. 21. Non-commissioned officer of each guard will then be called out by the brigade major, and when they are covered in column by the sergeant major, the order will be given form guards. 21. The guards having been formed, and the non-commissioned officers in command of guards having been given the countersign, the field officer will give the command form 4's right. To your guards quick march. All guards, except those of fewer than 4 files, which will move to their front in line, or turn and move off in file, will form 4's, and march off to their posts. 208. Presentation of colors. 1. The battalion, except the color party, band, and drums, will be drawn up in line. The place for the color party will be preserved by 3 non-commissioned officers. The old colors, with the sergeant and 2 coverers, S-184, 5, of the color party and double sentries, will be in front of the left of the line, at right angles to it, and the band and drums placed as for trooping. The lieutenants of the color party will be with the escort, the right company, which in this case will be commanded by a captain. The new colors, cased, will be in rear of the center, in charge of 2 senior color sergeants. 2. The old colors will be trooped. On reaching the right of the line, the old colors will take post in front of the escort, which will then advance about 10 paces, form to the left, and in that order proceed to the left of the line. The band will follow, playing Auld Lang Syne. The escort will return to its place by the rear, the old colors, cased, being left in rear of the battalion in charge of 2 color sergeants. The battalion will then form 3 sides of a square. The drums will be piled in the center, the new colors will be brought up from the rear by the color sergeants in charge, and placed against the pile of drums, 1 on each side, the king's color on the right. The second in command and senior lieutenant will then take charge of the king's color, the next senior officer and next senior lieutenant of the regimental color. These officers will uncase the colors and replace them against the drums. 3. The consecration will then proceed. After the consecration, the second in command will hand the king's color to the person presenting the colors, from whom the senior lieutenant will receive it, sinking on the right knee. The regimental color will in like manner be handed by the next senior officer, and received back by the second senior lieutenant. Both lieutenants will then rise. 4. Any address intended to be made will now follow. Line will then be reformed, the colors, unfurled and turned towards the center of the line, will be given a general salute. The color party will then march in slow time to its place in line, the band playing God Save the King. 5. The battalion will march past, the old colors following in rear of the column. 209. Firing a feu de joie. 1. The troops will be drawn up in line, at the slope, officers at the carry, bayonets will not be fixed. The commander of the parade and his staff will be posted in front of the line, at such distance as he may decide, and turn towards it if desired. All other mounted officers will be in rear of the line. 3 rounds of blank cartridge will be fired. If artillery are present and are ordered to fire 21 guns, 7 will be fired before each round. For the first round of the feu de joie, all commanding officers will give the command load immediately the artillery commences firing, and the word present directly the 7th gun has fired, the commanding officer of the right battalion giving the command commence immediately after the word present. Feu de joie. Company commanders will step forward 3 paces, and the rear rank, supernumeraries and subalterns will step back 2 paces. Load. The outer section commanders and men will load, by drawing back the bolt, laying a cartridge in front and forcing the bolt home. The muzzles of the rifles to be inclined upwards, so as to clear the heads of the men in front. Supernumerary rank will stand with arms at the order. Present. Rifles will be brought to the position for firing, but elevated at an angle of 45 degrees. Commence. The right-hand man of the front rank will commence the fire, which will run down the front and up the rear as quickly as possible. When the right-hand man of the rear rank has fired, the band will play the first part of God Save the King, the men remaining at the present. On the last note of the band the commanding officer will give the word of command load. When the men will come to the loading position, the artillery will fire 7 guns, and the infantry proceed as above described. 2 more rounds will be similarly fired. When the third round is fired, the band will play God Save the King, at the conclusion of which the commanding officer will give the order unload, when the men will carry out the motions, and come to the order, the colors being brought to the order by command of the senior officer of the color party. The mounted officers will then move to their positions as in SS 184, 193, 196, the company commanders will step back 3 paces and the commanding officer will give the following commands. On parades of large bodies working on the signal of the general of the division or brigadier fix bayonets. Slope arms. Royal salute. Present arms. Slope arms. Order arms. Remove head dresses. 3 cheers will be given. Unfix bayonets. Close ranks march. 2. If a march past has been ordered to follow the firing of the feu de joie, bayonets will not be unfixed. 210 funerals. For rank and file. The firing party, consisting of 1 sergeant, 1 corporal and 12 privates, will be drawn up 2 deep, 1 pace interval between files, facing the building where the body is placed. The corporal will be on the right of the front rank. The sergeant will give all words of command, and be posted in rear of the center. Arms will be at the slope. The pallbearers will see that the flag, headdress, and side arms are properly arranged on the coffin. The headdress should be tied to the side arms to prevent the former falling. As the body is brought out, the sergeant will give the command present arms, and when the coffin has been placed on the gun carriage, reverse arms. Right turn. The corporal will now take up his place 2 paces in front and midway between the ranks. Slow march. The mourners and band and drummers with drums muffled will have formed up in 2 ranks at 2 paces interval and 8 paces from each other, facing inwards, through which the firing party will pass in the following order: firing party, band and drummers, moving in their proper formation as soon as the firing party has passed, body and bearers, chief mourners, if any, mourners. The latter will move in 4s made up by 2 and 2, front and rear rank, commencing on the inner flank. The drums will play the Dead March when about 300 yards from the hospital, and continue for such a distance as the officer in charge may have ordered before marching off. When the drums cease playing, the firing party will break into quick time, the remainder conforming. Rifles will be carried at the trail, butt leading, sling uppermost. During the march arms may be changed, but the party will not be allowed to march at ease. When at a convenient distance from the cemetery, the party will break into slow time, the men will reverse arms, and the band will play. When the head of the procession arrives near the ground where it is to meet the clergyman, the ranks will open out to 6 paces distance and the sergeant will give the command halt. Inwards turn, the ranks will face each other. Rest on your arms reversed. Stand at ease. The whole working by the corporal, who will perform the exercise. The coffin will now be removed by the bearers and carried feet end foremost, and placed on the right of the grave. The flag, headdress and sidearms will then be removed and the coffin lowered. The mourners will file round the grave, halt and turn inwards without word of command. The firing party will follow the mourners, the sergeant giving the command attention. Reverse arms. Ranks, right and left turn. Slow march. And on arriving near the grave halt. Left turn. Rest on your arms reversed. Stand at ease. When the service commences, the headdress will be removed, except firing party, and replaced when the service is ended, previous to the volleys being fired. At the end of the service, the sergeant will give firing party attention. Present arms. Slope arms. Volleys, with blank cartridges, load. Present. Fire. A second and third volley will be fired. The sergeant will then give unload. Fix bayonets. Slope arms. Present arms. Slope arms. Form fours. Right. Quick march. The band will lead, followed by the firing party and mourners, who will form fours as they march off without word of command. Bayonets will be unfixed after leaving the place of burial at the discretion of the officer in charge. The band is not to play, nor the drums to beat, until the party is entirely clear of the burial ground. 2 funerals of officers, warrant officers, and sergeants will be conducted in a similar manner to para. 1. The troops being detailed for the escort according to the rank of the deceased. Officers' swords are reversed under the right arm, the point downwards, the hilt being grasped with the right hand, blade uppermost, the left hand grasping the blade behind the back. 3 large escorts will march by companies, in fours, at the head of the procession. 4 In the funerals of senior officers, the arrangements will be made under the supervision of the general officer commanding. Note to fire 3 volleys over the grave. The following procedure will be adopted when the men, after presenting arms, have sloped arms. The commander will give the following commands: volleys load. The men will act as in the feu de joie. Present. As in the feu de joie. Fire. Each man will at once press the trigger, and after a slight pause return to the position for loading. This will be repeated until the volleys are completed, when the men will unload as in feu de joie. Index. Ammunition, blank, 62 supply and transport of, in the field, 165 annual course of training, auxiliary forces, 173 battalion, 179 company, 174 description of, 171 detail of, 172 general rules, 174 assault, the 137 assembly, after dispersal, 65 attack, the 128 battalion in the holding, 152 by cavalry, meeting in, 92 or swordsmen, savage warfare, 119 company, general rules for, 145 cooperation between artillery and infantry in the, 135 decisive, 136 direction and pace in the, 143 distances in the, 142 distribution of companies in the decisive, 150 infantry in the, 128 duties of the several bodies in the, 131 feints in the, 139 fire in the, 133 firing line and supports in the, 151 flank, 139 formations, 140 frontage in the, 141 attack general rules for company in the, 145 battalion in the, 148 brigade in the, 153 division in the, 154 holding, 138 infantry formations in regard to fire in the 133. Instruction for the battalion in the 153 intervals in the 143 local flanking fire, 140 machine guns in the 144 nature of an offensive action, 128 orders, issues of 134 battalion in the 149 practice, 85 preliminary measures, 129 rallying and redistribution, 138 reserve, 151 surprises, 140 attack and defense, fire action, 126 fire discipline, 127 general principles, 123 position and duties of leaders in action, 125 ranges, 128 attention, position of 31. Auxiliary forces, annual course of training, 173 battalion advancing in review order, 196 battalion in the attack, 148 distribution of companies in the decisive, 150 firing line and supports, 151 general rules, 148 holding attack, 152 instruction, 153 orders, 149 reserve, 151 battalion in the defense, general rules, 163 battalion in the defense, duties of the commanding officer, 164 battalion drill, 98 battalion in quarter column, 101 opening to column, 104 column on the march closing to quarter column, 106 column or quarter column advancing, in fours, or vice versa, 106 column changing direction, 108 battalion formations, 100 general rules, 98 inspection of, 110 movements in quarter column, 103 movements in line or lines of company columns, 108 quarter column wheeling, 103 reassembling, when dispersed, 109 battalion drill, savage warfare, 113 battalion in line, 114 forming column or quarter column, 116 echelon movements. From line, column, or quarter column, 118 formations applicable to, 113 formation of squares, 120 general rules, 113 line advancing in column, 118 line changing position, from the halt, on a flank company, 116 line forming column to right or left, 117 line passing obstacles or moving over broken ground, 117 marching in line, 115 meeting attack by swordsmen, 119 quarter column or column deploying into line, 114 battalion drill, savage warfare, quarter column on the march forming line to a flank, 118 battalion marching past, 192 review of, 189 training, annual course, 179 blank ammunition, 62 brigade in the attack, general rules, 153 defense, general rules, 164 brigade drill, 111 brigade wheeling from mass into line of battalions, 112 general rules, 111 marching in line of battalions either in column or quarter column, 113 mass deploying into line of battalions and vice versa, 112 savage warfare, brigade in line advancing in columns or quarter columns, 122 brigade forming square, 122 deployments, 122 marching in line, 122 brigade advancing in review order, 202 marching past, 199 review of a, 196 calls, signals, and c. 57 casualties, skirmishing, 88 challenging, manner of, 211 changing direction, squad drill, 45 and forming up, squad drill, 50 as in file, squad drill, 46 ranks, squad drill, 49, company drill, 76 step, squad drill, 39 color, trooping the 213 colors, presentation of 220 colors, the 188 command, words of, how to be given, 30 commanders, position of, in skirmishing, 88 instructions for, in skirmishing, 88 commanding officer, duties of, in defense, 164 company in the attack, general rules, 145 defense, duties of subalterns, section and squad leaders, 162 defense, duties of company leader, 163 general rules, 162 company drill, 72 column changing direction, 80 company column forming company, 76 company in line forming to right or left, 78 company in line, or moving to a flank in fours, forming company column, 78 dismissing, 83 drill in single rank, 81 fire action, 82 formation of fours, 76 forming up into line when marching, fours or file, 80 general rules, 72 inspection and telling off, 75 inspection in close order drill, 83 marching in line, 77 movements in line, or lines, of sections, 80 reassembling when dispersed, 83 company in line, saluting, 185 marching past, 185 sizing, 183 training. Preliminary remarks, 67 cooperation between artillery and infantry in the attack, 135 counter-attacks, decisive, 160 local, 160 course of training, annual, auxiliary forces, 173 course of training, annual, battalion, 179 company, 174 description of, 171 detail of, 172 general rules, 174 skirmishing, 54 cover, use of, in skirmishing, 60 defense, the 155 decisive counter-attacks, 160 distribution of infantry for, 155 duties of officers commanding reserves, 159. Entrenching a position, 157 fire in, 158 local counter-attacks, 160 machine guns in, 158 occupation of the position, 156 position of the reserves, 159 defense, infantry in attack and C attack and defense. Defense, the C company, battalion, brigade, division. Defense practice, skirmishing, 90 defile, passage of, 53 definitions, 16 deployments, brigade drill, 122 diagonal march, 49 direction and pace in the attack, 143 discipline, fire, 127 dismissing, 53 distances in the attack, 142 distribution of companies in the decisive attack, 150 infantry in the attack, 128 division in the attack, 154 defense, 164 division drill, 111 division, larger body than, marching past, 207 review of, 205 division marching past, 204 review of, 202 double march. The 39 dressing, when halted, 42 squad in 2 ranks, 48 with intervals, 32 drill. C squad, company, battalion, and C duties of leaders in action, 125 officers commanding reserves, 159 scouts, 93 skirmishers, 89 subalterns, section and squad leaders, 162 the company leader, 163 the commanding officer, 164 the several bodies in the attack, 131 echelon movements from line, column, or quarter column, 118 entrenching tools, 169 a position, 157 extending and closing, method of, 56 feints, 139 foutage, firing a, 221 fire in the attack, 133 in the defense, 158. Action, company, 82 in attack and defense, 126 discipline in attack and defense, 127 effect, 63 flank attacks, 139 flanking fire, local, 140 formations applicable to savage warfare, 113 battalion drill, 100 in regard to fire, 133 in the attack, 140 to be practiced, reviews, 188 formation of squares, 120 squads, 31 in single rank, 41 in two rank, 48 fours, squad, 50 company, 76 fours changing direction and forming squad, 53 frontage in the attack, 141 funerals. 223 general principles, attack and defense, 123 general remarks, skirmishing, 84 general rules, annual course of training, 174 ceremonial, 181 attack practice, 85 battalion drill, 98 brigade and division drill, 111 company drill, 72 savage warfare, 113 skirmishing, 54 company in attack, 145 battalion, 148 brigade, 153 division, 154 company in defense, 162 battalion, 163 brigade and division in defense, 164 guards general rules, 209, guards of honor, 213. Relieving or posting, 210, relieving and posting sentries, and marching reliefs, 210, sentries challenging, 211, trooping the color, 213, turning out at night, 212, halt, the, 37 holding attacks, 138 attack, battalion, 152 infantry formations in regard to fire, 133 inspection of skirmishers, 65 in skirmishing, 95 of, and telling off the company, 75 in close order drill, 83 of a battalion, 110 instruction of the recruit, method of, 29 for battalion in attack, 153 instructions for commanders in attack, 88 training of the recruit, 25 intervals in the attack, 143 skirmishing, 64 issue of orders, the attack, 130 length of pace and time in marching, 35 line advancing in column, 118 battalion in, 114 brigade marching in, 122 brigade advancing in columns or quarter columns, 122 changing front, 116 company forming to right or left, 78 company column, 78 forming column or quarter column, 116 to the right or left, 117 firing and supports, 151 marching in, company, 77 marching in, 115 of sections, movements in, 80 of company columns, movements in, 108 of battalions, brigade wheeling from mass into, 112 mass deploying into, 112 marching in, 113 line passing obstacles or moving over broken ground, 117 quarter column or column deploying into, 114 local counterattacks, 160 flanking fire, 140 machine guns in the attack, 144 defense, 158 march, double, 39 diagonal, 43, 2 ranks, 49 turning on the, 40 marching as in file, 46 forming up into squad, 47 in squad and file, 49 marching past, company, 185 battalion, 192 brigade, 199 division, 204 larger body of troops than a division, 207 marching, position in, 36 quick, 37 squad, 42 with arms, 47 marking time, 38 method of extending and closing, 56 instruction, special training of non-commissioned officers, 179 of the recruit, 29 movements in line of sections, 80 quarter column, 103 line or lines of company columns, 108 non-commissioned officers, special training of, 179 obstacles, 53 occupation of a position, 156 orders, battalion in attack, 149 issue of, in the attack, 130 reporting and passing, 64 pace and time in marching, 35 passage of a defile, 53 passing orders, 64 plates, key to, 15 preliminary measures for the attack, 129 remarks, training of the recruit, 21 company training, 67 training, skirmishing, 55 presentation of colors, 220 rallying and redistribution, 138 ranges, 128 reconnaissance. Practice, 91 recruit, method of instruction of, 29 training of the, 21 reinforcing, 64 relieving or posting a guard, 210 and posting sentries and marching reliefs, 210 remarks, general, on skirmishing, 84 preliminary, on the training of the recruit, 21 on company training, 67 reporting and passing orders, 64 reserve, the 151 position of, in the defense, 159 duties of officers commanding the, 159 retirements, 91 review of a battalion, 189 of a brigade, 196 of a division, 202 of any larger body of troops than a division, 205 royal, 208 order, battalion advancing in, 196 review order, brigade advancing in, 202 rules. See General Rules. Saluting, company in line, 185 savage warfare, formations applicable to battalion in line, 114 forming column or quarter column, 116 echelon movements from line, column, or quarter column, 118 formation of squares, 120 general rules, 113 line advancing in column, 118 changing front from the halt on a flank company, 116 forming column to the right or left, or vice versa, 117 passing obstacles, or moving over broken ground, 117 marching in line, 115 meeting an attack by cavalry or swordsman, 119 quarter column or column deploying into line, 114 on the march forming line to a flank, 118 section leaders, duties of, 162 sentries, relieving and posting, 210 challenging, 211 shelter trench exercise, 95 single rank, company drill, 81 skirmishing assembly after dispersal, 65 blank ammunition, 62 course of training, 54 cover, 60 fire effect, 63 general rules, 54 inspection of skirmishers, 65 intervals, 64 method of extending and closing, 56 practical skirmishing, 59 preliminary training, 55 reinforcing, 64 reporting and passing orders, 64 signals, whistle blasts, calls, 57 company training casualties, 88 commanders, instructions for, 88 position of, 88 defense practice, 90 general remarks, 84 rules, 85 meeting attack by cavalry, 92 reconnaissance practice, 91 retirements, 91 scouting, 93 scouts, duties of, 93 training of, 94 shelter trench exercise, 95 skirmishers, duties of, 89 skirmishing, inspection in, 95 squad drill method of instruction of the recruit, 29 words of command, 30 with intervals dressing, 32 formation, 31 position of attention, 31 saluting, 34 standing at ease, 32 turnings, 33 marching changing step, 39 double march, 39 drum and pace stick, 36 halt, 37 length of pace and time, 35 marking time, 38 position in marching, 36 quick march, 37 side step, 40 stepping back, 38 short, 39 out, 37 turning on the march, 40 single rank changing direction, 45 as in file, 46 diagonal march, 43 dressing when halted, 42 formation, 41 marching as in file, forming up into squad, 47-46 in squad, 42 with arms, 47 turnings, 42 in two ranks changing direction and forming up, 50 ranks, 49 diagonal march, 49 dismissing with or without arms, 53 dressing, 48 formation, 48 of fours, 54s changing direction and forming squad, 53 marching in squad and in file, 49 obstacles, 53 passage of a defile, 53 squad leaders, duties of, 162 square, brigade forming, 122 forming, 120 subalterns, duties of, company in defense, 162 surprises, 140 supply of ammunition in the field, 165 syllabus of training, recruit, 21 training, course of, skirmishing, 54 preliminary, skirmishing, 55 of scouts, 94 of non-commissioned officers, 179 annual course. See annual course. Recruits, 21 syllabus of recruits, 22 transport of ammunition in the field, 165 turnings. See squad drill. London, printed for His Majesty's Stationery Office, by Harrison and Sons, St. Martin's Lane, printers in ordinary to His Majesty. WTW 27691 150,205H and S 5749, footnotes, 1 in marching order without the rifle the arms will be retained as in the position of attention. 2 the number of paces to which men are to extend is to be communicated by word of mouth. 3 this signal denotes extension from the center. If the extension is to be made to the right, finish the signal by pointing to the right. If the extension is to be made to the left, finish the signal by pointing to the left. 4 this signal denotes close on the center. If it is desired to close on the right, finish the signal by pointing to the right. If the close is to be on the left, point to the left. Note all signals should be made with whichever arm will show most clearly what is meant. 5 rifle regiments will drill in close order at the trail. On the command quick, or double, march, the men will trail arms without further word of command, and will halt and stand at ease on the word or signal halt. 6 When a company without arms is inspected, section commanders will close up the rear rank on completion of inspection of their sections, giving the command close ranks. March. 7 When constructing trenches by night, tracing tapes are used to show the line of the proposed trench. 8 With tripod equipment, the machine gun detachment will include 2 pack animals, each of which will carry 7 boxes of ammunition, 250 rounds to the box. 9 Recruits, as soon as their training as such is completed, are to take their place in the ranks irrespective of the season of the year. 10 In the following sections dealing with ceremonial, including guard duties, the command to slope arms and fix bayonets will not apply to men of rifle regiments, who will remain at the order when halted, will present arms from the order without fixing bayonets, and will march past at the trail. 11 The term corps, when used with reference to troops, is intended to designate troops which are not allotted to any particular field unit. 12 In coming to the engage from the slope, seize the rifle with the right hand at the small and come to the engage. Transcriber's notes: 1 Obvious printers, punctuation and spelling errors have been corrected silently. 2 Where hyphenation is in doubt, it has been retained as in the original. 3 Some hyphenated and non-hyphenated versions of the same words have been retained as in the original. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Infantry Training, 1905. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9 If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Infantry training. Core agenda. Contents. Key to plates. Definitions. Part I. Training of the recruit. Syllabus of training. Instructions. Lectures by squad instructors. Squad drill. Squad drill, with intervals. Marching. Squad drill, in single rank. Squad drill, in 2 ranks. Skirmishing. Part 2. The training of the company. Drill. Skirmishing. Attack practice. 90 shelter trench exercise. Part 3. Battalion drill. Brigade and division drill. Formations applicable to savage warfare. Brigade drill. Part 4. Infantry in attack and defense. The attack. Nature of an offensive action. The company in attack. The battalion in attack. The brigade in attack. The division in attack. The defense. The company in defense. The battalion in defense. The brigade and division in defense. Supply and transport of SA, 303-inch, ammunition in the field. Part V. Annual course of training. Special training of non-commissioned officers. Part 6. Ceremonial. Reviews. Guards. 208 Presentation of colors. 209 Firing a feu de joie. 210 Funerals. Index. Footnotes. The full project Gutenberg license 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 106. 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 117, 118, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191. 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226.